Committee on Education is called to order. Is the mic working? And the secretary will note the roll. So we have a fairly lengthy agenda today. We're going to try and keep it pretty quick. A reminder to members that if you have questions, feel free to ask questions, but please ask questions that you don't know the answers to. If you just want to make a statement, do that and when you explain your vote or when we're discussing the bill, rather than asking a question you already know the answer to, please. But we're going to jump right in. We didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves last meeting.
I'm having a couple of people in the audience saying
Okay.
you need to speak up.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll speak right into the microphone, everybody. Okay, so let's introduce ourselves quickly. We introduced staff last time, but we didn't introduce the members. I know we've all been here for a year, but let's just do a quick introduction. I'm Representative Michelle Udall from LD25 in Mesa, and I chair the committee.
I'm Representative John Fillmore from LD16. I'm Vice Chairman of the committee.
I'm Regina Cobb, LD5, Mojave and La Paz County.
Reginald Bolding, Legislative District 27, South Phoenix, Levine, and downtown Phoenix.
I'm Representative Jeray Keaton from Legislative District 4 and a lifelong educator.
And can you make sure you speak right into the microphone because people in the other room can't hear otherwise?
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Aaron Lieberman, representative from Legislative District 28, which is North Phoenix through Sunny Slope and Paradise Valley. Great to see everybody today.
Representative Isela Blanc, Legislative District 26.
Representative Kelly Townsend, District 16.
Hi, I'm Nancy Bartow, District 15, which is North Phoenix, a little bit of Scottsdale, Glendale, Peoria, and Cave Creek.
Hi, I'm Representative Jennifer Pollock, and I'm from District 17, which is much of Chandler, West Gilbert, and Sun Lakes, and I have a background in elementary education.
Hi, everybody. Representative Leo Biasucci, District 5, Mojave and La Paz County.
Great. Thank you, everybody. And we have, I know Representative Carroll is gone with helping with a family health issue. And I know we have a couple that might be in and out to speak at other committees today. So here is, I'm going to announce the order of the bills. And we will try and stick to this. If we have people that are going to need to leave earlier, we may have to readjust at some point, but I think this will catch most of the people that need to speak on this. So we're going to start with HB2682. Then we'll go to 2625. We'll then go to HCR 2001, HB 2013, HB 2015, HB 2108, HB 2438, HB 2119, HB 2166, and HB 2684. We will be holding HB 2648 and HB 2271, so we will not be hearing those today. And just for information, HB 2166 we will be hearing but not voting on today. This will be a discussion only for HB 2166. Anyone need clarification on the order? If not, we're going to jump right into it. Let me turn to the correct page. Okay, so we're going to start with HB 2682, and we have Emily to explain it.
Madam Chair, members, for the record, Emily Bonner, Assistant Research Analyst for the House Education Committee. House Bill 2682 requires the State Board of Education to include a requirement that students be taught about the Holocaust and other genocides at least twice between the 7th and 12th grades. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And we are honored to have several Holocaust survivors with us today to speak to this bill. And we're going to start with the bill sponsor, Representative Alma Hernandez, and then we're going to hear from several survivors and advocates for Holocaust education.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I just want to first and foremost start by thanking every single one of you who signed the bill and made this possible. I want to especially thank Representative Udall, the chair of the committee, who has been instrumental in making this happen. It really means the world to all of us, and I just really want to thank you again. So I am extremely honored to be able to be here along with the families and Holocaust survivors from Southern Arizona and from Phoenix. This is a very special day today because not only is it Holocaust Remembrance Day, but it's also the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. It's a very important day that we're hearing this bill because, as I've mentioned, we have Holocaust survivors that are here behind me right now, and it is something that they are able to witness and see made happen today. So I just want to thank everyone and the committee members who supported it, and we have a wide support from the community. I want to thank Chicanos por la Causa for giving us a letter in support of this bill. And I also want to thank all of those who were instrumental in making this possible, the stakeholders, the survivors, and their families for bringing this to us and allowing us to make this happen in Arizona. So with that, I will answer any questions if there are any, and I will allow the speakers to go after me.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the sponsor? Oh, seeing none. All right. Thank you. Then Mr. Vice Chair, will you go ahead and call our first speaker?
Yes, Madam Chairman, we have several people who would like to speak for it. First off would be Ms. Sheryl Bronkesh. I hope I pronounced that right.
Absolutely. My name is Sheryl Bronkesh, and I'm president of the Phoenix Holocaust Association, and I am the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors. I'm passionate about the need for Holocaust education, and of course I'm here today in support of HB 2682. This bill builds on the unanimous support by the Arizona House and Senate last year of resolutions encouraging the inclusion of Holocaust and genocide curricula in Arizona schools. I want to take this opportunity to share a broad outline of our unique organization. Phoenix Holocaust Association is a partnership of Holocaust survivors, their descendants, and the broader community. We honor the memory and legacy of survivors and victims, promote awareness of the Holocaust, provide education of this and other genocides, and contribute to Tikkun Olam, repair of the world. For 36 years, our organization has had a speakers bureau to facilitate bringing survivors to classrooms so that students can hear firsthand what people experienced. 2 of our most active local survivor speakers are here today, and you will be hearing from them shortly. About 5 years ago, realizing that unfortunately time does not stand still, we had to plan for the moment when our survivors could no longer go out to schools and speak. We began training children of survivors to carry on the message. In addition to speaking directly to students in the Phoenix area classroom, local survivors have spoken in Casa Grande, Yuma, Payson, and other places throughout the state. We also have brought relevant speakers and exhibits, including the current installation here at the Capitol Museum as part of Holocaust by Bullets. We also have exhibits at the Burton Barr Library, and it will be moving to the ASU Tempe campus through April. Perhaps even more important is our role in educating teachers. We work with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, the ADL through Echoes and Reflections, the Martin Springer Institute at NAU, ASU, Scottsdale Community College, and the Bureau of Jewish Education. This Wednesday evening, there's a teacher training program on the Holocaust, and in February, we have invited teachers to a 16-hour seminar on teaching Holocaust by Bullets. We're thrilled that 20 teachers from around the state will be coming, including from Flagstaff, Tucson, as well as a teacher from the Navajo Nation. But this is just a small fraction of the thousands of secondary teachers in Arizona. With passage of this bill, Phoenix Holocaust Association stands ready to assist in every way possible to assure it results in the impact we are all seeking: greater awareness, understanding, and respect of all people. We owe nothing less to our future generations. We sincerely thank Representative Michelle Udall for scheduling this hearing on such a meaningful day, the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz Birkenau and International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheryl, for all you've done to help educate us on the Holocaust and help educate Arizona on the Holocaust. Appreciate it.
Ms. Janice Friebaum.
Thank you and good afternoon, honorable members of the Arizona House Education Committee and Madam.
Can you, just 1 second, I just want to let you guys know that we're going to try and keep it to about 90 seconds per speaker so that we can get through everybody. We want everyone to have a chance to speak. So just to let you know up front, that's about the time limit we're going to have now. Okay.
I'll read fast.
Go
My
ahead.
name is Janice Friebaum, and I urge support of House Bill 2682 as Vice President of the Phoenix Holocaust Association, as the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and as someone who has taught students and adults and teachers about the Holocaust for the past 25 years in Washington State, Illinois, Florida, and Arizona. I can attest firsthand to the powerful effects of Holocaust and genocide education. Age-appropriate lessons about the Holocaust are often remembered as benchmark instances of learning. A book, a film, hearing live testimony from a survivor, a witness, or a descendant, a structured class project, all of these experiences are often cited as deeply impactful, even life-changing for students. Many years after attending one of my classes, students and teachers continue to report the increasing relevance of what they learned and the influence it continues to have in their lives. Please, I urge all of you, if you're not familiar with the story of paper clips, please Google it, paper clips. The documentary film tells a riveting story of an 8th grade class project on the Holocaust in 1998 in Whitwell, Tennessee. Their novel idea was to collect a paper clip for each person killed in the Holocaust, and that resulted in a world-renowned memorial on the school's campus. Whitwell, a poor rural town of 1,600 people. I'm sorry?
Wrap up real quickly.
Okay, sorry.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please do.
Oh, thank you. Is it Janice?
Yes.
What was your last name again?
Friebaum.
Friebaum, thank you for being here. You've taught this in several different states. Maybe you can help me understand what students are learning now, besides, well, just give me a thumbnail of what you think students are learning now about the Holocaust and how this will be different.
Ms. Friebaum.
In Arizona? You mean, or
from your experience, in any of the states, but yes, in Arizona too.
I think my response would be it's highly variable what students are learning. There's absolutely no standard nationally or sometimes even within a state. If there's no state mandate, there's no standard. And so it's often voluntary on the part of teachers what they do teach. So the short answer is it's highly variable from everything from nothing, literally being taught nothing, to having a pretty excellent exposure to the topic.
Madam Chair, are there curricula that you would recommend, or is it not merely, but generally stories that are the most impactful that you would want to see in a curriculum?
Ms. Friebaum.
There's a lot of established Holocaust and genocide curricula through K through 12, well, I should say 6th through 12th grade, that's already established out there. That is very standardized and sometimes customized. Stories, testimonies of survivors and eyewitnesses are integral to those curricula and are often some of the most impactful parts of curricula. But the curricula are much bigger than just personal testimonies. They include a variety of teaching tools and sources, so on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's our next speaker?
Dr. White.
Welcome.
Good afternoon to you. My name is Alexander B. White, and my fame comes from being on Schindler's List, a Schindler survivor. Now, I have been involved in teaching for quite a few years as associate professor of medicine in Chicago. I was almost 50 years in the practice of medicine. I ran a clinic of 14 physicians, so I'm well acquainted with education. I got involved in Holocaust education in Chicago. Now, about 25 years. And I have found it extremely important, not just to be in school to pass an Ames test, but to learn to be a decent human being, a good citizen, and tolerate people and be kind, the way my dad left me with when I was with him in the concentration camp of Krakow, Płaszów, the last survivor of my family of 6. He had a piece of bread that he handed to me, and he said, I will not need this anymore. You take it, because I have lost everything, and I don't care to live anymore. And if I live another 10 years, I will be consuming another ton of potatoes. He would just be eating like an animal. And he left me, but he said, promise me something. I pray to God that you survive. And if you do survive, please promise me you're going to be a mensch. That means a decent human being.
Thank you, Dr.
Kind,
White.
charitable, a good citizen. And that's what I try to be. I leave kids in the schools with the message, number 1, don't remain indifferent. If you see something happening like it did in Germany, where Nobel Prizes did not march against it, and so on, you hope this will not happen here. Number 2, be a mensch, be a decent, good individual, good citizen. And number 3, after being the only survivor in my family, I had to make a future for myself. I had to get an education. And I would have given my arm and my leg for an education. I didn't care for the care package that I was getting. I sold it on the black market, the bread, the white bread, the chocolate, the salami. I didn't need that. I had to study and get an education, and I graduated, and I came to the States. I served in the army because I owed a debt to this nation, and that's what I teach youngsters. And I can only tell you that it is received unbelievably, how it is received. I'll give an example. I was invited to speak at an alternative school in Phoenix, and the president of the school, when he was going to pick me up to go and speak, told me, look, these kids have problems. They have criminal backgrounds and this and that. If you're afraid that you don't want to speak, I will understand. I said, no, I will go there. And I spoke. They were the nicest and the most respectful kids I have speaking at, and I spoke to many schools. They were terrific. The teacher called me back 2 months later, and he told me the reason he didn't call me right away to tell me how it was received was because he was waiting for the end of the semester where the students would decide what they learned and who they appreciated most. And they all voted. They hoped Dr. White would come back. He is the only one they really appreciated. So it is very important to teach Holocaust education because The Holocaust is a prototype of inhumanity of men to men. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. White. Ms. Wanda Wolosky.
Well, I'm stuck over here, so can I speak from here?
Can we make a pathway for her to get through? 'Cause, oh, we have a microphone. Okay, we've got a mic that
No,
we can
she
take.
really needs to.
I'd
to the
prefer she be at the
podium.
podium so
She
that they
really
can hear
needs
in
to
the
go to the
other
podium.
room.
Yes, yes, do not, no mic.
If she can. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Wanda Wolosky. I am a Holocaust survivor from Warsaw Ghetto, Poland. I was 5 years old when the war started. I was 6 years under the Nazi and 5 years under the communist. When I came to Arizona, I started to speak when I was invited to some of the schools. Most of that, I traveled through the United States and I speak. And when I speak and students listen to me, I get sometimes letters from them. And in the letter it says, thank you for coming and speaking to us. You saved my life because I was thinking to commit suicide. And because of your story, I decided that life is nice and I don't have to do it. So I think is that it's not that I'm just educating them al Holocaust. I also save their lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Sidney Finkel.
Works out well. Hello. My name is Sidney Finkel. I'm a Holocaust survivor. During the war, we had a family of 7, and when the war was over, there was only 3 of us left. My mother, my father, my 2 sisters were all gone. But that's not the important thing, really. You have this bill, and I congratulate you and tell you how appreciative I am that you took it on yourself, and it's so likely that it will pass. You'll get a lot of credit and prestige from having done so. But in today's situation, where anti-Semitism is on the rise, and hatred of every kind is like, okay. Holocaust education, like my other friends have said, changes the kids. It just changes them. Sometimes their life, they say in the letters, has changed. It makes them more sympathetic, more loving and appreciative. I don't think that a kid who has gone through Holocaust education will become an anti-Semite. That's how important your work is. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Oskar Knoblauch.
Good afternoon. Education.
Please state your name for the record.
How important is it?
Can you please just state your name for the record? Start by saying your name.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
State your name.
Can you state your name for the record?
Give your name.
Oh, my name, Oskar Knoblauch.
Thank you.
What's in a name?
A lot.
Yes, I'm a Holocaust survivor. Yes, I'm 94 years old. Yes, I'm a speaker. I go to schools every day. I'm not retired. Last school year, I attended at least 96 schools. There is a reason. The reason is education. This is why children go to school. Should they learn about American history? Of course. How about world history? Of course. How about the Holocaust? Of course. Every session, every presentation ends with Q's and A's. So why am I surprised when they ask me, how did the Holocaust happen? Why did the Holocaust happen? Why isn't that being taught in schools? If I have to tell them this, I would need 2 or 3 days. I try my best. I try my best to teach them something about the Holocaust. That the Holocaust should not happen again. It should be prevented. And who is best to prevent it than children? They have been taught about it, the bad stuff that can happen. And yes, I'm not nice when I go to schools. I tell them everything. I show them on the screens nasty pictures. They need to know this. They need to know the truth. I've come across many exchange students from Germany. They are flabbergasted. They're seniors, and they have no clue about the Holocaust because their government is trying to hide it from them. So let's not do this here. Let's not hide the truth. Let's teach it openly. Let them know this. Let them become better citizens. Let them create a better country. You know, I have spoken to many places, including in Yuma, Arizona, who invites me to high school. And there's somebody else, the Border Patrol. They wanted to hear me. The Border Patrol. There they were, every one of them, men and women, because they want to hear my part of the story. Because my part of the story isn't just the Holocaust. It's the future of this country and the future of this world. Yes, I teach them to be upstanders. Yes, it's fairly a new word. What is an upstander? You're looking at someone that if I wouldn't have had upstanders during that war, and those people were not Jews, they were Roman Catholics, they were Germans, they were Nazis who stood up for me, risking their own lives to keep me alive. That's what upstanders do. And yes, many times I'm in libraries, like in Payson. People like you sit there in the audience, and I said, would you have done that? Would you have saved a skinny, dirty Jew like me? Risking your lives and the family's lives, because if you would be caught, you would have been shot. And they sit there, and I warn them, do not answer me, because you would tell me a lie. Because you cannot answer that question immediately. But this is what upstanders do. And this is what the kids tell me in their letters. Thank you. I will be an upstander for the rest of my life. Because this is the only way to do. Thank you, they say. Thank you to your upstanders that they saved you. Because if you wouldn't be alive, you wouldn't be able to give us those valuable lessons. So do a good thing. Pass the law. Let's have that education to be mandatory. And here's a little warning. Give them plenty of time. Because you see, the subject matter is so big that all the information they get from a speaker in 1 hour is impossible to retain in that little brain. It's got to soak in. That's why I go so many times over and over to the schools again to remind them and say more. Do the right thing. Pass it. The faster, the better. The clock is ticking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Theresa Dulgov.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. My name is Theresa Dulgov. I'm a survivor from Hungary. I survived the Germans and the Russians both before coming to America. I have been a teacher here in Tucson, Arizona for over 30 years. while teaching I was in most of the time I was in Sunnyside in the elementary schools. However, all the teachers in my school knew that I'm a survivor, and whenever they got to the World War II, I would go and make myself an hour or so to come into their classrooms and introduce them for a small lesson so they can understand from my point of view, from a survivor's point of view, what it takes to be a survivor and what it is that you have here in America that most of you don't understand, the freedom you take for granted. And you have two people in this room now who were once my students who remember my teaching, and Alma, right? And so I know that it was worthwhile, and it must be remembered. Most of the Holocaust survivors are dying out. We have to make sure that children remember so it does not happen again. If you don't know about it, you let it slide. You don't say anything. When something, it starts with a little bit of teasing, a little bit of making fun of, and before you know it, it becomes a snowball. And you have to stop it right away. And we can't forget what happened before. Let it never, ever happen again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pawel Lichter.
Good afternoon. My name is Pawel Lichter. I'm 88 years old, and I'm a Holocaust survivor from Poland. I'm privileged to be here for the signing of this bill as a remembrance and honor for the 6 million Jews that were slain and murdered in Poland. Never again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon Glassberg.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. My name is Sharon Glassberg. I work with these amazing, resilient, loving Holocaust survivors in Tucson and the southern Arizona area. I just want to say a couple of quick things. I can't say more than what they did, but what I can say is that their numbers are dwindling. That we know. Those in front of you are committed to speaking in schools, have been saying yes when asked. As we heard, they're not always asked. We cannot rely on the hope anymore that these survivors will be there to give first-person testimony to our students anymore. We can't rely on hope for this to happen. So I implore you to make the lives that were lost and to honor the ones that survived. Make their lives not in vain. Make their lives have meaning so that we can all really say never again and know why. Thank you.
Ms. Diane Post for the National Organization of Women. Diane?
Do we have people in an overflow room, or is this everybody? Okay.
Mr. Victor Peterson?
Okay. Do we have anyone else that wanted to speak on this one?
The only people I have to speak at this time.
Thank you. I think that's it. Then, members, any questions or discussion? Seeing none. Okay. Mr. Vice Chairman, please move the bill.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2682 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Members, the motion before you is that HB 2682 be returned with a due pass recommendation. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez, for bringing the bill and for all of you coming today, for what you do to make sure that your story is told, that people remember that people can do horrible things to other people. And just because we haven't experienced it to the level that it's been experienced and is being experienced in other nations now in different respects, we are not immune. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will never forget reading a book. I think I was 10. I must have been very bored that day, but I picked a book up off my dad's shelf called They Came in Peace, and it pretty much changed my life. It was a first-person story about the Holocaust, and I know you're making a huge difference. The truth makes a difference in our future. Thank you, and I vote aye.
Representative Biasucci. Representative Blanc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I please explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for being present and informing us. I think it is incredibly important to understand how atrocities that are led by not understanding people because of their ethnicity or religious backgrounds can lead up to what we had. It's something, and I would agree with those who spoke, that if we teach people about the loving and kindness that we should all have for each other, we would definitely be in a much more different world. I vote yes.
Representative Golding.
Madam Chair, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to Representative Hernandez. I really am thankful for you and for bringing this bill and also including the entire body in this process. So thank you for that. So I want to say thank you to all of you all being here. As a former middle school teacher, I can tell you that is an age when we have a lot of curiosity amongst our students. A chance for them to really learn content and really decide, how they're going to, use that content later in their life. And I just really think about, lessons that we, myself and my other teachers, that we would, have and talk about the Holocaust and expose our students to what things can happen in our country and other countries around the world if we are not vigilant in ensuring that, we are really coming from a place of goodness. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking your time and sharing your stories. And with that, I vote aye.
Representative Cobb.
Madam Chairman.
Please.
I just want to thank the sponsor. I know that this is very heartfelt for her, and I'm glad you followed your heart and brought all these people in to speak with us today. Thank you so much for that, and with that, I vote aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
I want to join the chorus in thanking Alma for bringing this to us. I also want to thank Chairwoman Udall, who's done a lot of work on this, and Michael Hunter, this has been a big commitment and passion for him as well. As some of you know, about a third of the legislature went to Israel on a trip a month or so ago, and we visited Yad Vashem. And when we came out after visiting Yad Vashem, for those of you who haven't been there, you're on a kind of a patio overlooking all of Jerusalem. And the previous 2 hours are pretty excruciating in terms of understanding in detail exactly what happened to so many. And one of the things our guide pointed out at that point was that had the Holocaust not happened, depending on how you count, there'd likely be 65 million Jews alive in the world today. Instead, we're just about at 13 million, which is the number there was going into the Holocaust. And so that kind of settles for a minute. And then he said, the guides usually try to say something very profound here. The most profound thing I've ever heard is from a guide who lives a couple of miles down this hill. And she says at this point, when she's cooking her Friday night dinner, her Shabbat dinner, she imagines that the wind probably carries the smell of her meal up to this very patio. And that is her best answer to the atrocities of the Holocaust. The fact that she is still alive, still cooking her Shabbat dinner. That's a lot how I feel sitting here today, seeing Alma speak to this bill, seeing the support, and hearing directly from so many of you, actual Holocaust survivors, to take time to do what you do every day and come here is about the best answer we could ever come up with And the fact that through this bill, every student in Arizona will learn and understand about the Holocaust and other genocides is a tribute to the work you all have done for decades. And thank you all so much for being here. With that, I vote aye.
Representative Paula.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Representative Hernandez for bringing the bill and for bringing all of these wonderful people to share their stories with us. Thank you for taking your time to share with us the importance of this bill. With that, I vote aye.
Representative Keaton.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you. It's wonderful that we all have different and profound perspectives on this. And I, too, would like to thank Representative Hernandez for bringing this forward. And I'd like to share a conversation we had. As a lifelong educator and someone with a doctorate in curriculum and instruction, what I hope is that we can create an authentic, comprehensive curriculum that represents all inhabitants of this planet, not just America. And with that, I think the history will be truer and more accurate. But I certainly appreciate the fact that all of you are here today to keep history alive and let us know that there are giant gaps and voids in our history, things that we do not teach authentically. Let's begin with slavery, the Trail of Tears, the genocide of many Native Americans. All of those facts are just history. Our curriculum is sanitized often to make other people feel comfortable. So as I share it with Representative Hernandez, my hope is that at some point this country can come together to create an authentic, comprehensive curriculum, not just highlighting certain areas. So with that, I vote aye. Thank you.
Representative Schoch. Representative Townsend.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Sheryl and Oskar and Theresa and Pawel and all of you who have come, thank you so much for what you do. And the speeches that you go and take your time, and how many you do in a year is amazing to me, and that you have that stamina. And one of you, I can't remember if it was Oskar or Pawel, said about the upstanders. Oskar. I want to remember all of those folks during the Holocaust who were able to do that and continue when you're the only one to stand against such pressure amongst your peers and those around you who are doing something that's wrong. Those upstanders who have the courage to stand up and say no. We need more of those people. And so I thank all of you, and I thank you for encouraging children to do that. And I want to echo the idea of teaching why. What were the steps that led up to a people not being able to defend themselves and allowing this to happen? And I agree with the comprehensive curriculum that Ms. Peden mentioned, and with that I vote aye.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, I want you to all understand that I'm in awe of these people that are here today that are the survivors. We as Americans take for granted so many of our freedoms and our liberties, and don't understand how close to tyranny we all are when we have overbearing governments, or perhaps the do-gooders that want to suggest that they can lead your life better than you can lead your own. And how important it is that there are survivors that can tell their stories about a time in the past when this was done, and the atrocities that will forever be etched into the earth and the histories, the annals of history about that. And with that, I'm very proud to vote aye.
Chairman Udall.
I'd like to explain my vote. I just really appreciate the honor that we've had of having these Holocaust survivors come and speak to us. There are fewer and fewer Holocaust survivors every day, and I just appreciate the time and effort they've given to come and be with us today and to share their stories, not only with us, but with school children throughout the state and throughout the nation. It's incredible what you're doing. no education can be complete without learning about the Holocaust. And that's really the point of this bill, is that no child should be getting through high school without having learned about the Holocaust and recognize those historical facts that happened and how it happened and why it happened, as you said earlier, and how we can prevent it from happening again. And so I just want to say how much I appreciate Representative Hernandez and the Holocaust associations and the survivors that have come and shared their stories with us and continue to share their firsthand stories of events as they happen to them. And so with that, I vote aye. Members, by your vote of 10 aye, 0 nay, 0 present, and 3 absent, you have given House Bill 2682 a due pass recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay. The next bill on our calendar is House Bill 2625. Let's see if the sponsor has made it in here yet. Is she here? Oh, there you are.
You stop.
We'll give a minute to transition here real quickly.
You leave it?
Shauna.
Members, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then come back. Okay, so if you need to use the restroom, grab a snack, you can have a 2-minute break.
So long, Mr. Fusto. You didn't speak. I thought you would speak. Yeah.
We are going to House Bill 2625, and we'll have Emily explain the bill.
Madam Chair, members, House Bill 2625 establishes September 25th as Sandra Day O'Connor's Civic Celebration Day and requires the State Board of Education to do the following for the purposes of the holiday. Develop a list of recommended resources relating to civics education that align with the academic standards prescribed by SBE in social studies, and establish a process that allows public schools to recommend resources for addition to the list. The bill also mandates each public school to dedicate a majority of the school day on Sandra Day O'Connor's Civic Celebration Day to civics education. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Doesn't look like it. Thank you. We'll hear next from the bill sponsor, Representative Bullock.
Thank you, Chairman Udall and members on the Education Committee. My name is Shauna Bullock. I'm the sponsor of HB 2625. Like you, I believe civics education is very important. It obviously encompasses political, practical aspects of citizenship, as well as your rights and duties as a citizen of the United States. To give a little bit of history, first in 2015, Governor Ducey signed the American Civics Act into law, requiring all Arizona students to pass a basic civics test before graduating high school. It was his very first bill that he signed as governor. Arizona was the first state in the country to enact such a law, and since then, 34 other states have followed suit. In 2018, Governor Ducey signed HB 2561, creating the State Seal of Civics Literacy Program to recognize and reward students for achieving a high-level proficiency in American civics. Also in 2018, Governor Ducey signed SB 1444, establishing Arizona as a national leader in promoting civics education by creating the American Civics Education Pilot Program for grades 9 through 12. The success of these trifecta has given sway to Governor Ducey outlining in his 2020 State of the State that he'd like to establish a Sandra Day O'Connor Civic Celebration Day on September 25th. This bill does exactly that. Schools would be required to focus on civics instruction, aligned with civic standards for the individual grade levels. This bill would require the State Board of Education to develop a list of recommended resources relating to civics education encompassing K through 12. Then the school boards would adopt the curriculum. I think creating such a day dedicated to civics education is an important step in ensuring our kids are all receiving basic civics education throughout their formative years. As you guys may know, my kids are both teenagers. They passed their civics exam before entering high school. My oldest teenager, who is a son, he will be graduating high school in May. He's the former vice president for the Governor's Youth Commission. Each student who's selected receives a 2-year term to the Governor's Youth Commission. When my son was a sophomore, he applied and was accepted. He told me he couldn't believe how some of his counterparts from across the state didn't know the 3 branches of government or who one of their U.S. senators were. While my son's engagement in GYC, he also participated in leadership at his high school. He learned a little bit about civics from there. He learned even more from his AP American History class and his AP US History classes as well. More importantly, even though he isn't quite 18, he's already registered to vote. He will be voting in this next election. The initial American Civics Act of 2015 was championed by Sandra Day O'Connor. Justice O'Connor called the lack of civics education the quiet crisis in education, emphasizing the need for children to be properly educated about the history and founding principles of our nation. As many of you may know, Justice O'Connor founded iCivics in 2009 to reimagine civic education in hopes of restoring civics education in American schools and combating disillusionment with the political process. Her vision was clear and ambitious, to cultivate a new generation of students for thoughtful and active citizenship. Civic knowledge is prerequisite for civic participation, yet for decades, civic education had largely disappeared from school curricula, and the repercussions are undeniable. I hope you all agree with me that it's important for the next generation to learn about the importance of things like voting and why we pay taxes. Let's come together, dedicate one day in celebration of civics in honor of Sandra Day O'Connor. Thank you. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the sponsor? Doesn't look like it.
And I think a lot of good people are signed in for the bill, so
they are.
They'll be able to tell you some more.
Mr. Vice Chair, who do we have to speak?
Madam Chairman, we had several people to speak, and I'm having technical difficulties.
Oh, I have them up right here.
Bear with me one second while I have
Want me to just go ahead and call
a
somebody?
technical meltdown.
Okay, I have the list up on mine. Let's start with Caitlin Harrier from the governor's office.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Caitlin Harrier, and I'm Governor Ducey's Education Policy Advisor. As you know, Arizona was the first state in the nation to pass the American Civics Act back in 2015. In fact, as the sponsor said, it was the first bill signed by Governor Ducey. Since then, 34 other states have followed suit, and we've done other things as well, as the sponsor mentioned. Governor Ducey believes it is critical that we ensure our next generation is prepared for the awesome responsibilities that they bear in our democracy. We see Sandra Day O'Connor Civics Celebration Day as a very logical next step towards advancing civics education and leading the way for other states to follow. The concept is simple. Focusing on civics for one day each year, schools are given the opportunity to show our students that civics is important, that it is relevant to their everyday lives, and that we have this privilege to enjoy as Americans. Arizona is very uniquely blessed to be the home of Sandra Day O'Connor, and her life is a living civics lesson. We're fortunate to also be home to the institute that bears her name. Certainly honoring her in this very special way while imparting civics education can have a great impact. This is about building a better, more informed electorate with future leaders that understand the foundational principles of American society and all that we stand for. So with that, I ask that you vote in favor of HB 2625, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Caitlin.
Miss Beth Simic, please.
No, I don't see her.
Sarah Suggs?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sarah Suggs, President and CEO of the Sandra Day O'Connor Institute in Phoenix. Our mission is to support the legacy and lifetime work of Justice Sandra Day O'Connor and to advance civics education, civil discourse, and civic engagement. We thank the Governor, Representative Bullock, for this important bill. September 25th is a wonderful and ideal day for Sandra Day O'Connor's Civic Celebration Day. Why? That's the day she was sworn in as the first woman in our nation's history on the United States Supreme Court. Justice O'Connor, as you likely know, also served as a member of our state legislature, held a leadership position, and when she was with the Arizona Attorney General's office, part of the executive branch, she is one of the very few justices in the United States history of the court to serve in all three branches of government. Justice O'Connor has said that knowledge of our democracy and the practice of democracy is not passed down through our gene pool. It must be taught and learned anew by each generation of citizens. Through HB 2625, you are gifting Arizona's children with immeasurable knowledge and empowerment as citizens to understand not just the branches of government and how they function, but their roles as citizens empowered within our nation, our state, and their communities. Justice O'Connor has also stated that we pay a price when we deprive children of the exposure to the values, principles, and education they need to make them good citizens. On behalf of Justice O'Connor, the Board of Directors of the Sandra Day O'Connor Institute, thank you for your consideration of this important and leadership bill within our state and our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2 seconds. Miss Caitlin Harrier.
Well, she just spoke. She already spoke. She already spoke.
Okay.
You want to speak again?
Miss Karen Taylor Robson. Is that Robson or Robeson? I'm sorry.
It depends. If you're in Mesa, they say Robson. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you to the bill's sponsor, Representative Bullock. It is really a privilege for me to be here and speak in support of this bill. I'm here, I am a member of the Arizona Board of Regents, but I am not here speaking on behalf of the Board of Regents. I am also here as the past chair of the Joe Foss Institute. It was in 2014 that the Joe Foss Institute, in cooperation with the Sandra O'Connor Institute, kicked off a nationwide civics education initiative in Arizona, and Governor Ducey stood up and passed the American Civics Act, being the first in the nation. And as was mentioned earlier, 34 states have now followed suit. And we estimate that nearly 3 million high school students a year now have to take the same civics exam that immigrants to our country have to pass in order to become citizens. So, Arizona leads. And this is another opportunity for Arizona to lead. And I will say, just as a member of the Board of Regents, our universities are also leading. The free expression legislation that this legislature passed a few years ago has led to a number of things happening at our universities that I'd like to call your attention to. First, the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education grants ratings to universities across the country. Thousands of universities and colleges. They have green, yellow, and red. Only 51 universities have a green rating. 3 of them are our public universities in Arizona. So we have a lot to be proud of. Again, Arizona leading the way. All 3 of our universities have also adopted the Chicago Principles, or versions thereof, to protect and promote the First Amendment and free speech. This issue is so near and dear to me. I think the first scholarship I ever won was 45 years ago, when I won $100 for an essay entitled, "What America Means to Me." And as the previous speaker said, we're not born with it, we're taught what it means to be an American. And we have lost our way. This quiet crisis in civics education is no longer quiet. It's really loud. We have a crisis. And Arizona is leading the way. So I'm very, very excited to support this legislation and encourage you to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. What do we have next?
Armando Ruiz. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. Dave Schmutz. Schmitz. Did I pronounce that right, Dave?
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is David Schmitz. I'm a professor at the University of Arizona. I direct the Center for the Philosophy of Freedom, which is a University Center of Excellence in the Office of Research, Impact, and Innovation at the U of A. I am also an immigrant, so I think of being an American as the sort of thing that you're not born, you have to become that. And immigrants know that better than anybody. So I do think of civics education as something utterly fundamental, that there is something special about this country. I've been all over. I've lived in many places. There isn't any place I'd rather live than Tucson. No disrespect to Phoenix. But it is a privilege. And it's a privilege. I mean, we just had a number of speakers telling us what a hard-won thing freedom is. So this is a country that has it in its veins to be deeply special, but that doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't happen just by momentum. It's something that every generation has to reclaim, has to reinvent, reimagine, and recommit to. And you can't do that if you don't know your history, if you don't know why one history leads in one direction rather than another, if you don't understand what makes your society tick, and what it is like to be a society where this is never going to happen again. So yeah, I thank you all for caring about that. I will defer to Paul Carice, who is not just a world expert, but not just an Arizona expert, but a world expert in the teaching of civics. At the margin, it is certainly my intention to be a powerful complement to what Paul does. We have a high school textbook that I'm very proud of in ethics, economics, and entrepreneurship, and I think of that as that is the ecology in which civics really matters, where the rubber really hits the road. It's about being a member of a commercial society. So we don't teach the Constitution in the same way, but we do teach something like, here's what you have to know about what a credit card is, what a mortgage is, what taking out a business license is, because if you don't know these things, you're going to let down people who depend on you and people who love you, and that's not what Americans do. That's not what we're about. So I think of us as making a critical, complementary contribution to civics education. We also are just launching a Master of Legal Studies, which will have a field of specialization in economic analysis of law, which will have tracks for educators, high school educators in particular, also legislators, which includes legislative staff and interns. So we're very excited about that. Our launch is Wednesday. We're looking forward to that, and several representatives will be there, and I'm grateful for that. I think that is about all that I want to say, just to reconfirm how crucial I think it is that Americans not be expected to carry this thing for another generation without knowing what they're doing. We need to give them the tools that will enable them to carry this adventure for another generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Lucian Spataro. Lucian?
He's right there.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucian Spataro, and I'm the Senior Fellow at Arizona State University's Center for Political Thought and Leadership. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about Justice O'Connor and her commitment to civic education. Mark Twain once said, "Citizenship is what makes a republic." The primary purpose of public schools, as envisioned by Thomas Jefferson, was to instill in our youth the civic virtues that would sustain our republic. American leaders from Jefferson to Roosevelt knew informing and engaging the next generation on basic civics was vital to the survival of our republic. Unfortunately, 200 plus years later, very few American students lack even basic knowledge and understanding of how our country was founded, how it's governed, and what it means to be a citizen. Justice O'Connor has termed this the quiet crisis in education, and she led the effort and is leading the effort to shine a big bright light on this issue and its impact on America. I know firsthand of her passion. In 2013, in my former role with the Joe Foss Institute, she welcomed us to her home and to talk specifically about civics and what we now believe is the quiet crisis in America. At that time, she challenged us to come up with an initiative that would shine a big bright light on this issue, a big bright light, she said, and establish civic engagement and encourage it in our youth and establish a baseline of knowledge for the discipline. That was a big ask. We came up with the idea of the citizenship test. She thought it would be a great idea. She said specifically this: it'll get their attention. And as you know, it did. A bipartisan group of Arizona legislators soon thereafter came up with a bill, a legislative model, which Governor Ducey signed into law as the first state in the country. Now 32 more states have followed your lead in Arizona and have passed this same legislation or a version of your model. To the legislators in this room, I want to say thank you. Your leadership kick-started the discussion, and now states across America have placed civics back on the front burner where it belongs as an emphasized, tested, and studied discipline. But this isn't the end. It's just the beginning. The legislation you're considering today is another important step up. From a practical standpoint, the emphasis on a day of civics is very similar to what schools in Arizona and across America do all day long in the hard sciences, with their focus on a day, or in some cases a week, of science fairs where they showcase their capstone science projects or celebrate their accomplishments with one another, their parents, and the community. This celebration and emphasis on accomplishments in a discipline tells our students that this is an area of study that is very, very important. The advantage that you all have here in Arizona is that you have Justice O'Connor. She's known nationally as the leader in this movement, and in addition to being a nice tribute to her work, it's a great opportunity for students to learn about her passion and her work and this turnaround in civics, the history of the rise and the fall, and then the rise again of civics in our country, why it happened, how it impacted America, who led the movement, and the role Arizona played in this movement. It's a great teaching opportunity, and I'm willing to bet more states will follow your lead as they have in the past, and they may even dedicate their day of civics in their state as Justice O'Connor Day. In the eyes of a student, if you establish a day of emphasis on civics, it will help set the stage for a life of citizenship. Thank you for your time. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Members, questions? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Carice.
And speakers, just a reminder, we're trying to keep each speaker to 90 seconds. So if you can try and limit your remarks to about 90 seconds, that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Paul Carice. I'm a professor at Arizona State University. I'm director of the School of Civic and Economic Thought and Leadership at ASU. I'm glad to speak in favor of this bipartisan bill and to be in this line of distinguished speakers. Civic education is a major focus of our school. We have a speaker series, some members here have attended that, which features the theme of civil disagreement across viewpoints on important academic and civic topics. We sponsor an annual Constitution Day lecture and an annual Martin Luther King Day lecture. We have a U.S. pocket constitution, and just this week we will produce it for the first time, we think in the state, an Arizona pocket constitution as part of our civic education efforts. We're also part of a national study with iCivics and an institute at Harvard, an institute at Tufts on a national curriculum for U.S. history and civics education standards. So I just want to make 2 points to reinforce arguments already made about why this is very important. As one of our speakers said, this is no longer really a quiet crisis about inadequate attention to and priority for civics education. We have evidence from studies that document how much the standard of time and curriculum standards for civics education have declined or decreased across the past 50 years. We also have ample evidence of the cost of civic illiteracy among students, high school students, college students, and citizens. Most alarmingly, a recent study that showed that many students in the younger generations no longer have confidence in constitutional democracy as a form of government. They no longer see it as a priority. I also think that the angry, dysfunctional polarization that has taken over so many levels of our government is a consequence of not understanding our complicated system of government and how it prizes exchange of views and different views, and therefore we have to have a norm of civil disagreement and tolerance for different viewpoints. So as other speakers have mentioned, I'm happy to support the bill and also stand ready to support the effort listed in the bill to provide resources to the State Department of Education and to the Board of Education about ideas for civic education, ideas for how a day could be spent devoted to this. One of the speakers has been involved in a new innovation at the university level to promote civil discourse and disagreement, the Regents Cup competition, to sponsor a day of debate and civil disagreement among university students to try and reinforce that message at the university level. That's just one example of the kinds of activities and curriculum resources we could bring to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be glad to take any questions.
Thanks. Members, any questions? Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Miss Julie Reed.
Welcome. Hi, thank you so much for allowing us to be here and to speak. My name is Julie Reed. I am a community advocate up in North Phoenix. I live in LD1. I'm also a member of the Deer Valley Unified School District's governing board, and I'm a mom to 4 of our students. I have a first grader, a second grader, a sixth grader, and a junior at Sandra Day O'Connor High School. I am here today to lend my support for this bill, and
I've had the opportunity over the last 4 years to bring my children down to the House and the Senate with me when I have been here to testify on behalf of bills, and they think it's really cool. They love being a part of the process. They're able to come down here and to see how everything works. They've been able to meet with the representatives that serve our area and that serve their school district, and so they are wholly 100% engaged in the civic process. However, not all of our students have the opportunity to do that. And although we do have state standards right now in social studies that cover civics, I believe that we can do more. We do have a crisis as far as our students and even the parents of our students understanding what civic engagement is and what it looks like and how to be proactively civically engaged. That became very apparent when we had some neighborhood issues in my neighborhood and people didn't know who they were supposed to contact. They didn't know what was a state issue or a city issue or a county issue. And so it does take a lot of time to be able to go through that process and to help direct people to where they can solve their issues. Being a member of the governing board gives me a unique perspective on this, and I really look forward to us being able to approve the curriculum once you have passed this bill so that we can provide an opportunity for our students to learn just a little bit more about what it looks like to be engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Mr. Jake Logan.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I think this is a case of everything has been said, but not everyone has said it. So I just want to reiterate our support for the bill as well. We think it's a great idea, and we're happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I think Miss Julie Reed. Had I called Julie? Then, Madam Speaker,
I think that's everybody. Do we have anyone else that wanted to speak to this bill? Oh, we do have one more. Have you signed in? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann O'Brien, and I live in North Phoenix as well in LD 15. I am also a governing board member in Deer Valley Unified School District, as well as the president-elect for Arizona School Boards Association. However, I am here on my own behalf today, and I'd like to tell you that Sandra Day O'Connor High School is in Deer Valley Unified School District. It's a wonderful school. It is also home to the Academy of American Studies that started in 2010. So we have a program where students are able to learn. It's a 4-year advanced academics program that focuses on civics, American history through a variety of honor, pre-AP, and AP courses, guest speakers, field trips, and interactive activities that also include community hour services. Finally, the program culminates in a senior year internship in which each student chooses a subject or employer that they want to further set personal employer goals that connect with civic duty, history, or career-oriented skills. So we do have some areas in Arizona where we are focusing on civics. I also want to share that both of my children graduated from the Academy of American Studies. My daughter, who's now an 8th grade teacher, and my son, who's studying mechanical engineering at Northern Arizona University. But I'd also like to highlight, as a governing board member, I appreciate the flexibility that this statute would give us as a district for how we would implement it in our schools. So other than that, I agree with the previous speaker who said that you've pretty much heard it all. I would like to extend an invitation to you all to come out and visit Sandra Day O'Connor and see the Academy of American Studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Answer any questions?
Any members, any questions? Nope. Thank you. Is that all our speakers then?
Madam Speaker, I believe that is all that I had on the list.
Great. Thank you. Members, is there any final discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Vice Chair, please move the bill.
Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2625 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Members, the motion before you is that House Bill 2625 be returned with a due pass recommendation. Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Aye.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Long.
Madam Chair, may I please explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you so much. I think we can all agree that civic engagement among young people is incredibly important. I know I've had the opportunity and the pleasure to see young people advocating since my, second year. I'm now in my fourth year. For example, March for Our Lives students are here advocating today on the importance of mental health and making sure that students have access to those mental health supports. I've seen young students advocating for, a number of different things. I also want to highlight that civic engagement, I think part of the issue, and I've seen it, I've had the pleasure of participating as a panelist for We the People, and there's a clear inequity in where people go to school. So if you are in a school that has high poverty, unfortunately, civic engagement looks a little bit different than somebody who goes to a much wealthier school. I've seen it among the students. The level of civic engagement, participation, and understanding does vary based on your zip code. So I'm hoping that this is a first step to provide civic engagement across the state of Arizona that is to some degree a little bit equitable. I appreciate that Sandra Day O'Connor, it will be named in her name, but I also want to acknowledge that there's so many other people in the state of Arizona that have contributed to civic engagement that actually were born in the state of Arizona, like Mr. Cesar Chavez, who really moved so many different issues. And I say that because we do have a variety of diversity in the state, and oftentimes the people that we celebrate and acknowledge are rarely those folks that were in the trenches fighting and oftentimes are forgotten about. I vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Golding. Aye. Representative Cobb.
Aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Madam Chairwoman, may I explain my vote?
Please.
I just want to thank the governor's office and everyone else involved with bringing this forward. I think this is just a terrific bill and a terrific idea. As some of you may know, Sandra Day O'Connor was actually the state senator from today what would be LD28, and among her many contributions, I think she was the female majority leader of any body in the United States. And I'm particularly grateful to the example she set by working together across the aisle with Democrats and Republicans. She has that famous quote about having everybody over for Mexican food and beer at her house in LD20, which was then in LD28. And so I think it's super fitting and appropriate that we're naming this day after her, and I hope that her spirit will continue to move Arizonans. Thanks.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Pollock.
Aye.
Representative Keaton.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Okay, I agree with all of the accolades that have been stated today. It certainly is good content. But I would like to empathize with teachers, principals of school districts, what have you. I can just imagine that having a teacher or principal be told that they have to take one more day out of the 180 days that we have to educate our children to focus in on a special occasion. And this is particularly true with our high stakes testing. As most of you probably know, Arizona's student achievement ranks the lowest, amongst the lowest in this nation. So to make this a priority, take another day out of the school calendar to focus in on Sandra Day O'Connor Day is not a happy thought for, I'm sure, many teachers and principals, because it's like their school calendar is being micromanaged, but they're not given more funds or resources to give our students a high quality education. And I know when this first came out in 2015, my thought was, with our children, particularly poor and deprived children who are not getting a quality education, to have another hurdle to graduation being thrown in front of them is not a good thing. But education in any realm is always good, and I'll be consistent. I think we need a thorough, authentic, comprehensive curriculum that does not put in all of these crazy patchwork quilts together. I just think the efficacy of what we teach our children needs to be authentic and comprehensive, and not just little pieces here and pieces there. Today we've seen two pieces come together. So I am not against, I'm a lifelong educator, I'm not against educating, but I just think we need to be a little smarter, more strategic, and do what's the best interest for our children the whole year. So with that, I vote aye.
Representative Schoaf,
Aye.
Representative Townsend, Vice Chairman Fillmore,
Madam Chairman, may I explain my vote?
Please.
I sincerely appreciate Representative Bullock for bringing this bill together and for the Sandra Day O'Connor groups to be supportive of it. You know, as someone that doesn't have the formal education that so many other people do, and I listened to some of my other members explain their votes, I want to underscore what I believe is the importance of a civic conversation, and that the civic conversation is the ability for all of us to reach across aisles and to talk to everybody about what is important to them and what's important in teaching their children and that. I hear lifelong members of the educational community constantly say that we need more money and things of that nature and complain about the times and one more thing that we have to teach our children. Well, you know, it seems that our Board of Education has taken the time to find an assistant superintendent of equity and wants to talk about feelings when I'm looking at AZ merit scores of 6, 9, and 13, yet an 80% graduation rate. And I'm saying, what the heck? Are we undercutting our children? But I'm here because I wanted to have a conversation, and the conversation in civics is of utmost importance, and having the ability to, even though I am diametrically opposed to the people that would have our children become victims of a lack of funding and things of that nature when it's not there, because this is the greatest country in the history of mankind, and we offer so much opportunity to everybody. So with that, I'm very proud to support this civic conversation, and I vote aye.
Chairman Udall.
I'd like to explain my vote. I will also be voting aye. I think that this is such an important thing for our students to learn. This was basically the purpose of public education when it began in this country, was to teach our students civics and how to be members of this society and how to be citizens. And I think that that's such an important conversation. And I think that celebrating the heritage in our state of Sandra Day O'Connor and what she has done to help others learn about civics is just vital to our students' future and to our society's future. And so with that, I vote aye. Members, by your vote of 11 ayes, 0 nays, 0 present, and 2 absent, you have given House Bill 2625 a due pass recommendation. The next bill on the calendar.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you.
My kids spent a whole month when they were in elementary school dedicated to studying the Constitution, so it can be done.
Thank you. Our next bill on the calendar is going to be HCR 2001. We're going to try and move pretty quickly. Since this is a bill we did hear last session, we're going to try and keep it moving pretty quickly. I think we're going to have speakers down to 1 minute for this bill since we did hear it last session, so that we can keep moving. But we're going to start out with Chase.
Madam Chair and members, for the record, Chase Hauser, research analyst for the House Education Committee. HCR 2001 repeals, upon voter approval, various statutes pertaining to English language learner ELL instruction. The resolution repeals the requirement that all children in Arizona public schools be taught English through English language instruction in English language classrooms, and eliminates the waivers parents must apply for in order to transfer their child to classes that are taught through bilingual education techniques. Additionally, the resolution repeals statute that allows a child's legal guardian to have legal standing to sue for enforcement of ELL statutes, as well as statute that holds school board members, other elected officials, or administrators who refuse to implement ELL statutes personally liable for fees and actual and compensatory damage. Finally, HCR 2001 repeals the mandate that all public school students in grades 2 through 12 be given a test on academic subject matter in English at least once a year. HCR mandates, upon voter approval, that ELL students receive the highest quality of education, master the English language, and access high-quality, innovative, research-based language programs. The resolution also permits schools to establish dual language immersion programs for both native and non-native students. Public schools must also provide students effective and appropriate instructional methods, establish English language acquisition programs, and solicit community and stakeholder input. If successful in the House and Senate, the Secretary of State is required to submit this proposition to the voters at the next general election. With that, I am available for questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Chase? Seeing none. Who do we have here to speak? Or Mr. Fillmore. We're going to have the sponsor.
Madam Chairman, if I may speak from here, my
Representative
seat.
Fillmore,
Sponsor
right
of
to
this
the,
bill.
right to the microphone.
Right into the mic, please.
Or we just don't hear you.
I'm sorry.
They can't hear you. No, speak right into the mic.
You can't hear me?
I
Madam Chairman, I drew this bill up last year. It passed through the House. I'm very proud to again bring the bill forward. I hope that we can get it to fruition this year and get it passed. It goes out to the people. This is a simple bill that says all the kids should have the equal chance to learn. This is a bill that no matter what my feelings are on immigration status or things of that nature, and I've gotten some flack on that in the past, it's to me it's immaterial. I'm here because I want to see our kids educated. I believe that this gives a equal footing to some of the kids who are being held back and not given the opportunity, an equal opportunity to learn other courses beside English, and I think it's also an opportunity for our English-speaking kids to pick up a second bill. So with that, I'll shut up and ask that the people speak on in support of it. Any questions?
Members, any questions for the sponsor?
Thank you.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, who do we have here to speak?
Okay.
We have a ton of people signed in, but only a
ton of
few
people
that want to
signed
speak,
in.
so it might take a while to find them.
And I have as of yet to find anybody. I think a few, if necessary. Nobody's necessary. With that, it's such a great bill. I think it says move on.
I think there were a couple of yeses. So do we have people that would like to speak?
Oh,
Please come on the list to speak against the bill, please. Okay. We have a few that are on the.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can find
as
the
a-
list. I found a. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to find something. Come on up.
Good
State
afternoon,
your
Madam
name.
Chair, Udall, Committee. My name is Ana Manzano, and I am the Dual Language Program Coordinator in the Tucson Unified School District. I've been an educator in the field of language learning for 22 years, and in that time, I've taught in different various bilingual education models. At the district's Language Acquisition Department, I work alongside a team of knowledgeable experts and talented practitioners in the field of language acquisition. Our team oversees the implementation of language programs which range from dual language immersion to structured English immersion. Our district has just under 5,000 English learners, and there are about 94 different languages represented. The goal of our district is to provide high-quality education for all students. This includes language learners. In an effort to do so, our district is building and expanding its two-way dual language immersion programs. Two-way dual language immersion, known as TWDL, provides a pathway for students to attain high levels of academic achievement in conjunction with bilingualism, biliteracy, and cross-cultural competencies in order to become global citizens. The TWDL pathway also provides students the opportunity to attain the seal of biliteracy upon graduation from high school. This pathway provides students the opportunity to earn the state seal of biliteracy upon graduation from high school, and the seal is considered highly amongst employers and institutions of higher education. TUSD currently has 11 schools with two-way dual language immersion programs. Our team selected the early immersion program for our students because it has been backed by years of research to allow students to achieve high levels of academic achievement. This includes English language learners. Students participating in the two-way dual language immersion program achieve at or above the performance level of their peers in mainstream classrooms. It must be pointed out that two-way dual language immersion requires a linguistic balance of students who are English dominant and students whose primary language is that of the target language. A classroom that is linguistically balanced supports peer-to-peer language learning.
Our district's two-way dual language immersion programs are English and Spanish. Due to Arizona's current English-only law, Proposition 203, English learners who cannot demonstrate good English and are under the age of 10 are excluded from participating in early immersion programs. English learners are key to fortifying the academic and the language learning achievement that is mutually shared between both language groups. As a consequence of Proposition 203, our district struggles to linguistically balance its classrooms, and linguistically balanced classrooms are key components to the success of these programs. Our team is here today in support of HCR 2001, which will allow all students access to two-way dual language immersion programs within the Tucson Unified School District. Again, this is important in order to reach that linguistic balance and in order to ensure that our students are attaining those high levels of bilingualism and biliteracy, not just for our mainstream English students, but also for our English language learners. This results in our participating Arizona students being assets to our local and distant communities as 21st century global citizens. Once again, we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak in support of the bill, and we encourage you to give this bill the support needed in order to move forward toward local decision making and selecting the programs that are best for our school communities. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Members, questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Ms. Joanne Haver.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Johanna Haver. I have written 3 books on the subject of English language learner education. Also, I was a teacher in public schools for 32 years, of which 19 I spent teaching English language learners. Also, I was on the Maricopa County Community College District Board for 4 years. I have a handout. I don't know if I'm allowed to give it to you.
We have to have approval for handouts beforehand.
And I will refer to it. I'm okay. I will not.
Okay.
My handout has to do with the program you just heard about in the Tucson Unified School District. That's part of my handout. One thing this bill does that I have a problem with is it gets rid of the Proposition 203 mandate that several years ago limited bilingual education. And that happened for a reason. At that time, back in the 90s, only 4% of English learners were reaching English language competency every year. And we had huge numbers of children graduating from our high schools who could not speak English, mostly Spanish speakers.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
In the Tucson Unified School District, in their dual language program, which would be approved if you pass this bill. In fact, it's already going on, as was mentioned, because they have a certain agreement with the federal government. In kindergarten and first grade, only 30 minutes are devoted to English speakers. Again, in kindergarten and first grade, only 30 minutes is devoted to students in English, to instruction in English. These children are 4 to 7 years old, the best ages for children to learn a second language, but even a genius Spanish-speaking child would have difficulty learning English in such short intervals, whereas the English speakers would do quite well learning English. And that's what you'd see on this chart, yes?
Okay, please wrap up. You're over time.
All right, I'm telling you that a good program would be the one in Portland that our superintendent has mentioned. But that program is not for English learners. In kindergarten, where they enter, or pre-kindergarten, they're tested. And the kids who do not have English fluency are put in their immersion program. It's a Pathways program. I was really surprised to find that out. No wonder they do so well. Dual language programs are a really good idea. I am definitely for them, but not for English learners. For instance, in the Denver public schools, they had to close 50% of their dual language programs, mostly for Hispanic students, because of the failure rate in 3 of the schools of both the English dominant dominant and Spanish dominant children. You have to be careful about this. Putting kids in an environment where their dominant language is being taught instead of the English, what they really have to learn is a very tricky business. And I absolutely think you're making a mistake. And you will continue with all kinds of more problems in education in this state if you pass this bill. Please do not pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Beth Simic, please.
Excuse me.
Did you have a question for?
No, Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Simic?
I have a request. I'm hoping, I know we've been very flexible with our time, but I would like to
We
be
need to be
much more
tighter on it,
consistent.
yeah.
If you say a minute,
Yeah.
we must keep it at a minute. If you say a minute and a half, we must keep it at a minute and a half, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I was just going to say, speakers, when I say wrap it up, you guys need to finish your sentence and then be done, okay? We're going to ask that you really wrap it up quickly. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Beth Simic.
I don't think she's here anymore. Or she wasn't here.
Penny Sharon. Did I pronounce that right?
Penny Shioran? I don't think she's here.
Margaret Lacey.
Okay, we have several if necessaries. Did you want to speak?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Jeff Esposito. I'm here on behalf of Unidos US in support of HCR 2001. Thank you again, Representative Fillmore, for sponsoring this great common sense referral to the ballot. I just want to wrap it up really quickly. We think this is a really, really important common sense thing to refer to the voters that will give students who are English learners the same flexibility and opportunities that the rest of our students already get to access high quality dual language programs to help them actually learn the English language. And this is something that we're really passionate about. One thing that I do want to address in the summary of the bill at the beginning, and I know this was an issue that Representative Bardo, you had last year, was a concern that this eliminated a requirement to test English learners. We've been holding a lot of stakeholder meetings, making sure that everything was perfect and wrapped up with this language, worked with the department. We do have several other sections of statute that do still authorize us to continue to test these students. So that's a concern I wanted to let you know. And wanted to just see if anybody else had any other questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you,
Blanc.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Esposito. Can you complete your statement or idea of why this is important?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Blanc,
Very
Madam Chair,
quickly.
members of the committee. Really quickly, we have seen negative or no NAEP score growth among our English learners. These programs will help these students learn English, grow, and achieve academically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartow.
Mr. Esposito,
Mhm.
I appreciate you addressing the testing issue. I'm concerned a little bit about Ms. Haver's concern about the English speakers. Can you address that concern?
Thank you, Mr. Esposito.
To speak directly to that as much as I can, these programs we know are research-based. This referral to the ballot would expand the flexibility for our schools to engage in research-based programs like dual language, which helps students whose primary language may be Spanish or Dene or Mandarin to learn English. These two-way dual language immersion programs are what works elsewhere and what are known as best practices across the country. And one thing I like to say is we have these programs all around the state already in teaching children whose first language is English, to help them learn Spanish or Mandarin or Dene. And these are great, highly sought after programs. They work. Parents know they work. It's why they choose those schools. Why do we not provide the same opportunity for our English learners to access programs that will help their students learn English?
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It looks like we have somebody else that wants to speak. Welcome, Stacey.
Hi, everyone. I'm
Very quickly.
Stacey Morley
One
with
minute.
Stand for Children. I'm the Government Affairs Director, and I wanted to, this is a really, again, a great bill. Mr. Fillmore, thank you so much. And it follows up on what you guys did last year, and today the State Board of Education adopted the new models of instruction with the flexibility you allowed them in this other bill. This would allow even more flexibility and more local control and instruction designed for the students that they serve. On the testing issue, I just want to say too, is right now, because of this English only mandate, we can only test our English learners in English. So they are given the AZ merit in English. Even if you were transferring from a high quality education program in another country where you speak, we cannot provide them a test. So they may know the content, but they're pulling our accountability down, they're pulling our achievement scores down because they don't understand the instructions. They may understand, you know, the content and be able to perform on some of these assessments, but because they cannot be provided the instructions in the language that they're more natural in, they can't perform as well. So we're actually, you know, creating our own problem. And this,
please wrap up.
Okay, so dual language is a little bit different than the bilingual languages that we had in the 90s. It's very different. President Biggs, actually, when I was at the department, sponsored our critical languages bill, which tried to, you know, make these better programs so that everyone can have the access to language programs that really innovate and have long-term achievement results.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Members, any questions for Ms. Morley? Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Mr. Lieberman.
Yeah, I just want to know, thank you so much for coming down, Stacy. Is it your opinion then that evidence-based informed dual language is actually the best path for, I just want to be crystal clear on that point, is actually the most effective way to educate?
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Morley.
Representative Udall, it is for most students, but again, we're not mandating dual language, we're mandating quality instruction and whatever that looks like for the school, the types of students you serve. And right now we have a mandated one-size-fits-all instruction type that we've loosened up a little bit, but we still have it because of this last tailed in on the voter protected language. And we need to let local school districts, local communities within the quality framework that we insist upon at the state level be able to do that and serve their own students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay. Members, any final discussion? If not, Mr. Vice Chair, please move the bill.
Madam Chairman, I move that HCR 2001 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you, members. The motion before you is that HCR 2001 be returned with a due pass recommendation. Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
No.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Blanc.
Pass.
Representative Bolding.
Aye.
Representative Cobb.
Aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Madam Chair, may I expend my vote?
Please.
I just want to say thank you to the sponsor and our vice chairman on this committee for bringing this. If memory serves, I think this was near unanimous coming out of the House last session. I think it's one of the most important things we can do to strengthen educational outcomes for all Arizonans, and really appreciate you bringing this, Rep. Fillmore. Thank you.
Representative Pollock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I explain my vote?
Please.
It's tricky turning and making sure my microphone is on. Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, I want to thank you also for bringing the bill. This might be my favorite bill that you're sponsoring this year. I appreciate the flexibility, and I really appreciate the opportunities for students who speak both languages to have the opportunity to be in a bilingual setting. Not bilingual, dual language setting.
I'm not leaving.
Okay, can't get out of your chair.
Thank you. And I vote aye.
Representative Eaton.
Aye.
Representative Shope.
Aye.
Representative Townsend. Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Aye.
Representative Blanc.
I'll go ahead and vote aye. Thank you.
Chairman Udall.
Aye. Members, by your vote of 10 aye, 1 nay, 0 present, and 2 absent, you have given HCR 2001 a due pass recommendation.
Sorry, Mr. Lieberman, now you can get up.
Now
I can.
I'm good.
Okay, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2013. We have Chase to explain the bill.
Madam Chairman and members, House Bill 2013 requires a governing board to prescribe and enforce policies and procedures that direct teachers to retain a student in a common school grade if the student does not meet the criteria prescribed by the governing board for a promotion, or to fail a student in a high school course if the student does not meet competency requirements prescribed by the governing board. The retention or failure of a student by a teacher is subject to review by the governing board. The bill allows the teacher to promote a student from the third grade who receives a score on the reading portion of the statewide assessment that does not demonstrate sufficient reading skills as established by the State Board of Education if the student is an English learner or limited English proficient student who has had fewer than 2 years of English language instruction, is in the process of a special education referral or evaluation for placement in special education, has been diagnosed with a significant reading impairment, or is disabled and the student's guardian and IEP team agreed that promotion is appropriate, has demonstrated or demonstrates sufficient reading skills or adequate progress towards third grade reading standards, or finally receives intervention and remedial services during the summer or subsequent school year. Finally, the bill allows the teacher to promote any student in a common school grade or pass a student in a high school course if the student receives a special exception that the governing board prescribes. Madam Chairman, there's amendment I can explain.
Please do.
Madam Chairman, the 2-page Fillmore amendment dated January 24th at 10:13 a.m. allows the teacher to promote or pass any student who does not meet criteria for promotion or competency requirements if the student is an English learner or limited English proficient student and has had fewer than 2 years of English language instruction, and if the pupil's teacher or parent agree that promotion is appropriate, or if the student is in the process of a special education referral for placement in special education, has been diagnosed with significant reading impairment, or is disabled, and if the student's parent and IEP team agree that promotion is appropriate. With that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, members, any questions? Nope. We have the sponsor, Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Members, if you like the last bill, you'll love this one. I call this Truth in Education bill. Members, I have never hidden the fact that I don't have a formal education, and I have never run from the fact that I also repeated the 10th grade in high school. Sometimes we in society don't hold our kids accountable. The kids that I have worked with, I have found that when I dealt with them and I gave them responsibility and they worked within the realms of that responsibility, they appreciated what they had to accomplish. We have been passing our kids with social promotions, stigmatizing our children with things that we think will not impact them later on in life because we don't want them to feel bad. Trust me on that. I've been through this. They will get over it. It'll make them better, and it'll give them the reason to have the responsibility to understand why they're repeating it and to understanding if they fail to meet the standards. But as I mentioned earlier, we have AZ merit scores in the single digits and 80% graduation rates. That's atrocious. All I'm saying with this bill is let's have some accountability in our schools, some responsibility put on the shoulders of the students and the teachers to educate our kids. And with that, I hope you will give me the support in passing House Bill 2013. Any questions?
Thank you, members. Any questions for the
Mrs.
sponsor,
Blanc.
Ms. Blanc?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Fillmore, I have questions. So you mentioned 80% graduation rates are atrocious. What is atrocious about an 80%? Help me understand that statement.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
say that
Fillmore.
again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fillmore, you in your statement said that there's an 80% graduation rate, and that is atrocious. So I want you to provide clarity on what you mean by that statement.
Mrs. Blanc, what I was saying with that statement, and I apologize if I misspoke to that, what I was talking about is when we have AZ merit scores of 6% passing in English, 7% passing in math, and maybe 11 or 13%, the numbers I can't remember. These are from the Arizona Auditor General Report. But the school has an 80% graduation rate. When the kids can't meet 12% of the criteria for the standards in what they have been taught, but they're graduating, I think that we have a problem. Our state scores The state average, I believe, is 42, 44, and 51 in math, English, and science. I mean, to me, that's almost 60% failing, 66%, 65%, or 63%, and 49% failing. And yet we have a 78% graduation rate. When these kids go out into the real world and they're faced with an employer that's dealing with them and the employer's looking at them, I have made mention many a times of a young kid that came to work for me, did not know who Christopher Columbus was. And I think that there's something that's wrong with that. And we as a society have got to hold our kids accountable. And I think that we benefit them. We've been doing our kids a disservice. I actually would like to propose a bill that a kid can sue the state of Arizona for not educating them and making them sit in 12 years of class. So I think that this is a good bill and there's some accountability on all ends.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
Mr. Lieberman.
Nope, to that point.
Well, I had
This is
another.
not related.
Okay,
I had another question.
Mr. Lieberman,
I
go
can
ahead,
wait.
and then we'll come back.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Fillmore, I too have a couple questions. One, I'm trying to understand, is your concern teacher discretion, and you're trying to limit teacher discretion? Is that what you're worried about, that the teacher passes the kid, and you think?
Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, Representative Lieberman, absolutely not. I don't care about teachers' discretion in one way or another. What I care about is the kid being educated. What I care about is if a teacher is promoting someone and the feelings are that the student, we don't want to impact their psyche, I'm sorry, but that kid, some kids should repeat the grades.
So to that point,
Mr. Lieberman.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Fillmore, I think the net result of this, if I'm understanding it, I'm trying to follow it, is it would take that decision out of the teacher's hands, where usually, I mean, I talked to all of my superintendents about this over the weekend. Usually it's a combination of the superintendent talking to the principal talking to the teacher, trying to figure out, all right, they did this but not that. You want a blanket policy so that the teacher, I think, that the teacher couldn't kind of weigh in that way. If it met the policy, if it was 2 Fs out of 6 or whatever, they're failing. I'm just trying to understand if that's
Madam Chairman, Mr. Representative Lieberman, no, actually I don't. And in actuality, if you read the bill and you heard the amendment, I do leave a room for the teachers and the school board to have the ability to move the student forward under circumstances. What I'm trying to do is have the children understand the standards of what they're supposed to have been taught.
Thank you. Ms. Blanc.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Fillmore, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we already have a process in place, again, to Mr. Lieberman's point, that allows the school board, along with the superintendent, along with each principal and staff person, to do a whole process? Don't we already have a, because I'm reading the language as Mr. Lieberman, and it's almost telling a teacher that this is what they have to do. Like, it does take it out of the teacher's, there's already a process in place where it involves the student, the teacher, the principal, and the parent.
Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, Mrs. Blanc, I fail to understand your question, because you're asking me, doesn't this require or take it out of the teacher's hands? Then you proceed to tell me that we have a
Let
process.
me reframe. I apologize. I believe it. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. You know what? I'll ask a different question
well,
if
I
I.
have it to that point. I think to what I thought you were going was similar to my question.
Okay, Mr. Lieberman,
Second
to that
question,
point.
which is why it was not to the point to my first question. Is there anything that prevents a school board from passing this rule right now today, saying, look, in this district, this is how it's going to be. We're going to set the policy and you're going to do it, and there's no longer discretion unless you have these things. I don't think there is, but I want to check. Is there any barrier to a school district today doing this exact thing,
Madam
if
Chairman,
they wanted
Mr. Lieberman.
I can. Do you want me to answer?
Well,
Oh,
You
go ahead.
might not like my answer, so you go ahead.
I'd like to hear Representative Fillmore's answer after Ms. No.
Okay. Mr. Lieberman, right now a district can set those policies, and I know of at least one district that is pretty strict about not allowing them to move forward if they have not passed the class. But there are also a lot of districts where, despite them getting a failing grade from the teacher, they are still being promoted. And that is actually very common practice, that students are being promoted. And I'm going to be upfront and honest, I'm of two minds on this one, because there is research that shows holding them back at certain grades does not really help the student themselves. However, a lot of times what will happen is a student will work really hard to pass so that they're not held back. So the ones that actually get held back, it's not helping, but I think it's helping a lot that would have been held back otherwise. Let me give you an example from a math teacher. For example, in 7th and 8th grade, we don't retain almost anybody. They can fail all their classes. They're still going to the next grade. So I will have students that come to an Algebra 1 class that have failed 7th and 8th grade math. Now they're in Algebra 1. Are we setting those students up to be successful? No, they're set up for failure. And our district even provides free summer school for those students to learn what they need to be prepared. They're not coming because there's no accountability. There's nothing to hold them back. But so that's why I'm of two minds, because there's a lot of research that says if you hold them back in 8th grade, it doesn't help that student. But how many other students does it help? Because they're going to push to get there. And that's...
To that point, I think the answer to my question is yes. Any school district could do this now. There's no barrier to.
They can, and there are some that do.
Yeah, and there can, and there are some that do. And just to that point, so I just want to crystallize, this is taking that option if a school district wants to involve teachers more, there must be some other input away from our local school districts and saying we, at the state level, wherever we sit, know better, and they should absolutely have to do this. They should have to set a policy and have to adhere to that policy with only the limited exceptions that are prescribed in this instance, if I'm following this correctly.
Mr. Fillmore?
Madam Chairman, Representative, yes and no. First of all, we still allow for some local control with the school boards on this, but I think a good analogy on this might be something like, let's say, school consolidation, not beating a dead horse. However, where we could save several $100 million, they have the ability to do that now, but unless we give them a little bit of shove, they won't. They have the ability now to hold the students back and things of that nature. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Lehman, they're not. So I'm just asking for a little general prodding to get them to move. The process still allows the school district board, the teacher, and the parents to move the child forward if they want.
Well, is that correct, Madam Chair?
Mr. Lieberman?
Mr. Representative, is that correct? I mean, only in those prescribed exceptions around special ed, and I think it's trying to avoid that situation.
Mr. Lieberman, the bill says that the governing board sets the policies by which they make exceptions. So, I mean, the governing board can set those policies to be whatever exceptions they feel are appropriate. I think we have Blanc, and then we'll come to
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Fillmore, are we not currently here in the Education Committee behaving as, as legislators, as an overbearing government and taking away the ability from the boards to do what is best? Are we not kind of becoming that overbearing government that you claim you dislike so greatly? Mr. Fillmore?
Madam Chairman, Representative Blanc, no, I think what we're doing is we're trying to see to it that our school kids are educated. I'm more concerned about the school kids being educated than some mysterious rule that seems to be out there that our teachers are protected, that they allow the children to be promoted without them having to meet the current standards. Mrs. Blanc, I'm a little surprised at the resistance on this bill when we want to say, kids, we're going to teach you something, you have to learn something, and it's good for you and society.
If I may, to that point, Ms. Udall, I think my resistance, Mr. Fillmore, if I may, is that we have to understand what the root cause of an issue is in relationship to why students are failing. A part of it is the HCR that you're so kind to talk about. We've been segregating kids in English language classes for a long time. We have not funded our public schools in close to 20 years. We have, thank you to all, in the last couple years, but when we're throwing pennies at a problem that is lacking in now billions of dollars, and on top of that, all the teaching standards, and then we have students, and we live in a state that has a high population of children in poverty with food insecurity. I mean, we've added all of these social issues, and on top of that, inequities. And so I do understand your concern about wanting to make sure that we are holding students accountable for their poor performance, but should we not here in the legislature be receiving an F? Because not necessarily all of us here, because many of us are new to these positions, but we've had people failing our students for close to 2 decades because of the lack of funding. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Representative Blanc, I can understand your concern wanting to continue to kick that can down the road of not educating our kids, because the reality of it is that what you're saying is that, well, this might initiate some response from the teachers in actually educating our kids, God forbid, but our schools will have the ability now to hold them back and give them some assistance. The kids want to learn. We need to educate them. If they don't meet the standards, all I'm saying, what we need to do is work a little bit harder, both at the state level, the local level, and the parental level, to ensure that our children get the education that enables them to become working members of society. And I don't think coddling them and promoting them when they don't meet the standards is to their benefit, the state of Arizona's benefit, or anybody's.
Dr. Pita.
Madam Chair, just to address this situation from an educator's perspective, we've talked about this a lot. There are many variables as to why students fail. And for us to put the full onus or responsibility on the child is grossly unfair. One thing we know in this state is that we are short over 1,400 certified teachers. So a lot of students have had the misfortune of being educated by people who are not fully certified. And research shows if you do not have a highly qualified teacher for 3 consecutive years, the damage is it cannot be repaired. So that student is destined to fail. And there are so many other variables as to why children fail. I think we need to look at a lot of those reasons and try to correct the root cause. But this bill specifically on line 31 says, require teachers to retain a student in a grade in a common school if that pupil does not meet the criteria prescribed by the governing board under section. And it's specifically, that criteria is special ed and what was the other? Yes, special ed and English language. So the fact that it says require teachers to retain a pupil, that's telling the teachers what they should do, and it takes the responsibility from a teacher to decide whether the student should pass or fail. That teacher is the one who taught that child for 180 days. They should have the power and responsibility to pass or fail that child. And we should not be telling the teacher, if that's the case, why do we hire certified teachers? You know, and I totally agree with what has been said. We have, in this state, been practicing educational malpractice for 2 decades. So the repercussions of that is, we have a lot of students failing. The state is failing. When our state is ranked at D+ or whatever in terms of student achievement, yes, the state is failing, but we don't need to put that full responsibility on the child. Research also shows that the most devastating thing to a child's life, other than losing a parent, is to be retained. And that trauma will never be overcome by whatever. The child knows, if I'm in kindergarten or first grade and I know all of my peers and cohorts have been passed and I've been left back, I will never get over that. And the other problem is, when you retain a child, do you change the curriculum? Do you change the methodology of teaching? No, you usually teach the child in the same way, sometimes even by the same teacher. So how's the student, if I feel because you taught me one way before, how am I suddenly going to pass if I do the same thing over and over again with the same teacher, same curriculum, whatever? What do they say? If you keep doing the same thing, it's a sign of insanity. Mm-hmm. So that's a crazy way to teach children. I'm going to help you by retaining you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolding. Did you want to respond to that?
Madam Chairman, no, I didn't hear a question in that.
No, I didn't.
So
That's okay.
Representative.
But Mr. Bolding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two quick questions, trying to get a better understanding. So what are the current forms of remediation available to students? Because it sounds as if that you're currently trying to get at the fact that students' AZ merit tests, they may not match their promotion. So what are some of the current available forms of remediation for students?
Madam Chairman, Representative, I don't think I'm the qualified person that could answer that quite correctly as to what is available now out there, because I'm not focused on what is available. What I'm focused upon is the fact that children who are not meeting the standards are being promoted up and out. Now, I just heard, when we talk about requiring teachers, and we shouldn't blame the kids for them, and for them, what's the words I want to use, for what insanity is repeating it over and over and over. Well, perhaps if that's what our teachers are doing, then maybe the teachers ought to change their program to help the students. What we're doing is hurting the kids. We need to educate the kids. So on that, I cannot answer your question, Mr. Bolden.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Bolden.
Mr. Fillmore, what leads you to believe remediation is the best form of, retention is the best form of remediation?
Well,
Mr.
Bolden.
Yeah,
that specific scenario.
Mr. Bowling, when I was in high school in 10th grade, and I became a victim, according to what one of the other members said, and became devastated for having to repeat a grade, I kind of looked at this and said, why did I fail this class? And my classmates went forward, and I was being held back. And I said, because I didn't listen to the teachers to learn the standards of what I needed to do, and that'll never happen again in my life. So I had to apply myself and then learn. And the second time around, occasionally a little light bulb went in, like, oh, I didn't get that last year, but I got it this year. So sometimes having the opportunity to repeat the educational process where you've missed something enables you to foresee the changes that you have to make, not only in your understanding of the particular problems, mine were in math at that time, but also to kind of focus on the fact that, now I'll apply myself because I don't want to get held back twice.
Mr. Fillmore, to that
Madam
point.
Chair,
Just a second.
Madam-
Mr. Bolding.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead,
Mr.
finish.
Fillmore, and thank you for sharing your story regarding your personal experience. And it sounds to me that you're mentioning like this bill is based off the personal experience that you had. Would you agree that your personal experience may not be the same for everybody else?
Mr. Fillmore.
Representative, Madam Chairman, Representative, absolutely I would agree with that, but absolutely I want to say that in my working with the kids, and I've worked with a lot of kids, non-college oriented in my company, and that when I've worked with the kids, when I've given them the responsibility and said, hey, if we do that, on that, I've learned not everybody learns the same ways, but I have faith in our Arizona teachers that they understand this. And sometimes I think that they see that, perhaps this child or kid should not be moving forward. He or she have some problems. And I think that retention. But here's what I know, is that we have standards, and the standards aren't being made. So, it would be lovely to be a teacher and be able to say, all my kids got promoted. That's batting 1,000. But we're not batting 1,000. And so all I'm trying to do is solve that.
Just to that point, Mr. Fillmore, I also appreciate you sharing your story. And I asked this question because I genuinely don't know. I think you've alluded to several times. Did you end up graduating from high school? I don't know the answer to that.
Yes, I did. Madam Chairman, Representative Lieberman, yes, I did. I repeated the 10th grade, 11th and 12th, and I graduated. And I want to say this. When I graduated in a non-college oriented program on that because of me being held back, when I took my SATs put me in the 89th percentile in English, and I was at about 71 in math.
So, Madam Chairman, and to Representative Fillmore, I think I'm with Representative Boulding on this, and just the data that we have is that most people's experience, they're actually a lot less likely to graduate high school if they're retained, and I think that's the challenge in figuring out what the intervention is that's going to help somebody. I know you've been an incredibly successful entrepreneur, elected twice to the State House of Representatives here in Arizona. There are always exceptions to any rule, but trying to just tease out like what typically happens in this situation does not seem to be the example that you
Madam Chairman, Representative, to a quick response to that is that kids are like sponges. They want to soak in every bit of education that you can give them, and my case was not abnormal in that I succeeded or anything of that nature. What I'm saying is that if I take the standards of 1965 and I take the standards of 2015, our kids are learning less now to compete in a world economy than they were in 1969. And so when you say, data says, let me tell something about the data. Liars figure and figures lie. And with that, I believe that we can do better. Our teachers want to do better. We need to get administration off the teachers, let the teachers be more creative in teaching, and let them move the kids on. And I think that those kids will pass the standards that are put on them.
I have it to that
members,
point,
okay, we're gonna
Madam
do,
Udall.
Okay, just 1 second, please. We're going to do, was yours to the point also or separate?
It was to Mr. Boulding's point.
Okay, so we're going to go with Representative Pollock and then Representative Blanc, and then we're going to go ahead and move on after those two, okay? Thank you.
So, Madam Chair and Mr. Boulding, I can speak to elementary school because that is where my experience lies. And be it a struggle in math or in language arts, when we identified that there was an issue, all of a sudden the child was placed in a tier 1 intervention. So we would have to teach things a different way to see if by doing that we could reach the child and help them be successful. After about 6 weeks, if the child was not successful in a tier 1 intervention, we would meet as a grade level team to talk about how could we make another change for that child. We have 3 levels of intervention, 1, 2, and 3, in order to help the child be successful. Before we would even talk about testing for special education, before we would talk about retention. So there's so much that teacher teams can do if they're given the opportunity to support each other and maybe share ideas that are different than what you've always been doing that's obviously not working.
Thank you. Ms. Blanc.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Fillmore, to your earlier point, the standards of 1960 compared to today are, in fact, very different. In the 1960s through the 70s in the state of Arizona, we were way above the national average on per pupil spending, number 1. Now we are way below, in fact, to the very bottom when it comes to per pupil spending. Number 2, as Representative Peaton noted, we have 1,500 classrooms that do not have highly qualified certified teachers, not because we don't have certified teachers, we in fact do, but because teachers have left education because they are asked to do more than they had to do in the 1960s, because they are underpaid, and the list is long.
The bill, precisely.
But it is.
Bill, okay.
It is to the bill. And it is to Mr. Fillmore's point when he talked about the 1960 standards. And finally, well, he said the 1960s.
Right, you're getting off the standards, though. I mean, this is way beyond the standards. Please
Well,
keep it
but-
directly to the bill.
But it is to the bill, because it's showing we're trying to address the fact that we're putting the burden on the student now when we have failed the student in itself, because we don't have highly qualified teachers in the classroom, because a lot of classrooms have substitutes and teachers that aren't even there the
Madam
entire
Chairman,
school year.
point of order. She is way off base.
No, we have to. Excuse me,
talking-
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Cobb.
Madam,
Part of.
Representative
Excuse me.
Blanc?
I'm sorry. I'm going to finish that thought, and then I will
Representative
stop.
Blanc,
I'm going to
please
finish this
stop
thought.
for a minute. The chair has.
But to the
Please
point,
stop
we
for a
are we
minute.
not elected officials and
Can you
have to be
please
very thoughtful
follow
and
the chair's
responsible when it
direction?
comes to? Yes, I understand that, but
Thank you. Then you need to
root
stop.
causes. The point is root cause. We are trying to pass a
stop.
bill without understanding the root
Okay,
cause.
You need to stop. Thank you. When the chair asks you, you need to stop. Okay, we're going to stay to the bill and not get off topic anymore. Representative Cobb, did you have something to that point? Or do you wanna
Madam
just move
Chairman,
on?
I was just going to say that some of the points that Ms. Blanc were bringing out had nothing to do with this bill, and so
Let's
that
move
was
on.
what I.
Okay. Thank you, members. We're going to go ahead and move on. Mr. Vice Chair, would you like to move the bill?
Yeah, first off, Madam Chairman, we have no one that wants to speak.
Right.
And on that, Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2013 be returned with due pass recommendation.
And Mr. Vice Chair, will you please move the Fillmore amendment?
Madam Chairman, I move that the two-page Fillmore amendment dated January 24th at 10:13 a.m. be adopted.
Members, the motion before you is that the Fillmore amendment be adopted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Mr. Vice Chair, please move the bill as amended. The bill as amended.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2013 as amended be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Members, the motion before you is that House Bill 2013 as amended be returned with a due pass recommendation. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Madam Chair, if you
please
explain my vote. Thank you. I think there's merit to this discussion. I'm not sure if it's in a place where it's finally drafted, but at this point I'm going to vote aye.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Blanc.
Pass.
Representative Bolden.
Madam Chair, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please.
Thank you. I want to say that I believe that right now in our education system, we absolutely have to do what's best for our kids and provide opportunities for them to receive the knowledge that they need. I do believe that there is a significant crisis with regards to providing the outcomes that we need for our kids, but I believe that also plays a role in what inputs that we're actually putting into the system as well. I believe that we can't just measure outcomes without looking at what are those inputs. This bill in its current form, I think, is short-sighted in the fact that it only looks at retention as the only form of remediation for any type of student. Furthermore, I believe, just through testimony, what we heard is that this is based off of individual personal experience, which I would have liked to seen a little bit more data to show that this would be the best form of a policy moving forward. I don't think this is the right course of action. I think as policymakers, we have to make sure that we are talking to stakeholders. Had we began this process with Mr. Fillmore saying that he's had conversations with school districts, with superintendents, with teachers, multiple, and we're not going based off anecdotal information. I would have been more open to having a conversation about it, but what we hear today just does not seem like this bill is ready, and for that reason I vote no.
Representative Cobb.
Pass.
Representative Lieberman.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
I start when I get the education agenda, I call up my superintendents and say, hey, and I intentionally ask without any slant on it. And this was one that I didn't understand, I didn't know enough about. They were unanimous in feeling like this tied the hands of teachers, and took teachers further away from the equation, and further tied the hands of school boards and making them do something that they may or may not want to do. But they were the ones who kind of, I think, pointed down this path of like, school boards can do this right now if they want to. I think for me, kind of I always worry about limiting the discretion of teachers. I have a lot of teachers in my life, and have just seen so many teachers who really spend all the time with the kids and wanting to value that opinion. As my understanding, and I mean, I really came at this trying to understand, this moves in the opposite direction of valuing that teacher voice. But I think the second point is, as I understand it, and you mentioned this, Chairwoman Udall, there isn't good evidence for retention as a strategy to ultimately promoting school success. And that's where I think we need to be rooted. I would be thrilled if one of my kids turned out like Representative Fillmore with the success he's had in his life. But I unfortunately, I think that is the exception to the rule in a kid being retained. And too often that retention is actually a death knell in terms of further schooling. And for that reason, I'm voting no.
Representative Pollock.
No.
Representative Peterson.
No.
Representative Schoch.
Aye.
Representative Townsend. Representative Blanc.
Madam Chair, may I please explain my vote?
Yes.
Thank you. As legislators, we have a role and a responsibility to understand, in some cases, especially when it comes to the education of our children, the root cause of why our kids are falling behind in the state of Arizona. And it's a combination of many things. I appreciate Mr. Fillmore, and I certainly understand your point of view and your perspective in terms of why are kids continuing to be promoted through the school system. I completely understand your concerns, and it certainly makes a lot of sense. But we have to understand that the type of school system that our kids are currently in have been set up to some degree to fail them. And it's a variety of different things. And what I was trying to say earlier is we have 1,500 empty slots that can't be filled by highly qualified certified teachers in the state of Arizona because they continue to leave the classroom. And they continue to leave the classroom, and I know it's hard to hear, because we have undervalued our education system way beyond us even being here for close to 2 decades. That is a problem. We also have to understand that when you are in a classroom of more than 20 students, then it's really hard to try and provide the necessary one-on-one interactions that kids absolutely need. And we are talking about classrooms that are 30, 40, 50 kids in some cases. My daughter was in school in her senior year, and now she's a senior at ASU, where some of her classmates had to sit on the floor because there was no room. And this was when school, I could say, was still, I guess, kind of funded, because we have started funding it a little bit more. My point is that I appreciate Mr. Fillmore, and I certainly understand where you're coming from, but there are already things set in place that give flexibility to local control, allowing the school board members to deal with their superintendents, who then have to deal with their principals and their teachers. But at the end of the day, the bigger overriding issue for me, and the reality is that we have vastly underfunded our public school systems here in the state of Arizona, and the kids are failing because of our failures as policy makers here at this level. I vote no.
Representative Cobb.
Yes, Madam Chairman, may I explain my vote?
Please.
I do want to thank Mr. Fillmore for bringing this forward. I think this is a valuable exercise for us to be going through today, and looking at what's happening and why we're passing kids on to the next level when they can't competently finish one level. And with Ms. Udall's example, as far as going on to algebra and they're not passing the first 2 classes of regular general math, and now they're in algebra, the frustration that child must feel. So I think that there's something that we have to look at I think that there's more to this, and obviously Chairman Udall knew that, why she wouldn't have brought this bill forward. I'm not sure. I'm totally on board with this because we have some things about requiring a teacher and those kind of options, and I think it has to be like a UEP, where they come together and they have a individual plan. And I know that Ms. Pollock talked about that earlier. I think that those are some of the things that we need to look at also along with this. I do think it has merit. I'm going to move it forward. I'm going to vote aye today. But I think that before it comes to the floor, I think we might need to look at some options.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Yes, Madam Chairman, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Outside of the fact that it's my bill, and I think it's a really good bill. I've heard some things said here today that kind of, give pause for me to do some quick reflection, and that there are a variety of reasons that our children fail and that they don't attend those standards. There's a lot of ways as some schools can adapt to help those kids and move them. But going back to, it's not happening. We need to help the kids more. And I believe that by us allowing some of the kids to have a social promotion and be moved without them having the understanding that, I can be retained here, perhaps I ought to really apply myself a little bit more, number one, by some teachers who may be nearing retirement or for whatever reason says, you know what, little Johnny just irritates the heck out of me, and not wanting to deal with that, promote him on when knowing that, that's going to affect that kid for the rest of his life. This bill was not made with the intent to penalize, point fingers at, or anything. This bill was dropped to aid a kid in picking up some responsibility to force a teacher to take on the responsibility. We can talk about all of the issues about lack of funding and what the differences were between 1969 standards and today's current standards in the world. The fact of the matter is that America is slipping. Our kids are not getting the education. I think this is one tool that we can help in there. And if it doesn't work down the road, well then, you know what? I would be one of the first to drop a bill and say, hey, maybe we ought to take another look at this. But for now, we need to do something to benefit our kids, and with that, I vote aye.
Chairman Udall.
Thank you. I'll explain my vote also. As I said earlier, I'm kind of two minds on this. I feel like we do have a system right now where a lot of times kids are passed on, and it's a disservice to those children that are passed to the next grade just because that's what you do. And I think that in many cases, we're setting those children up for failure. They get passed on 2 or 3 years without showing mastery of the curriculum, and then suddenly they're in real trouble and they are completely lost. And I think that a lot of times that is more devastating to a child than having been held back the first year they get way behind. I think that this bill needs some work, and I'm going to encourage Mr. Fillmore to have some stakeholder meetings and really listen to input on how we can include some of those other interventions to say things like, if the student's not ready by the end of the school year, then they need to attend a summer program to prepare them, or some other things that are already in. Move On When Reading has several things like that, where if a student is not ready, there are some interventions that can be done, both during the school year and then in the interim between the 2 school years. But I think that this deserves being talked about, and I think it's something that we need to discuss and talk about how can we make sure that we're not passing on kids and setting them up for failure. And that's really what this is seeking to address. So I'm going to be an aye, but with the caveat that I don't think it's ready completely yet, and that we need to do some more work on this to make sure that there are some other interventions and things in place along the way. So with that, I'll vote aye. Members, by your vote of 6 aye, 5 nay, 0 present, and 2 absent, you have given House Bill 2013 a due pass recommendation. Next bill on the calendar is HB 2015. We have Chase to tell us about it.
Madam Chairman and members, House Bill 2015 requires the governing board to approve all supplemental books, including instructional computer software, before use in a common school or high school course that includes a basic textbook and supplemental books. The bill also specifies that a teacher may not use supplemental books in a common school or high school course with a basic textbook and supplemental books until they are approved by the governing board. Madam Chairman, there's an amendment I can explain.
Please.
Madam Chairman, members, the 2-page Fillmore Amendment dated January 24th at 10:09 a.m. states that if a public school or school district is required to receive written permission from a student's parent before the student may participate in a certain curriculum, course of study, or use certain materials, the public school or school district must notify the parent via written permission form that contains the following information: that the parent may review the curriculum, course of study, or materials, and the time and location at which the parents may review the curriculum, course of study, or materials. Finally, the Fillmore Amendment prohibits a parent from initiating legal action to enforce the written permission form requirement unless the student or the student's parent submits a written complaint to the principal. If the principal fails to resolve the complaint, the parent must then submit a written complaint to the superintendent. If neither the principal nor the superintendent resolve the complaint, the parent may pursue legal action. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Hauser, is this on every subject that the parent has to get approval on?
Madam Chair,
Chase.
Representative Cobb, it's only for curriculum, course of study, or use certain materials that a parent has to have written permission on.
So Representative Cobb, that means that if it's an opt-in type program, that then they would need to send that home to the parents to let the parents know what materials are being used in that opt-in situation. So for the opt-in, that's that piece of it, but it also means that any supplemental books that are being used. So currently, supplemental books that are being used have to be approved by the governing board, but it can be done after they're used. So this would say you actually need to have those supplemental books approved before they're used.
Okay.
I have a question.
For staff.
Possibly, but I think it was maybe to you, Ms. Udall, Ms. Chairman.
Okay.
So if I understood you correctly, this is for opt-in programs?
So Representative Blanc, the piece about sending notification home to parents and giving them access to those materials is about the opt-in programs.
So if I may, Ms. Chairman, my understanding is one of the opt-in programs is sex education courses. Are we doing a workaround for sex education? Are we talking about sex education in this?
So Ms. Blanc, this would include, so sex education is an opt-in program, so they would need to send the materials home for parents to see when they get the opt-in. As with any opt-in, we want the parents to be aware of what the students are going to, what curriculum and materials are going to be used. So this would require schools to just let parents know what materials will be used in that opt-in program so they can make an informed decision.
So I'm sorry, if I may, I guess I'm a little confused because I thought we were going to talk about curriculum and books, and so now we have a 2-page amendment that is inclusive of sex education programs.
So Ms. Blanc, this includes any opt-in programs as far as making the parents aware. So if you're required to get an opt-in from the parents, then you have to tell them what materials you're using. But then the supplemental part is for any supplemental materials used in the classroom, including what would be used in those opt-in
If I may,
programs.
one final question before we move on. What other programs, Ms. Chairman, are opt-in in Arizona?
Ms. Blanc,
outside of the sex education courses.
Ms. Blanc, I do not have a list of opt-in programs. I believe that there are some, I think there are some drug education programs. I'm not sure what all there is. But anytime a parent is given the opportunity to opt in, they should have access to the information about what's going to be taught in that opt-in program.
Ms. Chairman, does anyone on staff or maybe here to speak know what other opt-in programs are here in the state of Arizona for our school system?
Chase,
Madam
do you
Chair,
have that?
Representative Block, I don't have that information right now, but I can compile a list and get back to you with that information.
That would be great. Thank you. Mr. Lieberman, did you have a question?
Yeah.
We haven't had the sponsor speak.
Well, that's, yeah.
Is it a question for staff, or can we let the sponsor speak first? Do you have a question for staff?
About the bill, so
Okay.
Let's
let the sponsor speak.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Another great Fillmore bill. All right, Madam Chairman, first of all, to speak on some of the issues, here's what I'm saying with this bill. The bill is that I've brought forth is basically just saying that right now, all of the textbooks and the items used for teaching our kids have to be approved by the school board, the local school board, and the parents have an opportunity to speak about it and things of that nature. But what has been happening in the past is that this is not required for supplemental school books or issues. So, to give an example, Mr. Lieberman, if I was an old-fashioned racist type person and I wanted to show a particular agenda, I might, as a supplemental issue, bring in a book from 1936 Georgia. If you're a Georgian, I don't mean to discriminate against you or to besmirch you, but all right. Now, the issue on the amendment is because when you're dealing with those opt-in programs like sex ed, a parent has to have the ability to see it. So a supplemental book, normally the school board, if I was a teacher and I had a supplemental book and I wanted to bring it in the classroom, I send it by the board looks at it and says, yeah, it's okay. But if it's on a opt-in program where there's a lot of inflammatory feelings one way or another on certain issues, the parents want the opportunity. And that's what the amendment is about, is giving them the opportunity to face that. Mr. Lieberman, do you have a question, sir?
I'm sorry, I should let you finish, Mr.
All right.
He
So I
addressed
mean,
me, so I got a little confused.
so really, all I'm saying is that I'm still extending. All I'm doing is extending the oversight by the local school board on the material that's going into the classroom.
Thanks, Mr. Lieberman. Did you have a question? For the
Yeah, I have a
sponsor
couple of questions. One, just before the amendment, I'm trying to understand literally the definition of what would be, it says supplemental books and teaching aids, including instructional computer software that are used in the course. That feels very wide open to me. Is a magazine article a teaching aid? Would that need to be approved by the board? Just as an example, I'm trying to understand anything that goes
Well,
in front.
Mr. Lieberman, to that point, yeah, it could be. For instance, if I wanted to introduce a supplemental magazine article out of We Magazine or Hustler or something like that, I really think that should be run by the school board prior to showing it to the kids.
So, Mr. Lieberman, let me speak to that real quick. Mr. Lieberman, currently any of these supplemental materials have to be okayed by the board, but it's after the fact. So it would be whatever is currently required to be approved by the board would still have to be approved by the board just before it's used instead of after.
Well, so, Madam Chairwoman, Representative Fillmore, I think there's a lot of other wrong turns in the road if a teacher's introducing any of the materials that you talked about as teaching aids, and they'd be quickly disciplined and fired and everything else. But that's not this to me, it gets the same issue, and again, was raised by the superintendents who are in charge of educating tens of thousands of kids every single day, is how incredibly impractical it is for a teacher to not be able to bring in a newspaper article or a magazine dealing. I start with the premise that teachers are good and interested in helping student learning and promote student growth, and they see something completely relevant to their point of view on a Tuesday and want to distribute that article, magazine article, newspaper, website, whatever you want to say, on a Thursday. That could not happen because it would have to be approved by a school board. Is it just literally my superintendents were like, are you kidding me? The school board would do nothing but look at all of these things that are coming because every teacher is trying to make their classroom as real life as possible. And I think from Mr. Fillmore's description, with that vague definition of instruction, what supplemental materials are, it would in fact include everything. and you'd be in a situation where, again, teacher discretion is out the window. The school board is involved in the minutia of what's going on in our classrooms. This just seems like, I don't know if that's what you intended, Mr. Fillmore, but it seems like we're headed into kind of a dark oversight place
Can
here.
I speak to that real quick? So, Mr. Lieberman, right now, if they use an article from the newspaper in the class, that's not required to be approved by the governing board either before or after. It wouldn't change what has to be approved. It would only change when it has to be approved, that it needs to be approved before its use rather than you need to get permission rather than ask for forgiveness, I think is what we're trying to say.
I think to that point, that's what he
Mr.
was
Bowling.
getting. That's what Representative Lieberman was getting at. It's not the ability as any teacher, and I'm sure you've done this multiple times, as you're throughout the course of life, you're teaching, you see things that are happening, you want to teach relevant current events. School board may meet once every month, once every 2 weeks, depending on the board that you're with. This would provide potentially a handicap to those teachers in order for them to have the ability to introduce that content.
So, Mr. Bolding, those are not required to be approved now. So an article from a newspaper or magazine, and you still wouldn't I mean, it's the exact same, what is required, what is considered supplemental material doesn't change. So this says supplemental books, software programs, that kind of things. That's more substantial than an article.
Madam Chairwoman, just to that point, I mean, this issue came up with our Scottsdale Unified School Districts with a parent complaining about every single thing the teacher was doing, saying that was supplemental material. And then we're seeing this bill, and so it's not clear to me, again, out there in classrooms, in schools where real kids are being educated, that there's the definition that we're hearing right now around this, and that this wouldn't catch up. Again, it just starts with the supposition that teachers are competent and know what they're doing and are making good decisions. By the way, if they're not, they should be disciplined and terminated and all of those other things. But often when we're trying to put in these systems, it ends up completely slowing down the ability of our teachers to actually be educators and getting in the way of them doing a good job, because a parent could look at that. It literally says instructional aid. A magazine article, a newspaper article kind of seems like an instructional aid if it's making the point around whatever the topic is. And the bill sponsor thought it was too, so at least there's some confusion around what would be included and what's not. And I would fear that an overzealous parent or advocacy group or anyone else can start mucking up what our teachers are able to talk about what's in the newspaper with their kids. And again, it just feels like we're really getting from our perch 20,000, feet up down into the weeds of what's happening in our classrooms in a way that doesn't feel helpful, at least to me.
Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Lieberman, Representative Lieberman, you are right. It is kind of restrictive in that point. But I do want to point out that just recently, within the last 120 days, we had a teacher in Ahwatukee who would bypass the school board and was bringing in some religious books and things of that nature and teaching and pushing the issue. The one instance where a teacher could bring in something that would negatively impact my granddaughter or anybody's daughter or granddaughter or grandson from one way or another, not having been approved by the school board, I think it overweighs the teacher's decision to use this and use it right now rather than prepare for it or find a different method. I believe that if the teacher comes across an article that is relevant, then they should run it by the board and they can use it next year. They might discuss it. What I am more concerned about is a wayward teacher like that one, which was, for lack of better words, Bible thumping on unsuspecting kids. And all I'm trying to do is say, look, I'm not changing whether what they can or can't. I'm just saying when. We need to run it by the school board first and the parents first, and then they can proceed.
To that point, Madam Chair, I think this gets to the heart of it. Legislation is a blunt instrument. This would slow down the learning of 1 million kids in our Arizona schools to make it less real, less contextual, less real understanding of what's happening today on the case that one of our thousands and thousands of teachers could make a mistake. I agree with you. I hope that teacher was reprimanded, terminated, not allowed to teach. But I guess this just gets on, is the solution regulating that for every kid so that current events can't be brought into the classroom, or promptly disciplining the one out of 10,000, 50,000, 60,000 teachers that are doing that. I'm on the side of letting our kids learn and trusting our teachers to do the right thing and throwing the book at the teachers who don't and making an example of them, rather than slowing down the real-world education that we know is a key part of what actually engages students when they start to see the applicability to what's going on today. And that's really my concern with this bill.
Ms. Blanc.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. I'll go to you next. I said Blanc. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Chairman. So I'm going to go back really quick because I definitely have those concerns to the opt-in. So, for example, we just had the Holocaust folks come, and we just passed something in relationship to teaching students about the Holocaust. And so one of the speakers said that he did go into the classrooms and he would bring materials. And so I, as a parent, would have to opt in to hear someone speak about the Holocaust. And so that information, or it's not part of the curriculum, because if we pass it, won't it be part of the curriculum? I just need some clarity.
Madam Chairman, to that point, that's not a required opt-in to talk about the Holocaust, to talk about history.
But to that point, if he brought the materials that day, he could not present them because they were instructional aids that hadn't been approved by the school
To that
board.
point, Mr. Lieberman, Madam Chairman, Mr. Lieberman, to that point, that's correct. And he was not able to give you that literature either, and you're the lawmaker that's looking at this.
Well,
that's also not a good idea.
Ms. Blanc. Did you have a follow-up question on that?
I did have a follow-up question. I'm just trying to process what you said, Mr. Fillmore.
The reason he was not able to give that to us today, Madam Chairman, was because he did not get that pre-approved through the.
No, I don't.
Actually, it wasn't him.
No, it wasn't him. No. My point. I think.
Okay, please.
I'm sorry. I think my point, Madam Chair, is we just heard a House bill that, if passed, could potentially be out in classrooms where we're learning about the Holocaust, and so that could potentially be, in some cases, an opt-in program where a school, to protect themselves, might send a letter home to a parent saying, "Hey, tomorrow or next week we're going to learn about the Holocaust." And if they invite these wonderful human beings to come and speak to the students about the Holocaust, and they do bring materials, then they could be in violation, and then therefore now the school could suffer some severe consequences, because I think in here it's written that if the school does not resolve in a timely fashion, that they could then sue.
So, Ms. Blanc, that section only applies to those that are required to be opt-in by law, which Holocaust is certainly not required to be opt-in by law.
To that point,
Mr. Boulding.
nor staff nor anyone on the committee could tell us what were those opt-in programs. So I think it would be premature to say the Holocaust is not an opt-in program when no one here could tell us what those were.
But to that point, it doesn't matter, actually. They still would be restricted. Even if it is not an opt-in program, which I think it probably isn't. I mean, just put that aside. The Holocaust survivor who brings his handout on Auschwitz would not be able to distribute it that day because they hadn't gone to the school board meeting, which could have been 2 months before. I mean, this is why if you look online, there's 50-plus people, teachers signed in against this. Like the practicality of this, I get if it's a supplemental material is like related to a textbook or coming from a publisher or has some better definition than it has right now, but that is not the case right now, and we have parents already with their own agendas saying they don't like this, that, or the other thing. And I think the solution is to deal with these, trust our administrators, trust our teachers, trust our school boards to deal with that if someone steps over the line, but not tie their hands in having to approve every single thing that comes into a classroom. I mean, we're edging into a very weird government state here of overreach from the House Education Committee that honestly, it feels a little, I don't know the word, but creepy.
Mr. Fillmore, do you want to respond?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, Mr. Lieberman, then on that basis, why do we even submit the textbooks to the school board? Why don't we just let the teacher, as you want, as you do, why don't you just let the teachers do as they so please?
I think that's all. Can I answer
this
his
bill
question?
Is that pertinent issues that are relevant to the course should be submitted to the board beforehand and get the approval. Because again, my concern is that 1 or 2 wayward children, it's kind of like a person being found guilty of murder. I will always fall on the side of protecting them before I will fall on the side of convicting them. And it's the same thing here with the kids. I'll fall on the side of protecting the kids rather than letting them be subjected to some kind of damage, and then afterwards going, oops, it's too late.
Can I respond to his, can I answer his question that he asked me, Madam Chair?
Very briefly, and then I have Pollock
Textbook
and then
adoption
Peyton
is a
that have been
totally
waiting.
different thing. It's a thoughtful planning, it's setting policy, it's at the level that I think it's appropriate for school boards to be involved, which is what is our policy and how we're teaching U.S. history. Whether I want to bring in an article about a topic that I saw in the newspaper yesterday is down in the tactics of teaching where I don't think it's appropriate for school boards to be. To me, that's a very important difference.
Thank you. Ms. Pollock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My school boards had specific questions about what would be covered because the language does feel very broad. So they were wondering, okay, what about a software revision? Would they have to go through the board if that happens? They were wondering about courses that are conceptually approved. For example, at Basha High School, we have a cybersecurity program. It's a 4-year program. This is the first year. But they're approving those courses a year and a half in advance to start preparing for the materials they will need in that class when it makes, does that make sense? And they're concerned that, gosh, if they have to get approval on all the supplementals, they might be outdated by the time they're ready to roll the class. They were concerned about the dual credit classes that are offered in conjunction with the community colleges, because oftentimes it's not up to the school district what material is used, but it's actually up to the colleges. So how would that play a role in how the school districts are being held accountable? Does it include print and digital materials? Does it include peer-reviewed journals that they might use in a Socratic seminar? Does it include AP material that comes from the college board each fall right before the classes start, where they may not have time to go through the school board process ahead of time? Does it include videos and video clips? And then if it's a current event, you know, they could get that approved, like you said, Mr. Fillmore, from the school board, but then to use it a year from now, it's not a current event anymore. So if that was happening in a history class, that would be a struggle. So those were the points that school board members from my 2 school boards brought to my attention.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that one, or
Well, Madam Chairman, yeah, I would like
Okay,
to respond. Is
quickly.
that the Chandler School District?
I have Chandler and
No.
Gilbert.
Okay,
Okay,
so on that
Representative.
issue right there, I know that there's
Mr.
been a
Fowler.
lot of concerns about some of the school board members approving an equity program in Chandler School District and a sex education program in Chandler District. And here's what I'm trying to do, is put a stop gate for the potential for some kind of abuse by some group. The things that Chandler School District is facing is, to me, tantamount to a good example of why we need this bill, why we need to cover the supplemental issue of items being brought into the classroom on that. I'm not trying to hamper the teachers in any way, shape, or form, but what I'm trying to do is establish some kind of good policy. I believe that the school boards could actually take a look at this and say, you know what, this is correct, we do need to have certain guidelines, and then they would establish policies. I have trust in the school boards and the teachers to work something out on this, but the fact of the matter is, right now, it's an open, wide frontier, and anything can be brought in under a supplemental issue that would be detrimental or could be detrimental to the kids.
Okay. Dr. Peden.
Madam Chair, my thought on this, there are already laws and policies in place to restrict teachers from bringing in anything. But first and foremost, I'd like to address the fact that teachers who are highly qualified, certified teaching in the class, they have signed a contract, they've gone through ethics training. There's a whole list of things that educators know that they can and cannot do. And if they violate any of those, they know that their license is in jeopardy. So we don't need to micromanage teachers to tell them what their lesson plans should consist of and what educational resources or learning experiences that they can use. They know. They've gone through professional training, they've been certified, they've gone through bachelor's degrees, master's degrees. Teachers, I just feel that we need to give educators their due respect. They're professionals, they have the expertise to know what they should do and how they should do it. They get more training than legislators. I mean, what training do you get to be a legislator? Nothing. I just feel that we need to give them the respect. We don't need to micromanage the teachers nor the administrators. No one's bringing hustler into a school. I mean,
If they're getting fired.
yeah. I mean, just from ethics, from an ethical, humane point of view, a teacher, an educator would not do that. They just wouldn't, unless they're, they need mental help or counseling or something. So I just feel, let teachers teach. And one thing that would be great in terms of restricting what resources come in, just as Representative Lieberman said, there's a whole process for textbook and supplemental adoptions into the school. It would be good if we could fully fund schools so they can get up-to-date contemporary educational resources. I know some schools have books that are 10, 15 years old. So that's something that we can definitely address. But let teachers teach. They know what they're doing probably better than we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, we have a couple.
Well, I just want to say, I don't know if everyone's aware, I don't know if the Vice Chair's aware, 180 people have signed in to request to speak. Every single one of them opposed to this bill, including dozens and dozens of teachers and board members. I think there's something that goes towards, I don't think anyone started this process with bad intentions, but just recognizing that there's not enough precision in this language, certainly, to pass it on. It would really gum up the works, and that we need to look at a very different approach to get at what's going on here.
Okay, thank you. We do have, I think we just have 2 that have signed in to actually speak, though. So let's go ahead and go to them. Those are the ones I found.
I have a Diane Post.
She's not here.
She's not here?
Not here.
Okay, and the other one? One more.
John Popster, did I pronounce that right? I apologize. John?
Also not here. Okay, I guess we don't have
Madam
anyone
Chairwoman,
to speak.
we have Chris
Mr.
Cotterman here from the School Board Association. Can he speak to them?
He didn't ask to speak, but if you'd like to. He doesn't look like he wanted to speak.
Madam Chair and members, for the record, Chris Cotterman, Director of Government Relations for the Arizona School Boards Association. The hour is late. I'm happy to stand for any questions if you have any.
Does the Arizona
Mr.
School Board
Lieberman.
Association support this bill?
Madam Chair, Mr. Lieberman, no, we do not. We registered a position of opposition to the bill.
Madam Chair, Mr.
Mr.
Cotterman,
Lieberman.
why?
Madam Chair, Mr. Lieberman, ASBA is opposed to the bill. I think it's been articulated fairly well by the members. But the issue is that we believe that there are sufficient safeguards in place currently for the governing boards to review the curriculum of courses, so the main course of study that's mandated to be carried in the classroom for all students, in addition to supplementary books if there's not a basic textbook. So if you have an English class where the kids are going to read 4 novels instead of have a textbook, you have to approve all those novels, right? There is some ambiguity in the language about what exactly a supplemental material or instructional aid is, and so we do feel that it will be burdensome to the school board and to the administration and to the teachers of the school district to have to go through all that material and submit it to the governing board prior to use in the classroom when the governing board has already approved the main outlines of the curriculum for students.
Thank you. Ms. Blank.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Cotterman, when you looked at the bill, I'm assuming you looked at it prior to the 2-page amendment. How do you feel about the addition of the amendment, or do you have any thoughts on that?
Mr. Cotterman.
Madam Chair, Ms. Blanc, we would also not support the amendment. The amendment, we believe, references, there are, to our knowledge, the only statutory opt-in program that exists today is in the way that is presented in the bill, we believe, is sex education. There are others that are or objectionable material. That's the other one, but it's related. Potentially objectionable material of a sexual nature. That's the same idea there. Other ones, if you want to show rated R movies for a potential issue or something like that, you have to have a permission slip for that, but it's not statutorily required. That's a policy issue. So, in that sense, the state board rule The other statutes surrounding sex education already require materials to be made available to parents for review in the district office, and so we don't see a need for an additional requirement in statute.
If I may, Madam Chair, yes, thank you so much, Mr. Cotterman. So currently, when you do look at the amendment, thank you for providing some clarity. We live in a state that requires parents to opt into sex education, correct?
Mr.
Madam
Cotterman?
Chair, Ms. Blanc, yes.
Yes, Madam Chair,
Ms.
Mr. Cotterman, do we know on average what percentage of parents across the state of Arizona opt into sex education?
Mr. Cotterman?
Madam Chair, Ms. Blanc, I do not have that number at my fingertips. It's not reported to us in any way, so we don't know, and I would not want to speculate in this public setting. But I'll see if I can find out for you.
And then one
Thank
final
you. Ms.
question,
Bong.
Ms. Udall, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cotterman. Currently, and I know this because I was one of those parents that felt a need to look at what sex education learning my daughter and son were going to go through, and I found out that early on they really talk about germs. Most parents currently right now do in fact have access to finding what materials are taught, correct?
Mr. Cotterman?
Madam Chair, Ms. Blanc, yes. The by state board rule, which is mirrored on the statute, specifically regarding HIV/AIDS instruction and then the rule and the statute requiring the State Board of Education to develop rules and policies for sex ed. There is an opportunity built in for the district to make available the material for review by anyone who wishes to view it.
And I apologize, Madam Chair, just one final question. And Mr. Cotterman, so not only are parents able to opt into sex education courses, in other words, they're choosing to make sure if they opt in that their child has permission to learn about whatever sex education, and if the parent also has the opportunity to see what's being taught, but then also in the state of Arizona, most of the actually all sex education, if it's even taught, right, because it's based on school boards, it's abstinence-based only. In other words, sex is supposed to be after you get married, not prior, and it excludes discussions around masturbation, correct?
Mr. Cotterman?
Madam Chair, Ms. Blanc, yes.
Madam Chairman, to that
Mr.
point,
Fillmore.
Mrs. Blanc, this is not a sex education bill, but I need to ask a question. Without this bill, without having to bring supplemental information up before the board, for the concern of Mrs. Blanc in her sex education focus, I could bring as a teacher any guardian.
Mr. Fillmore, can you please speak into the mic?
Anything I wanted to into the classroom without your approval, and then afterwards you can look at it. Is that correct?
Mr. Cotterman?
Madam Chair, Mr. Fillmore, I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Mr. Cotterman, please, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, so the curriculum, especially with regard to sex ed, it's a specific issue. The curriculum for sex education is outlined and must be taught as the governing board approves it. This is true for all curriculum, by the way, but sex education specifically must be taught as the governing board approves it, and parents must be given an opportunity to view the materials, and it's opt-in, as Ms. Blanc suggested. So the teacher of a sex ed class cannot bring something into the classroom that was not made available for public review. So in that instance, they wouldn't be able to bring it in.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Cotterman, then you're saying that no supplemental information stuff can be introduced in like a sex education course or any course. Is that what you're saying?
Madam Chair, Mr. Fillmore, no. I'm saying that with regard to the instructional materials used for sex education, they must be made available for public review. So that is a sensitive area, as we know, and school districts will not allow generally their teachers to bring in supplemental materials that are outside the curriculum that the governing board has approved. With regard to other courses, there's a little bit more latitude. But again, we don't know, the statute doesn't define what supplemental materials are. It just says supplemental books and instructional aids. So districts have varying policies on this. Some districts will say, mainstream newspapers are okay. Some districts may not have a policy and say, if you use something, bring it to the board. Other districts might say, teachers can make their own math worksheets, social studies worksheets, whatever. After you use them in the classroom, bring them to the board for ratification. But the main curriculum, the textbooks, and the course of study are set by the board and adopted by the board. So we have a dual track system going on, if that makes sense. There's sex ed over here, which is highly regulated and very controlled, and then there's other curriculum over here.
Mr. Cotterman, what is the consequence if, for example, a district doesn't follow the opt-in policy, or there is material used in the classroom that is not, has not been approved?
Madam Chair, with regard to sex education, that would be, I mean, throughout Title 15, there are not specific statutory penalties for noncompliance, but school districts do endeavor to follow the law in this regard. So if an employee violated the policies of the school district, of course, they'd be able to be punished for that, up to and including suspension or termination. Similarly, if a governing board, if a teacher did not follow the policies of the governing board on curriculum and instruction, there would be similar repercussions, although I would venture to say the political repercussions of the two are much different.
And Mr. Cotterman, have you ever heard of an instance where the opt-in was not followed, but that there had been any kind of disciplinary action that went on in those cases?
Madam Chair, members, not to my knowledge. I think that it's important to note that I think that a lot of the stuff we're hearing publicly doesn't often have a school or district associated with it, except in the case of a couple of East Valley districts, in which case those discussions are taking place at the board and staff level. To our knowledge, that hasn't been in the classroom. So it's hard to know exactly what those issues are, but we as an organization have not seen a large influx of districts reporting to us that they're having problems in this area and that they need additional assistance or regulation. So put another way, I think actually the news stories that we're seeing about this stuff is evidence that a robust discussion is taking place at the board level, and that boards are taking their responsibilities to put this stuff out in public and vet it seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know who this goes to, because Mr. Fillmore alluded in his last comments that this is not, his amendment is not about the sex education course, but if I heard Mr. Cotterman correctly, through that the sex education courses are the only opt-in per statute, and so therefore the amendment is specifically geared towards the sex education course in the state of Arizona. So I just need clarity on that from Mr. Fillmore or Mr. Cotterman's understanding of how this amendment is written.
Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, Representative Blanc, I never indicated that this does not deal with the sex education course. I think that is one. But what I was trying to refer to was outside of the amendment dealing with an issue that parents ought to be made aware. What I'm trying to say is that there are other issues that,
Make sure you speak into the mic.
other issues dealing with the supplemental stuff that needs to come forward. For instance, at one time in the state of Arizona, I believe that you could deed a piece of property and restrict people of color. And we, of course, know in today's society that that's not any way, shape, or acceptable. But a teacher of history could bring in things of that nature to try to push his personal or her personal political persuasional feelings with this kind of stuff. All I'm saying is that what we need to do to protect our children from both the exuberance of certain right-wing or left-wing teachers from coming in and corrupting our child's mind without it being made available to the school board and the parents.
If I may, to that point, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Fillmore, I know you indicated, when I asked the question, you said, I never indicated that this is about the sex education. But the reality is that the way the amendment is written, that in fact it is about the sex education, because it is the only thing in statutory that is an opt-in program. So though you may believe, because you've not indicated that it is, in fact it is because of the way it's written. Do you see what I'm saying, Mr. Fillmore?
Madam Chairman, Ms. Blanc, I can see that you're saying it alludes to the sex education. It does apply to sex education. And because that is, according to Mr. Cotterman, the only thing that is not, or that is an opt-in, then it affects that. All I was trying to do with the amendment was ensure that the proper procedure would be followed. And that's it.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Mr. Cotterman?
Madam Chairman, yeah, on the opt-in courses, I mean, when I'm looking online, it looks like different school districts have different opt-in courses. Is this covering all those opt-in courses? Because I'm looking at traffic school instruction, the abstinence, coding, art, craft, cooking, martial, all those are opt-in courses, right?
Can we have Chase? I believe it only refers to the ones that are required by law to have opt-in, so I'm not sure. I think most of those might be district opt-in. I'm not certain on that.
Because I'm
That's a
looking
good
at
question.
different districts, and they're
Right.
saying these are opt-in courses for different districts.
Can we have
Thank
Chase
you.
address that?
Clarification
Yeah.
on that, Chase.
Madam Chairman, Representative Cobb, the amendment states that if a public school or school district is required under this title to secure the permission of a pupil's parent or guardian before the pupil may participate in certain curriculum or course of study or use certain materials. So it's referencing programs that require permission via in statute. Those, I'm not aware, I've looked through statute as well. I've seen one that parents require an opt-in for clubs and sex education. And I'm still looking as the committee is discussing, but the amendment specifically references if a public school or school district is required under this title to secure the permission of the parent.
Thank you. So traffic schools instruction doesn't go underneath that.
Madam Chair, Representative Cobb, I'm not.
I'm not aware yet.
I'm not
okay.
aware.
Okay. You're still looking.
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chase. Members, any other questions for Mr. Cotterman? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Let's see where we're at. Members, any final discussion? Mr. Vice Chair, please move the bill.
Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2015?
Yes.
2015 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Will you please move the amendment?
Madam Chairman, I move that the two-page Fillmore amendment dated January 24th at 10:09 a.m. be adopted.
Members, the motion before you is that the Fillmore amendment be adopted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All those opposed say nay.
Can we get a voice count on the noes?
Okay.
Madam Chair.
You need to wait till the vote's called. It appears that the
sorry.
ayes do have it so ordered, and we've had a request for a roll call vote on the amendment. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Representative Bartow.
Aye.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Blanc.
Madam Chair, may I please explain my vote? Thank you very much. It is clear and it is evident that this should be a no. It is about the sex education course, and even if it isn't, we're still unclear about what opt-in really means and which opt-in courses it impacts. There is currently a system in place where parents can already opt into sex education. That means they get to choose if they want their child to participate in sex education, which, by the way, in the state of Arizona, is abstinence-only classes. Number one. Number two, I was recently at the Chandler Unified School District where it was confirmed that they have an opt-in ratio of over 90%. In other words, 90% of families that go to Chandler Unified School District are opting into sex education courses. In fact, they want their child to participate in sex education courses. We already have things in place that protect the parent and the community, and it should be left for the school boards. This is a very, well, no offense, Mr. Fillmore, it's a terrible amendment, and for those reasons, I vote no.
Representative Bolding,
No.
Representative Cobb,
Aye.
Representative Lieberman,
No.
Representative Pollitt,
No.
Representative Eaton,
No.
Representative Schopp,
Aye.
Representative Townsend, Vice Chairman Fillmore,
Aye.
Chairman Udall.
Aye. Members, by your vote of 6 aye, 5 nay, 0 present, and 2 absent, you have adopted the Fillmore Amendment to HB 2015. Mr. Vice Chairman, please move the bill as amended.
Madam Chairman, I move the House Bill 2015 as amended be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Members, the motion before you is that HB 2015 as amended be returned with a due pass recommendation. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative
Closed
Bartow,
session is now
Aye.
convened.
Representative Biasucci,
Suspend my vote, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, I just want to show that I understand what Mr. Fillmore is doing, Representative Fillmore, but I do think there's a lot of work that needs to be done if we want to get this to where it needs to be. So with that, I vote aye.
Representative Blanc,
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I please explain my vote, please? Thank you. This policy is really, in my view, not a good idea. We already have things set in place that allow parents to participate in the process of making sure that the information their child is being exposed to is appropriate. There is an entire process for it. You know, earlier we had a whole discussion and it was said, and I quote, "We take for granted our freedoms and liberty with this overbearing government. It is not that the government is overbearing. Are we, in fact, the ones that are being overbearing by creating specific laws that handcuff communities and especially teachers in a system that is already handcuffed due to lack of funding?" And it was earlier noted that we have classrooms that have textbooks that are outdated. They're over 15 and 20 years old in some places. Why are we making it harder for teachers to teach? We also passed a bill because we want to retain students who need to be taught a lesson in being better students, but yet...
Please keep it to the bill that we're doing right now.
Oh, it is. But yet, we're passing right now a House bill that clearly needs a lot of work. It should actually die in this moment, making it harder for teachers to truly teach. In fact, who would want to be teaching in this environment? Who wants to be teaching in this environment is my question to all of you. Who wants to be teaching? There's already things set in place. If a teacher wants to be an advocate for religious beliefs and a parent complains about that teacher, the teacher is dealt with. And I agree with Mr. Lieberman. Let's leave that as it is. It's already in place. I certainly would not want to teach in this environment where I'm underpaid with 30, 40, 50 kids in my classroom, and now with overburdensome where I'm not even given the ability to be creative in my classroom. There's a whole slew of reasons to vote no and disallow this bill from moving forward. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Please.
I really do like the idea that this is asking for permission rather than forgiveness, and I think that that's the part of it that we're kind of overlooking on this. It is that's the biggest part of this. I also think that there needs to be some work that needs to be done. We need to define supplemental. We need to opt out on some of the things that maybe Ms. Pollock was talking about with dual credit classes, AP college materials, those kind of things. When we're talking about supplemental materials, when we're looking at current events that was in government, again, that was not an opt-in class, so we're not really necessarily talking about those kind of supplemental materials on current events. But I think that we need to look at all those aspects of that part of the bill, and those need to be addressed before this comes to the floor. So I'm hoping Mr. Fillmore will do that, and I'm sure Ms. Udall will work with him strongly on this, and I vote aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Permission to explain my vote, Madam Chairwoman. I just, by the way, I just want to say if Mr. Fillmore believes in our teachers and our school boards, it's a really good thing he doesn't dislike them, because we keep going down this path of further and further tying their hands. And I just think we need to let teachers teach, let our school boards, who is the closest form of government for many people that you can easily, if you don't like what they're doing, go throw them out of office and elect someone else. Let them do their job. I think we heard one example maybe of the teacher introducing the Bible when they weren't supposed to. All of the other examples that we heard as problems were conjecture that were stretched kind of the credulity of anybody who's been spent a lot of time in schools and in classrooms. 180 people online, every single one of them opposed to it. Every school district superintendent that serves an LD28 across these are people with a wide variety of different opinions on everything, all opposed to this. This is a bill in search of a problem that doesn't exist, or certainly not in the way that it would need to tie our hands. If it does move forward, which I hope it doesn't, it definitely needs to be much more closely circumscribed to just supplemental materials connected to adoption. I think that's something I could support, but as it is right now, it would gum up the works and get in the way of our teachers and our school boards from doing their job. With that, I vote no.
Representative Pollock.
Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Thank you. I believe that the term supplemental materials and aids is way too broad. There were too many questions that my school board members brought to me that I didn't feel were answered, and they didn't feel like they clearly understood what the intent was. I feel like asking our school boards to approve every last supplemental, whether it's an aid or a material, is going to be burdensome to the boards. They already have lots of work to do at every board meeting. And in large school districts like CUSD, I can only imagine when you've got 4,000 teachers that it's going to be a lot for them to do. We have to trust in our teachers. We have to trust them to do what's right. They have years of experience, they have years of training, they have an education, and we need to believe in our teachers that they know what is appropriate and what is not. And with that, I vote no.
Representative Eaton.
No.
Representative Schoep.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, if I may, just real quickly
Please.
explain my vote. I agree everyone else's arguments were conjecture, and I appreciate that being pointed out, that mine was right on the top of that. I'm surprised so many are now convinced about this issue being something that ties the hands of our teachers, when I have faith in a teacher, but I think Ms. Pollock just kind of underscored something that is of a concern. We have over 4,000 teachers in that, and how many teachers just recently have crossed the line in dating younger students inside the class and things of that nature? And, and all I'm talking about is the ability for a teacher to bring something into the classroom that is, let's say, unappreciated by parents or the school board. I do believe that this bill does need some work and some conversation, but I do think that this conversation's been very good, and I look forward to having many, many more like this on some of the other issues I'd like to bring forth. With that, I vote aye.
Chairman Udall.
Thank you. I'm I also think we need to tighten up the definition of supplemental materials in this. We need to be really clear what we're talking about, what we're not. We need to make sure that there are exceptions for things like current events and things that are applicable to classrooms, whether it be, newspapers or something like that, mainstream newspapers being allowed. I think there's definitely some room to clean this up. But I really do have a concern with asking for forgiveness after the fact. I think that when you're going to use supplemental materials like a book in an English class, a novel, you really need to get the governing board's approval ahead of time, because there are some books out there that have been used in schools that are inappropriate and that most parents feel very strongly should not be used in their classrooms. And the governing board is really that barrier between what gets in the classroom and what doesn't, and they need to be able to do their job. And if we're not asking for approval till after it's been used, then they're not able to do what they need to do. But I think we do need to work on, this is definitely, I know Mr. Fillmore didn't intend it to be every worksheet, everything like that, but at the same time we need to have some clarity on what is included and what isn't, because it sounds like even the current language, what's already in law, there's a lot of questions about what is and what isn't. And so I think we need to clear that up and make sure that we do that. We also need to make sure that the rules are followed as far as opt-in and making those materials available. I have heard from parents that said, I went to look at the material and it was checked out. They said it was, they said the library was the place that the material was available to view, and it was checked out and I could never find it and I never got to review it. And so I think it's really important that when you do have a concerned parent that wants to find out, especially what their kids are learning about something like sex education, or actually the one that I heard about was a history book, they need to have the opportunity to review the material, and we need to make sure that that's available to them, and there need to have some recourse if it's not. There needs to be a path for them to first talk to the principal and then the governing board and move that up if they are not receiving that opportunity to review the material. And so knowing that this needs some work and that we're going to go back and work on this, I'm going to vote aye. Members, by your vote of 6 aye, 5 nay, 0 present, and 2 absent, you have given House Bill 2015 a due pass recommendation. Members, let's do one more bill quickly, and then we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then finish. So we're going to move on to House Bill 2108. I think this one will be a faster conversation, hopefully.
Madam Chair, members, under current law, high school juniors and seniors must be admitted to a community college for dual enrollment, and up to 25% of the students enrolled may be waived by the community college to be high school freshmen or sophomores. House Bill 2108 stipulates that high school freshmen and sophomores must be admitted to a community college for dual enrollment. This bill also requires a school district governing board to award 1 Carnegie unit for each 3 semester hours of credit that a student earns in a community college or university course. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you. I'm the sponsor on this one. Okay, so there are 2 main things we're trying to fix on here right now. Freshmen and sophomores are kind of limited on whether or not they can take dual enrollment, and it's limited by a percent. Only 25% of your dual enrollment students can be freshmen or sophomores. So we're really limiting them not by what they're capable of doing and prepared for, but arbitrarily by the number of kids that are ready. And I think we need to encourage our students to dual enrollment. It is something that helps them move on. The other thing we're trying to fix here is that right now, if you take, for example, college algebra as a dual enrollment class, it's a 3 credit hour course. In high school, that would be a year's worth of math, but they're only getting a half credit in high school because it's a 3 credit hour course. So we're trying to make sure that a 3 credit hour course in college, which is the equivalent of a full year's course in high school, counts as a full year's course in high school. So we're trying to make the credits match up to what they're actually learning. And so those are the two things we're trying to fix here with dual enrollment. So does anyone have questions for me before I let a couple people speak to it that brought these issues to me? Nope. Okay. I think we have, who wanted to speak first on this one? Let's go
Madam
ahead and
Chairman, we have
just go to the
two people and
speakers.
one if required.
Okay.
Miss Rayleigh May.
You're up. Welcome.
Good evening, thank you.
And let's keep it to, can we keep it to
I have a very short one.
Perfect.
My name is Rayleigh May. I am the coordinator of the Vail Early College in the Vail School District, and I want to briefly thank you, the legislature, for helping really blur the lines between high school and college. As Vail has continued to create new opportunities for students to achieve, we have noticed tiny changes in state statute that would help everyone. One change is in regard to how college credit through concurrent and dual enrollment transfers back to the high school. In starting our early college program last year, where we had lots of students completing their senior year in high school while being full-time students at Pima Community College, we realized that we had students that ran the risk of successfully completing 26 or more college credits, achieving ABOR status, but actually not being able to obtain a high school diploma. Unless we became very creative with the classes that the students took at the community college. Often the classes that my students took to complete their graduation requirements for high school were extra courses that they wouldn't normally have taken for their college degree. A change in the law would ensure that a student who meets ABOR, has a lot of college credits, is ready to advance academically, can easily obtain a high school diploma, and also continue to make concurrent enrollment a possibility for all of Arizona students. I thank you. That was it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr.
What do we have next?
Ian Rourke.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of this esteemed committee, my name is Ian Rourke, and I have the honor of serving as the Vice President of Workforce Development and Strategic Partnerships for Pima Community College. I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. James Palacios, who is our Director of Dual Enrollment and High School Partnerships. On behalf of Pima Community College, Chancellor Lambert, and our governing board, we stand today in support of House Bill 2108, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership in advancing and sponsoring this bill. As stated by our wonderful partners in the Vail District, this bill now paves the way for us under the auspices of Achieve 60 Arizona to truly meet that desire by 2030 of 60% of Arizonans having either a post-secondary credential of an industry recognized certificate, a college level certification, or a full degree. When I moved to Arizona 5 years ago, and this is a wonderful and beautiful state, and I intend to stay here for a very long time, I was really struck by what we call the 25% dual enrollment cap in not allowing us to work with our high school partners to allow the opportunity for a full associate degree, either in career and technical education or university transfer, to be accomplished due to the limitations on freshmen and sophomores. We at Pima Community College do not charge tuition and fees for our partners for most dual enrollment classes, for most of the students and parents. Our students, our parents, really need this bill in order for us to pave the way for increased opportunity in both transfer and career technical and workforce education dual enrollment pathways. And I see that my time is up.
Yep,
So thank you.
that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it. What else do we have? James. Oh, okay. James, did you want to speak, or you good? Okay. Please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. My name is James Palacios. I support this bill, and I am the Director of Dual Enrollment at Pima Community College. We're serving over 82 high schools in the Pima and Santa Cruz County. What's really important here is to think about our families and think about the access for our underserved population. What we want to do is we want to create college as a reality for them, and not to become a burden when they graduate high school. This will help them, because at Pima Community College it's zero tuition to the student, but the way that we have it structured, or the way we're planning on structuring this, is that what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring that bachelor's, associate's, or certification closer to the students when they finish high school. A lot of our families in the Pima Community College, or the Pima County, are struggling right now, and they need to families are expecting them to work right away. So this is an opportunity for us to get them trained sooner, to obtain their certification credentials, to obtain an associate's if possible, if we can get to that point, and obviously finish a bachelor's program where it is more attainable for them. They become more motivated, and that's what our job is be able to collaborate with the public schools in order for us to create the best possible program for our communities and our students of the state of Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you.
Callie Kozlak.
Welcome.
Hi, well, thank you. Good evening, members, Madam Chair. I just wanted to voice Callie Kozlak, Associate Superintendent for Policy at the Arizona Department of Education. I just wanted to voice our support for this bill. We see this as a way to increase access to college-level coursework and the post-secondary experience for high school students even earlier on. The superintendent has made an effort to kind of establish a lot of task force committees to bring in a diverse set of a variety of voices into the policy making that the department does, and both our African American and Latinx advisory councils have chosen post-secondary attainment as a priority, and have actually identified the dual enrollment programs as a proven research-based way to increase engagement among students. So we are happy to support this, and thank you for it.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else here to speak on this one? I don't think so. Okay. Members, is there any final discussion? Nope. Seeing none, Mr. Vice Chair, please move the bill.
Madam Chairman, I move the House Bill 2108 be returned with a do pass recommendation.
Thank you, members. The motion before you is that HB 2108 be returned with a do pass recommendation. Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Aye.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Long.
Aye.
Representative Boldig.
Aye.
Representative Cobb.
Aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Aye.
Representative Pollock.
Aye.
Representative Keaton.
Aye.
Representative Schob.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Aye.
Chairman Udall.
Aye. Thank you. Members, by your vote of 10 ayes, 0 nays, 0 present, and 2 absent, you've given HB 2108 a do pass recommendation. We will have a 5-minute recess and then come right back. Okay.
And Sunday's crowd are pretty
We're
much
gonna
the
get back
same,
to work.
And then Friday's huge.
That
and
was way
Saturday
more than
is
5 minutes, you guys. Okay, we're gonna switch up the order a little bit. We have some people that came from fairly far away to speak on House Bill 2684, so we're gonna move that to the front so that they don't have to drive home in the middle of the night. If we can have Chase explain House Bill 2684.
Madam Chair and members, House Bill 2684 is an emergency measure that directs the Arizona Department of Education to establish a crisis management team to intervene and recommend necessary changes for any persistently underperforming unified school district that is located in Mojave County, received an F grade in 2 consecutive school years, and had less than 5% of students who were proficient on the AZ merit in English language arts and math in school year 2018 to 2019. The bill outlines who must be appointed to the crisis management team and that the crisis management team must establish a work plan to evaluate the local circumstances and need of the school district. The team must consult with tribal stakeholders, school district governing board members, employees, community members, and parents to determine various factors such as impediments to academic success, barriers to an effective school community, and the long-term plan to sustain a successful school. Additionally, House Bill 2684 requires the crisis management team to provide the school district with specific written recommendations. The school district must either outline its efforts to implement the recommendations or reject a recommendation with reason. By July 1st, 2020, the crisis management team must submit a preliminary report, and by December 31st, 2020, a final report to the Governor, Speaker of the House, President of the Senate, the Arizona Department of Education, and the chairpersons of the House and Senate Education and Appropriation Committees that include the team's specific recommendations for improvement, the outcome of any consultations, recommendations on the long-term viability of the school district, and a projected implementation timeline for any changes the team recommends. If it is determined that a long-term sustainability plan is viable, the crisis management team may request that ADE compile all recommendations and establish an implementation timeline and plan. The school district is then required to provide regular reports to ADE on implementation of the timeline and plans. With that, Madam Chair and members, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Chase? Okay. And I am the sponsor on this bill. Members, this is a very unique situation where we have a district that has really been struggling for a long time. There's a lot of tension. We have a community asking us to step in and help out. And so that's why we're doing this in this manner. We've had ADE and several people go down and look at the situation. And at this point, it's critical that we step in. And so I'm going to let Representative Teller speak to what's going on. This is in his district. And so I'd like him to talk about the...
So you need to go to the podium.
Yeah, can you go to the podium, please? Yeah.
Madam Chairman, I would like to say something.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to share with you the situation at hand at Peach Springs School District. As shared in the readings, this school is in Mojave County. It has been an F-graded school for quite some time, and that this school is also primarily on the Hualapai Nation. 99% of the students attending the school are Hualapai students, and from what I understand, there has been a conflict between the school district and the Hualapai Nation for quite some time. In my conversation with the chairman of the Hualapai Nation, which the tribe has had some concerns regarding the performance of the school, specifically just the relationship the tribe has with the school superintendent and I do believe some of the members of the board, but primarily I am in support of this bill for the students. As read, again, repeating that this is has been an F-graded school for quite some time, and it's time that, as representatives and legislators that we address this concern in addressing how we can turn this school around on behalf of the community, the tribe, and Northern Arizona. I did go up to Wallapai, Peach Springs in a couple of months ago. I do believe in November, December. I went up there with Department of Education staff. We did meet with the tribe. We did meet with the superintendent, school board members, and superintendent's attorney. And it was shared with us on both ends of the spectrum the issues of conflict. We also met with a parent who shared with us that she was escorted off the school grounds. She was inquiring on the performance of her child, and when she made that simple inquiry to the superintendent, she was asked to leave. So this is one of many stories from what we understand. And so the tribe has asked myself as a state representative for District 7 and also Department of Education that something has to be done. And they are in full support of an effort to address not only the performance of the school, but the issues at the school. So with that, I thank this committee for bringing this to the table.
Thank you, and I thank you for your help with this. I think Representative Cobb has also done quite a bit of work on this, has been working to try and fix some of these problems. I think she wanted to speak to it as well. And then if anyone has questions for either of them, we'll go that way.
So thank you, Madam Chairman. It's been 6 years I've been working on this. And I have not been able to get the Department of Education out there. I haven't been able to get anybody out into the school district up until this year. I had Callie and Aaron from the Department of Education in my office about 3 or 4 months ago. And over the last 6 years, Carla Begay started working with me the very first year. And then there was no representation in this area, really, of anybody that wanted to direct this. It's in Mojave County, but it's not in my legislative district, but it's in my county. So I tried to work with my Mojave County superintendent also. Over years of me trying to get something done in this school district. And it's not just the grade school. The grade school right now, we have 100 students in there, and this has been an F school. But the high school has also had issues. And what is a problem, and I'm going to bring out all the problems here that we have. We have an educational problem, which we have right now, and that's what we're trying to fix. And that's when I brought in Ms. Udall and Mr. Teller, is after we I requested the ADE to go out and do an investigation. Then we brought in Ms. Udall and Mr. Teller into the problem also. But it's also the taxpayers that are a victim of this, because the property is on state land, but it's surrounded by the Wallapai Nation. And so what it ends up happening is this Hackberry district is one of the highest tax districts in the state of Arizona. And it's because it's been taking care of this school, but they're not doing the job at the school that they need to do. We originally, I think, were thinking about going into receivership, which I'm not against either. But then they're trying to do this first as a crisis team to get the kids taken care of first. And then possibly if we can't do anything more, then it would go into receivership. Is my understanding. Is that correct, Madam
Yeah,
Chairman?
so the issue with receivership is you have to have all the goals of receivership laid out in advance, what the exit criteria are. And we want to make sure that through this crisis response team that we can get the input of the community and the stakeholders to help make those goals. If we do go into receivership, we want to make sure we have that input on the front end. We don't want to go into a receivership without those goals firmly in place. And so that's why this crisis response team will give us an opportunity to get that feedback, but also to start immediately to work on improving the situation there.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to say thank you to the Department of Education, because I have been trying to do this for 6 years. And at first, I think they were a little reluctant to do it, but then this last time they saw how strong and I think forceful I was that this had to be taken care of. They went out almost immediately after that and checked out what was going on. Then that's when they brought in Mr. Teller, and thank you, Mr. Teller, also for kind of doing the culturally. You have to have somebody that's culturally educated in this area also to be able to assist in what has been going on, because this is not just about a school district, it's about a reservation, it's about a community, and we had not been addressing any of these issues prior to this. So once we got the school board on and Ms. Udall and Mr. Teller on, we have actually been able to move forward and get something done in this school district. I remember talking to Becky Hill a couple of years ago about why can't we do this with results-based funding with a mentorship program. Right. And this was the school that I was thinking about during that mentorship time. So I just appreciate everybody coming together and helping me out with this.
Okay, members, do you have any questions for either me, Representative Teller, or Ms. Cobb? Dr. Peden.
Madam Chair, I have a question. How many teachers are hired within the school district?
Mr. Teller, do you know that, or if not, AD might?
Madam Chair, I do not know that answer, but I will share that of all the faculty at Wallapai, the certified teachers or teachers in general, none of them are Wallapai.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Teller.
Dr. Peden.
So are the teachers certified teachers?
Mr. Teller.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure.
Madam Chairman, I
Ms. Cobb?
can probably answer that for you. I think it is varied how many teachers have been in this school at different times. And they've all been certified teachers. And we've had, as far as I know, all of them have been certified, but they have not been culturally sensitive instructors, and I think that that's part of the problem. But also part of the problem is that I think that we've had some issues in the past. There was a superintendent prior to the current superintendent that did some embezzlement. We've had, and it's not lack of funding in this school, because they have, I think, between $4 and $5 million, and Callie or Aaron, you guys can correct me on that. They have $4 to $5 million sitting in their account right now, but they're not utilizing it on the school. And so it's not that they don't have the funding available to them. It's not that we honestly don't get a lot of teachers that want to go into Peach Springs, but it's the fact that there is just this adversarial, I would say, poison, toxin kind of environment that is out in that area, and it's not going to be corrected unless we could do a crisis team within there.
And to speak a little bit to that point, my understanding is that their teacher pay is considerably higher than the state average, but that they have incredibly high turnover because of that just toxic nature of what's going on there, so that they're having trouble keeping teachers despite their pay being, I can't remember how much above the state average they said, but significantly above the state average.
And Madam Chairman, I know that the Department of Education is here, and they could probably answer how much they're being paid, but they are, on average, a lot higher than normal teachers are being paid in the rest of the districts.
Members, any other questions for one of us? Otherwise, we have some other speakers. We have the state or the Department of Ed here, and a couple other people, I think, from the school board. So, if there are no more. Mr. Vice Chair, can you please call first speaker?
Madam Chairman, first speaker I have is Callie Kozlik.
Welcome again.
Hello again, members. Madam Chair, members, Representative Teller, thank you for this opportunity to hear this bill. As you've heard, sort of the department's involvement in this really came at the request of and concern of legislators, which I think is also based on many years of constituent concerns of reaching out to the state regarding the situation in Peach Springs. And after doing some preliminary fact-finding by going up there, trying to talk with a number of people, also talking with our teams at the department who have serviced and interacted with that community over the years, I think we came to the conclusion that there is a need for a deeper, more student-centered approach to help support a long-term plan that is as mentioned, kind of get at some of these toxic relationships and really make it a better place for students to receive an education. The school has been persistently failing, and there have been really high rates of teacher turnover. And when there are really high rates of teacher turnover, it's very hard for a school to improve. So this crisis management team approach is not meant to automatically jump to receivership, but to really enable sort of a comprehensive group of people with different expertise to do some deeper fact finding, talk with a lot of different sides, really understand the community's concerns, vision for their children's education, and come up with a proposed sustainable solution within a set time frame. And just to answer some of the questions about numbers, based on last year's school report card data, about 1/3 of the teachers were emergency and 2/3 certified, but in a latest trip by the Department of Education in October by one of our program specialists, there were only 7 teachers still on board, and they were all had emergency certifications. And the average teacher salary there is a little over $52,000 annually.
Thank you. Members, any question for Callie? Dr. Peten?
Madam Chair, Kelly?
Callie.
I just so the Department of Education used to have an intervention department. Does that still exist?
Callie.
Madam Chair, Representative Peden, we do have a school improvement unit. Currently, it is all funded through federal dollars and kind of follows a federal framework for school improvement. And so, yes, there are specialists that work closely with a school once they are identified as an F school or persistently underperforming.
Madam Chair, so does this school fall under that criteria, or?
Yes, and there has been a team working with the school, working mostly directly with the district because that's how they're set up to work. And again, I think they've really given it a college try, but where they're hitting a wall is this larger community involvement and more collaboration and sort of getting at those larger community relationships in order to create some sustainable plans.
Mr. Fillmore,
Thank you.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, and Kelly, yeah, I'm having a problem trying to get my head wrapped around this. We got 100 students, 5 years or 6 years this school has been an F district, and you have a crisis response team or something up there, and they've only been involved now for about a year.
No, 2 months.
There currently isn't a crisis. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Representative Fillmore. There currently is not a team. We have some folks from our school improvement unit, which again is a unit at the department that operates under a federal framework and has some funding, including funding where it allows for specialists to work with failing schools. So they have been involved with the school superintendent there, but there hasn't been this deeper approach and a deeper approach that involves a lot of collaboration with the community.
Mr.
Madam Chairman and young lady, if I could. So there has not been a team up there. The question that comes to mind is why not? I mean, 5 years in F school. Are there other school districts like that in the state that's experiencing this kind of a difficulty?
Madam Chair, Representative Fillmore, I mean, that's why we're here today, to really seek some solutions around this. And I venture to guess there may be other districts like this in the state. And again, the department has no interest in getting into the business of receivership. But I do think this could be a model that could be replicated elsewhere when needed on kind of an emergency basis.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore, do you have
May I
one
follow up? Yeah, Madam Chairman, then, so the department now, after 5 years, is saying that, yeah, perhaps we ought to look at this, and then you're saying that there may be more out there like this? Is this the Department of Education's usual approach to, I mean, we're talking 100 lives here on just these kids, and I'm wondering how many more are out there, and I'm just asking I don't mean to be beating up on the Department of Education, but it's atrocious. I mean, it's embarrassing, it's disgusting, and, you know, I'm wondering why it's happening on the reservation. I know that there's additional monies that are available, and the communities all seem to be is it a racial thing from the Department of Education, or do you guys have a problem with it? I'm just trying to understand.
Madam
Kelly.
Chair, Representative Fillmore, I mean, this is exactly why we're here today, and why myself and my colleagues made a trip up there because we really wanted to understand why it is persistently failing, and why there is kind of a toxic relationship happening, and the students are stuck in the middle of all that. So this is our effort to take a deeper approach to it. And as I mentioned, our school improvement team, they are a team with, they only have so much capacity. They operate under kind of a framework that is set by the federal government through federal funds. So it doesn't allow kind of this increased flexibility to take a more comprehensive approach.
Madam Chair and Kelly, then I appreciate what you're saying, that you're now wanting to take this. 6 years. That means grade 6 kids now have graduated from high school. And I mean, it's been an F school all this time. And I can appreciate that you want to now do something. Is there a reason it hasn't been dealt with for the last 5?
If I may.
Mr. Fillmore, Mr. Fillmore, she
Please.
and the others that are at the department now haven't necessarily been there that whole time. And so I
That's,
think,
Madam Chairman,
yeah.
what I was going to discuss. I've gone through 3 school board members, or school board administrators, and I've gone through 1 county superintendent. Now, he started out working with me and was trying to do this six years ago, and I got to tell you, the school's been a failing school longer than that. But the 6 years that I've been in office, it's been a failing school. And that's when I started, was the year before I started in office. I started working on this issue. So I've gone through 3 superintendents. This is the 3rd one. I almost held these guys hostage one day to say, I need you out there. I need somebody, because Miss Hoffman has been making visits to the schools, and she was making visits all around, and I know that Mr. Biasucci assisted her in some of them, and I said, don't visit any more schools until this school gets visited. And then that's when they went out to this school. I think that as legislators, we need to be aware of what our schools are doing out there, because if there is other schools out there, it's not coming up on the radar. So we need to bring that up on the radar. If we don't bring it up on the radar, I don't know if we'd have somebody out there. And you've got to be persistent, like I was. I mean, it's taken me 6 years and 3 superintendents to get anybody out there to even look at this. And yet they're doing it. So don't beat up on this administration for doing this, because I actually applaud them, because even though I held them hostage in my office, they did it. And I have not been able to do that prior to this point.
Thanks. Representative Pollock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and Ms. Kozlak, Representative Cobb just mentioned that there have been 3 superintendents in the last 6 years. How long has the current superintendent been in his place, or her place?
The Mojave County Superintendent.
Oh.
Is that what you're talking about, or Ms. Hoffman?
Well, is there a superintendent?
I'm talking about there's
Through the chair, please.
Madam Chairman, sorry. Madam Chairman, the Superintendent Hoffman, and then there was Superintendent Douglas, and I can't remember who was prior to Douglas. There was
Superintendent Huppenthal.
Huppenthal, prior to that. So there's been 3 since I have started working in this. Now we do have our Mojave County that's been there the whole time. Our county superintendent's been there the whole time.
Okay, so Madam
Representative
Chair
Park?
and Ms. Kozlak, since the Mojave superintendent has been in place for 6 years, do you feel that he or she has been doing what the school needs to make the changes they need to make?
Madam Chair, Representative Pollock, so the current school superintendent who serves both, what we're talking about is one K through 12 school. And so the superintendent has also played the principal role, and she has been on board for 5 years. And granted, yes, before that, the school also was failing. So yes, she's been on board for 5 years. Again, our school improvement team, which has been around even beyond the current Superintendent Hoffman administration, has been working with this school district under kind of the federal framework, but they had, I mean, their sort of scope is limited in terms of what kind of support they can provide. And I think a big, even though the current superintendent, I understand, has tried to take a lot of action steps academically for the students with the funds available, because of the high teacher turnover rate, that has really impacted the ability of those interventions to really sink into the school. In my
Madam
opinion.
Chairman, if I could ask Representative Teller, had indicated that none of the teachers there were of the Native American community in question, and is this a cultural disconnect that's happening between the teachers coming in or people from the outside and the community not accepting them or not understanding, or is there a disconnect there?
Mr. Teller.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Fillmore, yes, that is a clear disconnect. I believe that the school hasn't addressed. I'm sure they have, but again, it's such a toxic situation. In my conversation with some of the tribal members, they are not interested in teaching in the school because of the toxicity of the relationship between the superintendent and the tribe. And that's one of the big concerns that we've been hearing. That's one of the concerns that was addressed when it came to the faculty turnover, the high faculty turnover. Was that concern? Yes.
Madam Chairman, as a follow-up, if I could then, Representative Teller, is this a problem that might be alleviated if we had a Wallapai or a Native American superintendent up there that had a better understanding of the I want to say intricacies of dealing with members of the community? Would that be a benefit to help the school?
Mr. Teller.
Madam Chair, Mr. Fillmore, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We do have school districts on Navajo that have had Navajo superintendents, and for some reason, their contracts were not extended. And specifically for this community, which is highly polarized, because it's a small, tight-knit community, Wallapai community, and then you bring in the school district. I don't know how to answer that question without sharing that it is important that a superintendent be culturally sensitive, at the same time understand the difficulty of the situation before, current, and future.
Thank you. And Mr. Golding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure who can answer this question, but my understanding is when we're looking at different systems, you have school board members in place. So how has the school board been effective or not been effective in helping resolve some of this situation here?
So, Mr. Boulding, we have a couple school board members here that can speak a little bit later, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I would
let them.
Madam Chairman, I would
Why
probably
don't we go
let the
ahead
school
and
board members speak for
do that?
themselves on what
Yeah.
their issues are and what they want to,
Yeah.
rather than Mr. Teller and I
don't wanna,
speaking
yeah,
on that.
I don't want to put words in their mouth. So, why don't we go ahead and, unless you have other questions that are specific to, wait, I think Mr. Biasoci.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Representative Teller, when you're saying the superintendent, are you talking about the Mojave County superintendent or the local school district superintendent?
Madam Chair.
There's a
Mr.
toxic.
Thank you, Mr. Biasucci, for that clarification. I am referring to the school superintendent.
Okay, thank you.
And it may be more than just the past 5 years. It may be more than, again, there is a history here that Ms. Cobb mentioned. Again, just for clarity, I visited the community since Peach Springs is in my district. I visited the community on both visits. It was the tribal council and the tribal chair that insisted that ADE get involved in the situation with the school district. And so on the second visit, they again asked, was very insistent, what have you done? We need to address this. And that's when we scheduled a meeting with ADE to go up for a visit with the tribe and also with the school.
Mr. Teller, your
this is
timeline is off,
yeah.
Madam Chairman. ADE went up long before you ever went up for your first visit, because I sent them up there.
Madam Chair.
Chairman.
Madam Chair, I'm only talking about what I'm familiar with. I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with what she's done.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
my
think
timeline's not off.
I think the important thing is that we've had several people visit there and speak to both the community and the school members and the superintendent and the board, and I mean, they've all gone at different times and whatever, and a lot of people have been trying to figure out how to solve this problem. In the end, what really matters is that we solve it.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I agree. Mr. Teller was brought on after their first visit, though, up there, or when you brought him in with your visit.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, Representative Cobb, I can clarify a bit. So, after you had been, Representative Cobb, surfacing this with us, I did reach out to Mr. Teller since it's his
Right.
district, and also to make, in order to have some communication with the tribe as well, to kind of understand a lot of different sides of the story. So Representative Teller did, at that point, which was maybe around the summertime, started reaching out, having some phone conversations, and then we scheduled our visit for December 10th. So that is when I
Mr.
went
Teller
up
went with him.
my team and Mr. Teller, and then our specialist who works on the school improvement unit, she has made various trips to the department in her capacity as a program specialist. So those are kind of separate from what we have been managing, but from kind of more the leadership level, but still consulting her in sort of her observations and knowledge of that school.
Madam Chairman, I have one more question of Callie. Callie, how fast are we going to be able to move with this crisis team?
We are already starting to get I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Representative Cobb, we are already starting to get the wheels in motion for that.
Okay, thank you.
And Representative Cobb, I believe this has an emergency clause
in
in it,
yes.
so that it can move more quickly. I have Dr. Putin and then Mr.
Okay,
Gilmore.
Madam Chair, Kelly, I just have a question. I'm wondering what pushed it up to the legislative level. I mean, what aspect of I've been listening that you've been having difficulty to solve the problem, to get the students achieving and what have you. Well, 16 years ago, I was an educational specialist working in the accountability department, part of intervention with the state, doing exactly what it sounds like you've been doing, traveling around the states, specifically visiting schools that failed to reach academic success. And we had a whole rubric, algorithm, whatever, where we evaluated the schools and determined, just like what has been said already, that's actually how I got to be principal of Penyon Elementary School, which is in the middle of nowhere, up on the Navajo Reservation. And I was there for like 4 years, total, between state intervention and actually being a principal. But we didn't have to interact with the legislature. It was just specifically the Department of Education, the intervention team. It was 5 of us traveling all over the state, doing this extensive interview, town halls, evaluations of the school district, and then we would come up with recommendations. And if the environment was totally toxic, we had to replace the principal. That's how I got to be a turnaround principal in Penyon. So I'm just wondering what happened that it ends up here. I mean, because we had to interact with the school superintendent, the governing board, all of that. But we didn't end up here at the legislature.
Yes, Madam Chair, Representative Peaton, I think that's a very good point you bring up and a valid question. I think we kind of feel like there's a need for some deeper intervention here. I think after hearing concerns from legislators, hearing concerns from the county superintendent, making that visit and hearing pretty very great discrepancies in sort of sides of the stories, I think, and also parties asking for some greater state involvement in this. And then just really thinking about the students and how they are missing out on years and years of education here, that we felt that there was a need for a little bit of a deeper, more comprehensive approach from the state level to help support this community.
Madam Chair,
Wait,
to that point.
Yeah, could I ask something? Let me just finish my thought here, if you don't mind. Madam Chair, Kelly, so what do you want the legislature to do that will resolve this crisis? I mean, what will the legislature do that the State Department of Education couldn't do?
To that point,
Kelly, let's let Kelly answer, and then we'll come to you next.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Representative Beaton, I think we want the authority to create this crisis team at the state level that will then do a deeper fact-finding mission and make some recommendations for a long-term sustainable plan that has a lot of community input in it, so that it is not top-down, but really driven locally. But with the state being able to kind of put that accountability there for a long-term plan that is in the best interest of students.
to that
Mr.
point,
Lieberman?
I feel like everybody's, I don't know, being super polite or whatever, but essentially, if you have a superintendent, even over one school district, and a board that are in league together, you're very limited. They can be completely intransigent and not do anything that anyone's been telling them to do for 5 years, no matter what you've been threatening, to kind of get to this point. The only other option is like a school board receivership, which that's complicated in its own way. So I think the challenge is like if they kept not listening, at one point you're out of options and you've got to do something else, and that's what this crisis team would be able to do, because it's at a level at which we haven't seen previously of a superintendent that's intransigent and a board that won't move on.
Okay, but, excuse me, Madam Chair, but
Dr.
you guys
Beaton?
did say that there has been a turnover of superintendents as well as teachers and so it sounds like the whole district has been revolving, but to a negative extent.
Dr.
So-
Peaton, this superintendent has been there for 5 years.
Okay.
So the superintendent hasn't been turning over, and the governing board, to my understanding, hasn't been turning over either. It's
So they're all in cahoots.
the teachers. Is that
Yes, Madam Chair, Representative Peaton. Yes, I think we are coming before the legislature because what exists in law right now does not support kind of the vision that we see in trying to create a more comprehensive approach, including having the authority to bring together a group of experts and sort of being able to take a deeper dive and fact-finding in order to make a recommendation back to the state on action to be taken.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, just for Ms. Peaton, for a little bit of clarification, this superintendent's been in there 5 years. And I know Ms. Cole has been trying to do something with the situation she's had, but prior to that, we have had a lot of turnover in the superintendent's position before Ms. Cole came into this position. So this is, she's been in there 5 years. She's been working in this situation for 5 years. Prior to that, we had several superintendents, several different issues going on. Things were happening all the time in this district. This is not something new. And it's, we're not having turnover in the last 5 years, but we have it in years prior.
Thank you.
Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman and Kelly and members, I refuse to believe that the community, the fathers, the tribal fathers and whatnot, who the representative has indicated, it's a grave concern to them that I don't understand. So I'm trying to get my head around this. 5 years, how long would the crisis management team going there and evaluating and studying and, which to me is a bunch of gobbledygook, because I quite frankly don't understand why 3 people can't go up there, sit down with the superintendent and the school leaders and the community leaders and let's just hammer it out and come up with a problem. How long will this crisis management take to respond back and then make suggestions and then before the kids get help?
Kelly.
Yes. Madam Chair, Representative Fillmore, so in the legislation here, we have the crisis management team submitting a preliminary report by July 1st, and then a final report by December 31st. But really
A year.
seeking to have a plan in place for the next academic year. I think giving ourselves enough flexibility based on how long it would take this legislation to get through the process, and then being able to, I mean, the Peach Springs is located in a rural area, so I think just being realistic about timelines and getting grouped together. So we're giving ourselves a little more of a runway, but the idea is to have it begin right away. And we've been reaching out to experts in this type of work to get their support.
And also, this legislation allows the crisis response team to start making recommendations immediately. They don't have to wait for that report to make recommendations, so they can begin making recommendations right away. And the plan is to get things moving very quickly.
Madam Chairman, also wanted to address that because Callie and I have talked about this as far as transferring these kids out of there. There's a school district fairly close in Valentine, and that school district doesn't have the capacity to take on these 100 kids. So we would have to do like portables or something like that to get those kids over there. The other option is to bus those kids into Kingman, and that is another option that we could, and transfer those kids into the other schools. But I wanted something done with the kids this year. But I got to tell you, anything is better than nothing. I've been waiting 6 years for this to get done, so a year doesn't seem that long to me right now. When I've been waiting longer than 6 years to get some kind of response.
Thank you, Representative Blanc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I had to point to Mr. Fillmore. I think the biggest thing about this piece of legislation is that it actually is including community, which apparently, based on the little that I know, the community has been completely blocked out, left out, not included. So I think it does have community input. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions, or can we go on to our other speakers? Okay, what other speakers do we have, Mr. Vice Chair?
Madam Chairman, I didn't see any
There's
others.
this one.
Let me verify that. Oh, we have a new one. Juanita Cooper, please.
Welcome. Thanks for making the long drive.
Thank you. Madam Chairman and the rest of the committee, there's a bunch of things I would like to kind of clear up. As I was listening to the questions, I was taking some notes. I didn't hear about this hearing until Friday afternoon. So we kind of had to scramble a little bit. And I'm totally unprepared right now. It's just, I've taken notes here. Someone asked how many teachers there are. There are 18 teachers. We try to get certified teachers for the last, I'm going to say 15 years, because it's important that the teachers are well educated, trained, and the best teachers we could get. A lot of people don't like the isolation, and they'll leave because of that. There have been people who didn't get along with the community, and we've had to deal with that. When it comes to the children, the little ones are happy, and it's the teenagers that are generally upset. And we do have problems with the teenagers, but we have gone from having, I don't have the exact number here, but I'm going to say 78 referrals to the juvenile system the first year that Ms. Cole, our current superintendent, was there, down to 4 the next year, and each year after it's been reduced down. This year we've had a few kids acting out. Unfortunately, they are part of the family that doesn't agree with the school district. We do have cultural differences. that is a hard thing with getting teachers. We've had Native American teachers, and then the differences between them begin to happen, and we had I don't know what you would call that, except maybe retaliation on the children of 2 Navajo teachers we had, and they decided they could not keep their kids in the school system, or even their child in the daycare, because of retaliation. We get a lot of retaliation there in Peach Springs. Another thing I think I need to clarify is the school district is 50% Wallapai Nation. The other 50% is BLM land, state land, and then private land. And so there are 100 registered voters on the private land, but over 500 registered voters on the Wallapai Nation. So we're very underrepresented. When it comes to the funding that we currently have, I'm a little more familiar than other people because I am the school board president. We do have money set aside right now. It's not a huge amount, but we need some major repairs done to the school, and that is what that money is earmarked for. We have had some of our roof replaced, but we still, and that's only maybe a quarter of the school, but we need the rest of that school building updated, replaced, rusty gutters removed, replaced. But every time we try to do something to improve the school, we get some type of pushback from the tribe. School is on state land. Tribe claims that's their land and that they have jurisdiction over it. We're actually being sued by the tribe right now because they want jurisdiction of the school. So our superintendent is dealing with lawsuits, the kids, this, plus keeping the district in the red, and just plain running the school. There is a community disconnect, which is kind of sad. The Wallapais have a lot of prejudices, and they're not just prejudiced against people of a different color, they're prejudiced against other Native Americans. So that's why we don't have very many Native American families or teachers, because when they move into the district and they bring their families, within a couple months there are problems with the kids just fighting. And we know that it's not the outside kids' fault. The best and the brightest of our students have all been sent away to other districts, sent out of state, just everywhere, so they could get an education where there wasn't a prejudice against them. And the Wallapai are consisted of families and clans. So they have their own political issues going on with that. Right now, our council has one clan that is kind of doing everything. They're different from a different clan, different families. They're all interconnected, but just think of how people fight in your own families, you know, and this is on a grander scale. It is my opinion that at the moment, because we do have that extra money set aside, that there are certain people within the community that want to get that money. 5 years ago, when our superintendent came on board, she started looking at the budget. And she said, "Who's this person? What does this person do for the district?" There are a dozen or more people that were each being paid something, an amount of money a month, anywhere from $1,000 a month to $3,000 a month for doing nothing. So she went through and she cut the bleeding, and so the funds suddenly started accumulating back. And so the last 5 years, we have been in the black instead of being broke. This school has been an F school since I first got involved, which was back in the mid-90s. So I know a lot about my neighbors, and they know some about me.
Please wrap up.
Should I go on?
Yeah, go ahead and wrap up, and then we need to see if there are questions. Representative Blanc.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, does she want to wrap up?
Would you?
Okay.
Just one sentence or so.
All right. Most of the complaints come from the family that is in charge of the tribal council right now. And this is the first year that us non-Wallapais have been completely in control of the school board. And so we are very careful with the money and know where it goes. And we all thought we were doing real good until Friday.
Thank you. Representative Blanc.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It was Miss Juanita Cooper. And I'm sorry, only when you start speaking, you're the school board president of the school district that we're referencing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Ms. Cooper. So currently, how many school board members are there?
Ms. Cooper.
There's 4 of us.
Okay, Madam Chair, and you just alluded to that all the school board members are Wallapai or not? Ms.
No, we
Cooper.
have 1 Wallapai gentleman, and then we have 3 non-Wallapai.
The reason
Ms.
I ask, Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Cooper, is because you mentioned that within the school district, you mentioned the tribal nation, the Indian nation, and then the state private land, and you said the population was 500 to 100, and they had control, I think is what I heard.
Right, and that's the registered voters. When it comes to the population, there might be 250 non-Wallapai and about 2,300 Wallapai who live on the reservation.
And the reason I asked the question, Madam Chair, Ms. Cooper, is because you made a reference that since the Wallapai Nation had a larger percentage of the voting block, it would appear that though they might have the higher numbers in voting, that the smaller group represented by the private landowners actually control the board and therefore the politics.
Ms. Cooper.
I'm not sure that you could say controlled the board. Most of them are pretty, I think the term is apathetic. They just live their lives and don't get involved. The majority of the non-Wallapai are people on Social Security, have no retirement. They never did make a lot of money. So they're basically very poor people.
And if I
Ms.
may,
Bong.
Madam Chair, so I'm looking at what this would do. So you being the school board president, are you opposed to the crisis management team being able to determine the following things? Impediments to academic success. Why are there impediments? Are you opposed to finding what barriers are to an effective school community? Are you opposed to the specific changes that may be needed to increase academic outcomes? Because this this is in essence what the bill is trying to do. Are you opposed to finding the financial impediments that could be appropriate solutions for resolution? Are you opposed to the idea of a long-term plan to sustain a successful school, which would include potential changes to governance and boundaries, perhaps a receivership or consolidation which would benefit the district? Are you opposed to what this could potentially do in terms of if a crisis management team were to be put together, this is what they would look like? Are you opposed to those things? Ms.
No,
Cooper?
I'm not opposed to those things. One of the things that was upsetting me was how our school superintendent was being battered around. This is a woman that loves children. She's a single woman. She's made children her life. I believe she was a superintendent over on the Navajo reservation for 14 years and never had any problems.
And if I may, Madam Chair, Ms. Cooper.
Let's let her finish. Did you want to finish? Let her finish, please.
Well,
Is that
actually,
okay.
that's good
Okay.
enough.
Thank you.
But to that
Ms.
point, I
Blanc.
think.
Okay. Mr.
And
Lieberman.
it goes back to where you started, Representative Block. Are the school board members elected or appointed?
Ms. Cooper.
We were appointed because we had no one from the tribe other than our one gentleman apply.
So
Mr. Lieberman.
Madam Chairwoman, so in that instance, the county superintendent appoints so the Mojave County superintendent appointed the other board member. So was the one gentleman from the tribe elected?
Ms. Cooper.
No, he was appointed also.
Okay, so no one has
Mr.
ever
Lieberman.
ran for school board. They've all four of them have been appointed by the Mojave County superintendent.
Ms. Cooper.
To my knowledge, that's the way it's been for the last 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for Ms. Cooper? Okay. Thank you. We appreciate you joining.
Just
Oh,
one
sorry.
more question.
Ms. Cobb.
Juanita, you contacted me, what, in 2014? The first time, you think? When you said, can you help with something?
Yeah, it might have been even earlier than that.
Yeah,
You know.
Madam Chairman. So that's been over 6 years now that we've been in contact. I was trying to go back to my emails. My first one that I have that I can pull up right now is from 2014.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
And Madam Chairman, Juanita, when Ms. Blanc asked you about are you opposed to any of these things, these are some of the things that you were trying to get at way back in 2014 when you originally were sending emails to me. So definitely you're not opposed to these things being forwarded. Am I correct?
You're
Ms. Cooper.
correct. In fact, we look forward to it. It will vindicate a lot of things that our superintendent's been accused of. And the truth always comes out sooner or later.
Thank you.
So if
Sorry, I have a few questions for you. Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to, this has sort of taken a turn of extremely confusing. So let me just get this straight. You support this bill. You support this bill here, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair, so the majority of the members on your board currently believe that the superintendent is doing the right thing.
She is
Ms.
doing the
Cooper.
right thing.
Okay.
Mr.
And then,
Baldwin.
Madam Chair, we're creating this bill because we believe the superintendent's not doing the right thing.
Mr. Boulding, the purpose of this bill is to get down to figure out what are the root causes, what are the real problems, and how do we solve them. Because despite best efforts of the people involved or not, I can't say because I haven't done the investigation. The investigation hasn't been sufficiently done. There's not progress being made. And it's getting to be such a tense and toxic situation that there needs to be some outside help. And so the point is to get that outside help in so that these kids don't remain in a situation that isn't improving.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I had Mr. Bisucci, and then did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
You did, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Cooper, a couple questions. How long have you been on the board for?
Ms.
Just
Cooper.
a year.
1 year, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. in your opinion, I mean, you have been there for a year. I'm assuming you've spoken to other board members, but you've lived in the community for quite a while.
Right, and I've attended pretty much, I'm going to say 98% of school board meetings since 2007.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper. Madam Chair, Ms. Cooper, so you would have a pretty good idea of what's been going on with the district and the issues they've had. What's your opinion on why this has been an issue for so long? And what do you think would be the solution to fix it?
Ms. Cooper.
I don't really want to sound prejudiced, but one of the problems we have is the social structure within the tribe. They have their families, and then there's clans. And they're all living in one community, and they're intermarried, but they still have battles between, the clans and the family. And like I said, this is my opinion. They have been used to using their children against each other. So they use the children to act up, to cause a fight, break something intentionally. And it's not all the parents. It's usually somebody who got mad at somebody else, and so they just retaliate back and forth.
Madam Chairman,
Ms. Cobb.
I'm just going to stop this line of questioning because honestly, I don't think we're here to air the dirty laundry of the Wallapai tribe. I'm thinking that's okay. I'm thinking let's not go in that direction. What we want to do is really we're focusing on the kids here. And we want to know what we need to do, and you can all see that there's an issue here, right? I mean, you could just feel it here in this room, and I'm thinking that now that you know that the issue's here, what the superintendent and her team want to do is to create a system to where we can actually model this if we see a situation like this happening again. And so I think what we're trying to do here is just to get the crisis team in there and to see what they can do. And I think that just what you said, there's a lot of truths and untruths that will probably be coming out during this crisis team intervention. But I think that that's our number one goal, is to get the crisis team intervention in there.
Okay, last question, Dr. Beaton.
Thank you. Is the school, Ms. Cooper, is the school superintendent here?
No, she's not.
She's not here.
Ms. Beaton.
Okay. I have a question regarding the interactions between the school district and the tribal council. Has there been an attempt to recruit people from the tribal council to help run the school? Because I see that when I was in Pinyon, the entire school governing board was Navajo. There was not one non-Navajo on the school district. Maybe that's why I survived there for 4 years. I don't know. But it seems like that would be a bone of contention. I mean, nobody wants to see their people being governed and controlled by someone that is not them. So has there been an attempt to work with the tribal council?
Yes. The very first year that Ms. Cole was our superintendent, we had a different council. And she and that council got along great. All the government entities, departments, they all would send somebody once a month, to come and talk to the kids and to do things. They had a good rapport with the fire department, the police department, and everything was running pretty smooth. Like I said, she got the budget and everything all turned around so that the district was no longer in the black. And most of the contention started after one person got a position of power.
Okay, let's not get into the details of the tribal interactions and stuff. I think the case has been made that something needs to be done, and it sounds like for the most part people are in agreement on what needs to happen here. So unless you have some burning question that you need to know the answer to make your decision, I think it's time to go ahead and move forward. Do we have any burning questions? Okay, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, will you please move?
Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2684 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Members, the motion before you is that HB 2684 be returned with a due pass recommendation. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Aye.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Blanc.
Aye.
Representative Bolding.
Present.
Representative Cobb.
Madam Chairman,
please.
I just, a couple of things here. First of all, I want to thank the department for working with me on this, and I think that this could be something that we could really pare down and be able to move forward in other districts that might be in a crisis situation. And this district's been in a crisis situation for a long time. As Ms. Cooper had indicated to you, she probably contacted me back in 2013 the first time, long before I was a legislator, and knew that there was issues that we were having with this district. I think that this is the first step in moving forward. I don't know what the long-term result is going to end up being, but I think it's a good first step. And I think I love that the department came up with this idea. I think that I wish it would go quicker. A year seems long, but like I said, with working with this for 6 years, I think that this one more year I can wait and work with the kids. I would like to get the kids out of there as quickly as possible, though, with the crisis team, and I hope that their focus is going to be on that, is getting them into education and actually being educated, and not having issues throughout the school days. I think that it's hard enough being a student, but then to have all these issues going on at the same time makes it even harder. So and thank you, Chairman Udall, for sponsoring this and working through it with me, and Mr. Teller for being there and being our culturally sensitive person to communicate with the tribe for us, because I know that made a lot of difference also, and so I appreciate that too. So with that, I vote aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Aye.
Representative Pollock.
Aye.
Representative Keaton.
Aye.
Representative Schoch.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Madam Chairman?
Please.
If I could explain my vote, first of all, I want to take I want to apologize to the Department of Education for the caustic approach I was using when she first got up there, and I want you to understand, based upon the conversations that have taken place here today, and the sincere appreciation to Juanita Cooper for explaining a lot of this, I am definitely in favor of this bill, and I vote aye.
Chairman Udall.
Thank you. I think what's most important here is that we make sure that these kids end up getting the education that they need, and that the school is functioning. And so with that, I vote aye. Members, by your vote of 10 aye, 1 present, and 2 absent, you have given House Bill 2684 a due pass recommendation. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2438, and we have Chase to explain the bill.
Madam Chairman and members, House Bill 2438 states that the College Credit by Examination Development Fund consists of legislative appropriations, as opposed to monies appropriated to ADE for the college credit by examination incentive program, but that are not distributed by the end of the fiscal year. The bill allocates monies in the college credit by examination development fund to eliminate or reduce the exam fee cost for students who are eligible for free or reduced price lunch on a pro rata basis. Furthermore, subject to available monies, other monies may be distributed to schools in which 50% or more students are eligible for free or reduced price lunches, including through professional development grants. House Bill 2438 also states that ADE must prioritize distributions based on need, which may include showing that students are academically prepared for a qualifying exam but lack access in their local school to the corresponding course or an instructor. Finally, the bill appropriates $1 million from the general fund in fiscal year 2021 to ADE for the college credit by examination incentive program and $1.5 million from the general fund in fiscal year 2021 to the college credit by examination development fund. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thanks. Members, any questions for staff? Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't know if you can clarify in the language academically, what was that, prepared? What does that mean?
Chase.
Madam Chair, Representative Blanc, on page 3, line 12 and 13, it says, which may include showing that students are academically prepared for a qualifying examination. That would be, the bill doesn't state what academically prepared is. That would be, it's based on the department who prioritizes that, so that would be more of an ADE policy.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and have speakers.
Alexandra Dominguez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My original remarks said good afternoon, but now I have to say good evening. For the record, Alexandra Dominguez with the College Board, speaking in support of House Bill 2438. As you all probably understand, access to AP program is one of the biggest catalysts for post-secondary attainment, and it's a critical factor in helping us reach our Achieve 60 goal. We recently conducted some public polling on this, and it turns out it has overwhelming support from voters in Arizona, over 80% support investing in these opportunities for students. Students who take AP are more likely to enroll in college, stay in college, excel in their classes, and graduate in 4 years, even if they earned a 1 or 2 on the exam. Our priority is that every student has access to these courses, no matter what background they come from, whatever school they attend. But even though we've made strides over the years, we still have significant equity gaps when it comes to participation in these courses and these exams. For example, statewide, 57% of students or so are eligible for reduced price lunch, yet only 30% of AP exam takers actually are considered low income. And state funding is a critical piece of this, so we're really excited that this bill is finally going to provide some funding for the development fund that was created last year in order to fund that pipeline of more teachers available to teach these courses in more schools, and also fund the exam costs for low-income students that right now, many of which are attending schools that do offer AP exams but can't afford to take the exam, and so are in desperate need of that support. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Real quick, what happened? So several years ago, it's my understanding that the exam fee was funded for low-income students several years ago. What happened to the number of low-income students taking the exam when that happened?
Yeah, Madam Chair, in the mid-2000s or so, we did have dedicated federal funding under No Child Left Behind for this. We also had some state grants available dedicated for exam fees. When we did have that dedicated funding, we saw that low-income student participation increased by over 180%. We saw more low-income kids taking taking AP exams and earning a 3 or higher than the total number of students taking exams, period, statewide, before that investment was made. So it really does move the needle on participation and performance as well.
Thank you. Representative Blanc had her hand up.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Alexandra Dominguez.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dominguez. So you mentioned that, sorry. Oh, what are the equity gaps? You mentioned it in your statement, but you didn't say what the equity gaps were. So I'd like to hear from you what those equity gaps are.
Sure, Madam Chair, Representative Blanc. In the class of 2018, it's the latest data that we have publicly available right now. There were 50% or so, roughly, of the students statewide are eligible for reduced price lunch, so they're considered low income. Yet only 30%, give or take, of AP exam takers in that graduating class that took an AP exam were low income. So there's an equity gap of about 20-something% of students that could be participating in AP exams but are not.
I'm sorry, I guess I need to ask a clarifying question, Madam Chair. Do you know why those students are not taking the exam?
Ms. Dominguez.
Madam Chair, it could be a variety of reasons, one of which is the affordability of the exam, which we're trying to address through this bill by dedicating funding for exam costs for low-income students. Also, we can't ignore the fact that there are several schools across the state that also do not offer AP courses, and that's why we're also trying to fund professional development and startup grants through this bill as well, so that we can build more of those courses and those programs in more schools.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lieberman.
Madam Chairwoman Alexander, thank you so much for coming down here. What's been the number of additional AP tests? I think we've been at this through college credit incentive by examination for a couple of years now, maybe 3 years or 2. What's been the increase in the total number of AP exams taken in the state during that time? I think we spent about $8 million because it was $3 million the first year, $5 million the second was what went out.
Ms. Dominguez, do you know that? Do we have data yet? Because the second year isn't finished yet, right?
So, Madam Chair, the first year that it was in effect was the 17-18 school year, right, and then the 18-19 school year, and so we are in year 3 of the program right now. So in 2017, we had a total of 65,794 AP exams statewide. In 2018, we had 66,871, and then in 2019 we had 67,386. So we've seen marginal increases from the last few years.
Madam Chair, about 1,800 more over that period of time. If I just did the quick math. I think that's correct. That's 6,700 minus the 65,800. Is that pretty close?
Ms. Dominguez.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any other questions for Ms. Dominguez? Doesn't look like it. Thank you. Who is our next speaker?
Jeffrey Hampe.
If I may, Madam Chair, you are the sponsor of the bill, yes?
I am, yes.
Okay, so maybe you can answer the question I asked originally of Chase in terms of how do we determine academically prepared? What determines if a student is academically prepared?
So that would really be up to the state board, but I think Alexandra can answer that a little bit too. Let's get you back up. You only thought you were finished.
I thought so too. Alexandra Dominguez for the record. Representative Blanc, the bill does not spell out what that means, so they're correct that it's up to the department. There are a variety of ways that students can be identified as being prepared for rigorous coursework. One of them is through the PSAT exam, which several students in the state do take in 9th grade and in 10th grade. The PSAT shows the chances of a student succeeding in an AP course depending on how they scored on the PSAT. But teachers can also identify students based on GPA or even student interest in engaging in an AP course. There are very many different ways that can happen, but it's up to the department to set out that criteria.
If I may, Madam Chair, I guess I'm just trying to understand. So if a school, as you mentioned in one of your comments, Ms. Dominguez, does not even offer AP courses to students, they may not even be able to know or access the PSATs. And so how can we best identify these kids that are in schools or school districts, but definitely schools that are completely underserved, even be able to participate if they don't even have AP courses. And I know you mentioned that there would be a grant process, but shouldn't our focus be to ensure that we're offering some of these courses in those underserved communities first?
Madam Chair, that's exactly our focus. And there are schools that do offer the PSAT but do not offer any AP courses. And so a quick kind of look at our data saw that there are about 2,000 students statewide that did participate in the PSAT and showed potential to succeed in an AP course, but attended a school that did not offer an AP course. And that is just a starting point. It's about 70 schools, give or take. That's a starting point that we can, start investing in building AP courses in those programs, because we know that there is already a need and a showing of a demand for those courses in those schools. But again, that's just a starting point. It could be a lot bigger than that.
Thank you.
May I ask
Okay, Mr. Lieberman.
another question? I know this was largely modeled on Florida legislation. The concern that I've heard loud and clear from my district superintendents, and again, I checked back in on this, they literally say they would rather not have the money than have it awarded, much less increased, because it's been so divisive to single out individual teachers for the payment. How has that, what's the mechanism for school reimbursement in Florida, where I know it's been at this a lot longer?
Ms. Dominguez.
Madam Chair, thank you. So the underlying program that this bill adds funding to, you're correct, is an incentive-based program. In Florida, Florida's had the program now for about 20 years or so. They do give a bonus for every student that earns a 3 or higher on an AP exam, or also an IB or Cambridge. Well, I don't think they include Cambridge in Florida, but that's ACE. And it's built into the funding formula. So it's a weight that each student earns for earning a 3 or higher.
So, Madam Chair,
Mr.
that
Lieberman.
point, totally different than handing an individual teacher a big stack of cash. It's going to the school for the school that produced the overperforming, the performance. Is that correct?
Ms. Dominguez.
Madam Chair, that's correct, but it's also the same. So in Florida, it goes to the school, it goes to the district, who then distributes it to the school that generated that money based on the students that performed. And part of that is given to the teacher of that student. Yes, it's about a $50 portion that the teacher gets.
So, Madam Chair,
Mr.
just
Lieberman.
a point of information. I've heard reports of our awards being, upwards of $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. And that's the key objection of my superintendents, is how divisive this is. We attempted to help make this better last go round by saying it could work to the students who have contributed. They've reported to me that's even worse, because now they're sitting there trying to figure out who contributed to this teacher doing better. I don't think anyone would object to $50, but the amounts we're seeing are I think, far higher than that, aren't they, Ms. Udall?
So, Mr. Lieberman, depending on the income level of the student, it's either, I believe it's $450 or
It's
$300.
$450 or $300.
300. So
But
it
that's-
is. I know that in the Florida model, it's the $50 per teacher, but then it's also, if for the low income ones, get an additional stipend.
Madam Chair, maybe that's the merit, and maybe I am just confused on this. That's not $50 per student. That's the teacher gets it. $50 for each student, or $50 total as their incentive for
Madam Chair, $50 per student.
that does it.
And then they also, to the chairman's point, get an additional $500 if they have at least one student earning a 3 or higher, and they teach in a D or F school.
Right, that's the incentive. So we're at 4 to 5 times that in terms of the individual teacher incentive.
And Mr. Lieberman, but not all that money goes directly to that teacher. It also goes to ones that, again, helped prepare them, and that may be difficult to determine, but certainly if teachers helped prepare that student with honors work leading up to an AP course, then by the time that's broken down, it may only be $50 for a teacher.
Just one more question. I mean, literally, they've said, we're just going to give it to the one teacher because now we're going to have 15 teachers pissed off upset because they taught English but not math, or But just what is the mix of professional development and grant-based funding in the Florida model? We so far have had 0 over the first 2 years and spent $8 million. What's the mix in Florida?
Madam Chair, so Florida, in addition to the incentive program that we just discussed, also has what they call the Florida Partnership for Underrepresented or Minority and Underserved Students. And that partnership consists of targeted professional development in needy areas, and that is, and several other resources, but that is one of the main ones. That is funded at $4 million each year. So that's an important complement to that program, and that's what we're trying to accomplish through this bill here today. We're providing those supports that are needed to move the needle on participation and access.
To that point, Madam Chairwoman, if I may, that $4 million is for just professional development, not for covering tests for low-income kids, or both, or a mixture thereof.
Madam Chair, it is not for covering tests. It is for professional development. Some districts use it to offer the PSAT in 9th grade.
Other strategies.
Other strategies. Yep.
Okay. One last question is just to this point. I'm really sorry, but this is really important stuff, because I think we started with a lot of good intentions, and it's not clear to me what we've been getting here with the $8 million we spent. But just on this last point, what is the ratio, if you can, in Florida? Obviously, it's a big state, between what they're spending on the incentive that goes to teachers and what they're spending on the professional development, just so we can kind of understand that, if you know it.
Ms. Chair, I'm sorry, I do not know that.
That's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Blanc.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Ms. Dominguez, I'm piggybacking on his questions. I'm a little confused now. So $8 million, right?
So, Madam Chair.
Blanc.
Okay, so I apologize. Okay, so did I understand that $4 million of $8 million would go to teacher development?
No.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may. So
Please
the
do.
underlying program that we are amending with this bill is a $5 million program here in Arizona. We are proposing to add an additional $2.5 million with this bill, $1 million of which will go towards expanding the incentive bonuses, $1.5 million of which will go towards funding the development fund that was created within the incentive program that seeks to provide professional development and cover exam costs for low-income students.
So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Ms. Dominguez. Okay, so to his earlier point, so currently, because we did debate this last session and we made some minor changes because of the inequities, because there were teachers receiving over $10,000 in bonuses, therefore creating inequity within the teacher ranks. We kind of fixed it, although I probably don't understand how well, if at all. So that money stays where that $5 million is staying where it's at. Yes, is that what I'm understanding?
Madam Chair, yes. Yes, and the reason, yes, you're correct. And the $1 million, as I understand it, will fund the growing demand of the program, because last year the program was maxed out to the point that the per student bonuses had to be prorated. So there was more demand than was appropriated for the program.
And Ms. Chairman, Ms. Dominguez, I don't know if you recall where most of this $5 million went. Do you recall which school districts most of this $5 million went to?
Ms. Dominguez.
Madam Chair, I do not. I'm so sorry.
Madam Chair, Ms. Dominguez, most of the money went to primarily BASIS schools, the Chandler Unified School District, and there might be a couple that might have received some money, which again, we have extreme inequity within this program. So that's my number one issue. But now that you've highlighted that you want to add an extra $2.5 million, $1 million, which would be to continue incentivizing an already program that has an extreme inequities among teachers, potentially among students, but then you want to add $1.5 million for the development fund of the professional development of teachers, and then we're just going to throw a little bit of money to those kids that are in that meet that free and reduced lunch. It sounds to me like less than $1 million is actually I'd say even maybe $500,000 are actually going to help the students that we're supposedly targeting in this.
Ms. Dominguez.
Madam Chair, so the $1.5 million was arrived at looking at the data and looking at the total volume of low-income examinees in the state. And that's how much, and that's actually more than what it would than it would cost to cover the exam costs for every student, such that they have a zero out-of-pocket cost for the exam.
I'm sorry,
Ms.
Madam
Blanc.
Chair, Ms. Dominguez, I just need clarity on that last statement. Based on your research and studies, you found what?
Ms. Dominguez.
So there is a cost per exam, right, that we base the estimates on. And based on the cost per exam times the amount of students that took, low-income students that took AP exams for the last several years, that is an estimate that we believe would more than cover the number of low-income exams being taken in the state.
So, Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Blanc,
to that
let me-
point.
Can I just clarify real quick?
Yes.
So what we're saying is the goal here is to cover every student, every low-income student's exam fees, so that none of them have to pay an out-of-pocket cost.
Actually, Madam Chair, maybe I need some clarity, Ms. Dominguez, because what I heard when you said that is you've taken the average over a couple years of the number of low-income students who've tested on the AP. Is that what I heard?
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Ms.
Madam
Blanc.
Chair, Ms. Dominguez, that's a problem, right? The problem is that we're talking about a very small group of low-income kids who even have access to take the test, number one. So those numbers are already low. So you're basing, how many students are we talking on average, Madam Chair, Ms. Dominguez?
Ms. Dominguez.
Madam Chair, there are about 200 schools in the state that already offer AP. And they serve approximately 270,000 students, half of which are considered low income.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Ms. Blanc.
Ms. Dominguez. Again, I'm just trying to understand what you stated. And you stated that you took the average number of students that actually qualify under the free and reduced who took the test. And so it was those kids that qualified under free and reduced that took the test.
Mhm.
What was that average?
Ms. Blanc, what was that average?
The number. Am I
But
hearing
you mean
her wrong, Madam
how many?
Chair?
Are you asking for an average number of students or an
Yeah,
average?
so in her
number of-
statement,
okay.
and Ms. Dominguez, again, in your statement, you said that you figured out the numbers based on the number of students that qualified under the free and reduced over the last several years. So you took the number of free and reduced students that actually took the test to determine how much money you needed. Is that what I heard?
Ms. Dominguez.
Correct. And now I understand what you're asking a little bit better. You're asking for the number of low-income exams that we're basing this off of. And
Yes.
it's about, last year it was about 15 to 16,000.
Out of how many?
Ms. Blanc.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Ms. Blanc, I believe she said earlier that was about 30% of the exams that were taken in the state. She said 30% of them were low income. That
Right.
took,
And
that took
and
it. So
Madam
that's-
Chairwoman, to that point, 55% is our
Rubin.
average free and reduced lunch. So the gap, if
57, yeah.
everyone was doing it exactly the same, there'd be another 25% of those kids of low income kids free and reduced lunch would be taking it.
Mr. Lieberman, that's correct.
Right.
And that's the goal.
This
Mr.
is a
Lieberman?
really important point, Madam Chairwoman, to that point. The half of the 50% of it goes to the schools that right now are the 200 schools, if they're getting any incentive that are doing this. They can use that. In fact, many of them in my district do use it right now to cover the cost of low-income districts. Sunny Slope has done this forever. But so the notion that all of the low-income kids, the barrier right now, actually the ones who are attending schools that currently get the incentive, 50% of that money could go to cover that right now. I'm far more concerned about I think you said there are 70 low-income schools that don't have any AP classes at all. Wasn't that in your opening remarks? Did I understand that correctly?
Madam Chair, yes, 70 schools that show that there are students that show potential
Right.
to succeed
Because
in AP.
and that's, to your point, that's a
Mr.
low estimate.
Lieberman.
That's where people have gone out of their way to fight against all odds not being offered an AP test, to try to take an AP test. This is actually really important for members. I know we've been here a long time. I know it's really late. I think people start with really good intentions. The Department of Education analyzed the first, college credit by examination stuff. Just to put it in perspective, the top 20% of income quartile schools, right, got $35. The bottom 40% got $4. I just want to say that again. The top 20% income quartile schools got $35. The bottom 40% got $4. Just think about that for a moment. So I think people started with good intentions. We're trying to help. That money has gone 8 times to the highest income 20% of schools. I'm happy to show the chart. by the way, completely correlated with ethnicity and income. And here we are sitting here talking about giving another $1 million. And the second thing I just want to point out is the notion that it ran out of money or expanded. There's been a very modest increase, even though the state has now spent $8 million, a very modest increase in the number of kids taking AP tests. If you just look at the 1,300 additional kids that have been taking it over these 2 years, we've basically paid $5,000 per kid, additional kid, if you look at the $8 million that the school has spent. AKA, $5,000 is a lot of money, right? What needs to be happening, what other states have done, what actually makes sense, is pouring this money into the 70 class schools that don't have any AP programs and funding a grant program for those kids, right, to help them get that same opportunity. So the notion that we'd put even one more dollar into this incredibly inequitable system as it currently stands, and when you play this all out, if we put in the $1 million, which was the estimate I now heard from a couple of people, $1 million would cover the low-income students, there would just be $500,000 left for those 70 schools that can't even offer a single AP class, even though they have high potential students sitting there. At some point, you have to say to yourselves, what are we doing? Our goal on this committee should not be to increase educational inequity, which is what we've done so far with the college credit by examination program, but to reduce educational inequity, to give more Arizonans a shot. And we've really got to look at like what is actually happening with this. The idea of spending another $1 million of an increase in a program that has gone, again, 8 to, depending on your numbers, 8 times for the highest income kids versus the low income kids makes no sense. I would love to see, let us take this $2.5 million and put it all in a grant program for low income kids. I'm all for that, but spending more money has had almost no impact, getting more students to take the test, has just allowed people who were already doing this before to suddenly get paid more. None of this makes any sense, what we've been doing, and it's time for us to wake up and say, look, we got to go somewhere else on this.
Mr. Lieberman, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on a lot of what you just said. I think
What's the underlying data, Madam
Thank
Chair?
you. So I think it's been clear that we addressed some of those inequities last year when we looked at it by splitting how much was going to the different. Originally, the incentives went across the board the same. We changed that significantly to pay quite a bit more to those low-income students, the schools that are serving low-income students, to make sure that we covered some of that. So if you're using data from before that was changed, there's been significant changes since then. Also, I think anytime that we can incentivize something great, like getting our students prepared for college and getting them closer to earning degrees and moving forward, when you incentivize things like that, it does drive behavior. Now, it takes years to build those programs too, so to expect huge gains within the 2 years the program has operated, you're not going to see those in 1 and 2 years. It's going to take 3, 4, 5 years to build these AP programs because you have to do the correct training. And so that's why we're now making sure that those grants are available so that these programs can be built.
But
and I think that's essential.
Madam Chairwoman, just to that last point, you can't build an AP program with an incentive for getting good scores on AP tests. That's just a logic puzzle there. If your school doesn't offer it, you don't get any incentive, so you can't build it. I'm totally with you. It would take years of a good grant program to thoughtfully build up AP programs. That isn't what we've been doing. We've been giving high-income schools more money for kids that are already taking AP tests. And in the first year of this, it already had a higher tiered reimbursement. It was split by income originally in the beginning. It wasn't flat. So my point here is I love the little part of this, the $500,000 that will actually get to the underlying problem that I think is the bill's goals, but that's not what the rest of the money is doing, and that's the piece that we should dramatically expand.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Alexandra? Nope. Okay, we have a few other people here to speak. Who else do we have?
Callie Kozlak.
Callie.
Madam Chair, for the record, Callie Kozlak, the Arizona Department of Education. The department signed in support of this bill because I think, as we're hearing in lots of the discussion tonight, we see a need to kind of take this existing program and continue to work towards more access for all students, but particularly low-income students. And so we feel like there are some steps here that start moving that ball forward a bit, and we really, welcome more stakeholder discussion and policy development ideas to see how we can continue to make this program one that where our data will then reflect sort of access across the state.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kyle Williams. Mr. Williams?
I don't think he's here. Do we have any others?
That's it.
I think we have Jeffrey Hampel. Nope, okay. All right, members, any further discussion before we vote? No, okay, seeing none, Mr. Vice Chair, please move the bill.
Madam Chairman, I move the House Bill 2438 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you, members. The motion before you is that House Bill 2438 be returned with a due pass recommendation. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Aye.
Representative Biasucci.
Aye.
Representative Blanc.
Madam Chair, may I please explain my vote?
Please.
So I recall this bill from last year in terms of the incentivizing programs and the extreme inequities it caused even among teachers. Yes, I think that we need to do everything to make sure that low-income students have access to AP testing. But there is a problem when the first $5 million, and I know it takes time for a program, for us to see what the impact of a program is, but what I do know that the impact of the program that was passed in 2016, incentivizing AP testing, that the schools that benefited from most of the monies were in fact that are schools that were high income schools where most of the kids have access to all those amazing opportunities where they and their parents encourage them to take the AP test for higher education learning. And so what you're asking us to do now is to add another $2.5 million to, in essence, just continue extreme inequity among teachers and among students. Again, if the school doesn't offer AP courses within our largest communities, what also happens to rural Arizona, which oftentimes probably don't offer AP courses either? The fact that we're using language like this would benefit children that have free and reduced lunching so they have access to testing is a wonderful way of moving a program when actually less than $500,000 will actually go to the students, and the other however many dollars will, again, just solidify extreme inequities among teachers, among students across the state of Arizona. There's so many reasons I will vote no. I'm open to some of the changes, but we need to be thoughtful about making those changes. I vote no.
Representative Bolding.
Pass.
Representative Cobb.
Aye.
Representative Lieberman.
Madam Chairwoman, may I explain my vote?
Please.
I think I largely gave my closing summary a few minutes ago, and but for those of you who that did not catch everything, $35 goes to the kids in the highest 20 percentile, $4 goes to the kids in the lowest 20 percentile. We've created a system that is increasing educational inequity, and we're watching it happen. Providing grant funds to the 70 low-income school districts that can't offer a single AP class is a great idea. It seems like at maximum only 500,000 of the soon-to-be $7.5 million program will do that. I'd be all in favor of putting $2.5 million towards that. And by the way, then they could actually participate in it. We've done almost nothing to increase the number of AP tests that have been taken. We've given money to high-income schools to do what they're doing, and we're not getting at the core issue in nearly the way that we need to be. So I hope we can make some adjustments to this as it goes through the process, but if there's more money going to that inequitable system, for now, I'm a no.
Representative Pollock.
Madam Chair?
Please.
Thank you. I totally agree with providing the exams for the low-income students. I think that's a wonderful thing. We should expand the programs. We should expand the programs into the schools that don't have AP, because I wonder, well, what happens to those students? That's great that they're bright and they did well on their PSAT, but if they don't have a single AP teacher in the school, they don't have any programs, then what? So that's really disturbing to me, and I'm very moved by your comments, Mr. Lieberman. At this time, I vote no, but if the bill changes at all, I could change my vote on the floor. Thank you.
No.
Representative Schob.
Aye.
Representative Holding.
Madam Chair, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please.
Thank you. I thought the conversation that we had here was a good one that needed to be said, especially from a public perspective, recognizing that the intent of the program is to provide an opportunity for our not only our low-income students to receive access to opportunities and also for teachers to be compensated. The reality is that we have to build investment, and that investment has to be in our schools that don't currently provide those opportunities. So, I do believe a quick amendment fix to this, it gets to a place where we can clearly step back and say, schools across this state, if you don't offer an AP program, if you don't offer access, we're going to ensure that you have the resources that you need to do that here as a state legislature. I think that's something that we all could, get behind, and I hope that we can move forward to do that. At this time, I'm a no.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, may I explain my vote? I have problems with this bill, not for the inequities, but for the giving of the money to begin with on that, but I will not kill this bill. I'm gonna vote aye, but I will most likely be a no down the road on it if it's on the floor. But, yes.
Chairman Udall.
Thank you. Members, I think this bill strikes a good balance between incentivizing those who are already trying to do the right thing and offer AP, and then helping those that have not been able to yet to meet those criteria and to get the training that they need. I also think the first year of providing that grant program will give us good data on who does want and who is ready to embark on this increasing of the AP, and where there are, how much we really do need to put into that, because a lot of times the first year in the program, sometimes you don't have the demand that you'll have later. Sometimes it takes years to build that demand. And so I think that the amounts that we have in this recognize that this is going to be the first year of this grant program, and that we need to build the demand and build the capacity to reach districts. And so with that, I will vote aye. Members, by your vote of 6 aye, 5 nay, and 2 absent, you have given House Bill 2438 a due pass recommendation. Before we move on to the next bill, we have one bill that we were just going to do discussion on. I think we're not even going to hear that one today just because it's getting so late. So 2166, we're just going to completely table today. And we're just going to do the one more 2119 on high school credit transfers.
Madam Chair, members, for the record, my name is Trisha Romero, and I'm the intern for the House Research Staff Committee for Education. Bill 2119 requires an accredited public high school to accept credits transferred by a student who was previously enrolled in another accredited public high school, provided that an in-person proctored final exam accounted for a significant portion of the student's grade for which credit was received. It also outlines how to designate transfer credits by accredited public high schools with core credits received as core credits and elective credits received as elective credits. This bill also states that an accredited public high school may not require an eligible transfer student to take an exam to receive the credits or to have credits satisfy prerequisite requirements. Madam Chair, there is an amendment I'm able to explain.
Thank you, please do.
The 10-line Udall Amendment dated January 24th, 2020 at 10 a.m. stipulates that an accredited public school must notify a student or a student's parents that credits earned by the student in a course where a proctored final exam does not count for a significant portion of the student's grade may not transfer to another school. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions for staff? Yes, Mr. Fillmore.
Madam Chairman, as I'm reading this, okay, so my understanding is then if a student wants to transfer from one school to another, that in the public school system, not the charters, all of the courses are automatically accepted. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, as long as it is a public accredited high school to another public accredited high school, the credits will transfer.
Yeah, but
Mr.
under
Fillmore.
this, Madam Chairman, but under this bill, if he transfers from a charter school to a public in school, he has to take an exam?
So, Mr. Fillmore, currently what it says in statute is that anytime you're transferring a credit from one public school to another, there are a couple options. The incoming school can either just accept the credit at face value, or they can require that student within 10 days of entering to take an exam to show competency. So that's what the current statute says. And when I speak to the bill, I will address why I brought this.
Madam Chairman, but I'm trying to
Yeah.
clarify in my head, because the first question I ask is if I'm a public school, which is a traditional public school, district school, automatically accepts from another public district school without the exam. That's what my original question was.
Mr. Fillmore, they are not required to by statute, but they usually do.
Okay, Madam Chairman, then the follow-up question would be, do they usually accept them from the charter schools as well, or do they require the exam? And I'm seeing an in-person proctored final exam, which means that the charter school must have a person actually have a chartered exam in front of them and have
So, Mr. Fillmore, the teacher can act as the proctor. That doesn't mean they have to go anywhere special for it. So it just means that you need somebody overseeing their exam to make sure that they're the person taking it and that they're not cheating.
This might be your time.
Can I think I'll go ahead and speak to the bill and where this bill came from and why I'm offering this bill right now. So both in teaching and on my time on the governing board, it is not at all infrequent to have a student come that is transferring from another school. And what current statute says that if they transfer a credit, say they go take a math class, that's what I'm usually dealing with because I teach high school math. Say they took Algebra 1 at some school and then they want to transfer that to, for example, a Mesa Public School. When they enter Mesa Public Schools, they're often required to take a competency exam to show that they know the material. Now, this student may have finished that class just barely, or they might have finished it a year ago. And it is very upsetting for both the parent and the student to have to go take that competency exam to get credit for the class that they already completed. But in talking to the schools, the reason that they do that, and according to statute that they can do that, is because they want to guarantee that that student is ready and prepared for the next level class. So if it was an Algebra 1 class that they're getting credit for, we want to make sure they understand the material before we put them into geometry or Algebra 2. So this is trying to address that a lot of times the parents and the students are unaware. They'll go take a class being told it's fully accredited, it's going to transfer just fine. Then it comes time to transfer it. It doesn't transfer just fine. They're required to take another assessment. And there's a lot of upset parents and students over this on a regular basis. I have dealt with many parents and students in tears over this. So what this bill tries to do is both address the concerns of the incoming school, the school that it's coming into, to guarantee that that student is in fact the one that took the class and took the final and that they at least learned the material, hopefully, but also ensure that that parent and that student, that the course that they took will transfer, that course met the requirements, it was accredited, and we made sure that that student was actually the one taking the final. And if both of those are true, then they are guaranteed that it transfers anywhere within the state. So that's the goal that's what we're trying to fix here, and why I brought this forward, is to try and make sure. Now, this bill doesn't do anything if a school is not proctoring their finals, it doesn't change current practice. So if they're not proctoring their finals, it will be exactly how it is now. The incoming school can require them to take a competency exam. Within the 10 days, it still follows the same thing, but it does ask them to make sure that the parent and the student know ahead of time that that is the case, or that it may be the case. They may have to take a competency exam if they want to transfer it. So that's the goal of the bill. Questions?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
is this addressing charters going to public schools, or is it just online schools going?
Ms. Cobb addresses any transfer of credit.
Okay.
Sorry, any transfer of high school course credit. Other question? Mr. Fillmore?
Madam Chairman, so the online schools, how do they do a proctored test?
So, Mr. Fillmore, it varies widely. Some of them have the students go into a proctoring center. Sometimes they'll go into a local district to do it. Some of the onlines do not proctor in person. They do what they call electronic proctoring. There is a lot of potential for cheating in that situation. Yeah. And so that's why it does say in-person proctored, because the schools that are receiving the student want to make sure that that student has, in fact, was the one taking the final without looking at their phone on their lap while they did it. Not that I've ever seen that happen. Other questions? I don't see any. Okay, Mr. Bisucci.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, so this also includes homeschool? Sorry, also includes homeschooling if they were going to transfer?
Mr. Bisucci, I am not sure how this impacts homeschool. That's a really good question. I don't know if staff knows that either. I think it's something we better look into, but usually homeschooling transferring is a little bit different.
Madam Chairman, Representative Bisucci, the bill doesn't directly address any homeschool. I'm happy to look into that with you and see if we can get some counsel on this and see how it would affect homeschool student transferring into public schools.
Thank you. Very good question. I haven't thought about, but welcome. I'm happy to help address that if there is an issue there.
Yeah, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Or should we go ahead and listen and see who we have to speak? Mr. Fillmore, who do we have here to speak?
Madam Chairman, Beth Simic has signed in to speak for this bill.
Okay.
And no one else has signed in to speak for or against the bill.
Okay. Members, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the Vice Chair please move the bill?
Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2119 be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, will you please move the amendment in my name?
Madam Chairman, I move that the 10-line Udall amendment dated January 24th at 10 a.m. be adopted.
Members, the motion before you is that the Udall amendment be adopted. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed say nay. It appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Mr. Vice Chair, will you please move the bill as amended?
Madam Chairman, I move that House Bill 2119 as amended be returned with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you, members. The motion before you is that House Bill 2119 as amended be returned with a due pass recommendation. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Representative Bartow.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you. I wish there was some testimony on this bill. Because I've been getting some feedback, from people from the online schools that are concerned about the proctors, and so I'm hesitant to support it without more back and forth, more discussion. So I'm going to support it now, but I am kind of awaiting more information on how this is going to affect online. I mean, that is the future. It seems, that it's an issue that is still a little bit of an unknown, and I'd like to hear a little bit of both sides before I commit to voting for it on the floor. With that, I vote aye.
Representative Bisucci.
Madam Chair?
Please.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Representative Bardo. There's just a few questions I still have regarding this bill, especially with the homeschooling. So hopefully we can get those answers and then go from there. With that, I vote aye.
Representative Blanc.
Aye.
Representative Holding.
Aye.
Representative Cobb.
Madam Chairman,
please.
I agree with Ms. Bartow also. I've heard a lot of back and forth on the online schools, and I think there's got to be somewhere a compromise in the middle of this. We didn't hear any testimony tonight, and I think it's because it's such a late evening. And I would have loved to have heard more too. And I'm also I didn't even think about the homeschooling until Mr. Biasucci brought that up, but that's got to be something I think we need to address too. I would like to have some more information and more back and forth before I vote yes on the floor on this, but I'll get it through committee tonight. Thanks. Yes, by the way. If you didn't get that.
Aye.
Representative Pollock.
Aye.
Representative Eaton.
Aye.
Representative Schoen.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Fillmore.
No.
Chairman
Members, I'm going to commit to pulling stakeholders together, especially on the homeschooling issue, to make sure we're not negatively impacting them, but also to make sure we get some clear definitions of what can count as a final and what can't. I know there were some discussions by the online about some alternative assessments that they're giving, and I want to make sure that we don't limit the types of assessment, but that we just make sure that the students are actually learning what they're supposed to be learning, and then the credit is guaranteed to transfer. And so with that, I vote aye. Members, by your vote of 10 aye, 1 nay, 0 present, and 2 absent, you have given House Bill 2119 a due pass recommendation, due pass as amended. And seeing no further business before us, the Committee on Education is adjourned.